So I sat down for the past 2 hours putting the show together. And I was like, what am I going to talk about? I knew what I was going to talk about, but what am I going to talk about? And then it came to me. The black males vote for the demise of the black woman that ended up being his own. Just like he did when he put black women into slavery. How fucking funny. And so I began to do a little research. And all of these black males are angry, and some of them are delusional as fuck, believing their religious ideologies and believing that something in this and believing, and getting mad. And I went under the comment section of one of them and I said, yeah, but at the end of the day, black males voted for him. At the end of the day, the number was not even black males voted for Trump just as much as the black women voted for Kamala. And oh, what happened? What did Trump do? He took away the Civil Rights Act. Who do you think that was for? Who do you think the main person that the Civil Rights Act was for? And to you immigrants, and to you Hispanic and Latinos, mainly Latinos, because see, they always say black and Latino because they're purposely saying Latinos. They're not saying Hispanic. They're doing that on purpose. Y'all voted against yourselves as well. And y'all are crying. Y'all are crying about it. I guess it's true. Black, Hispanic, Latinos are in the same family. We all cousins. Yeah. We see it now. In the world of white supremacy, everybody see it now. I always knew. And then, not only that, is he didn't even go full on attack on the LGBTQ plus community. He went on them trans. He said where everybody, male and female. He just did that. He ain't say nothing no more about anybody that's gay. I've been waiting. Because I remember what Project 2025 said. I've been waiting. And yet, you are the first motherfucker that he came for. And DEI was just easy. It was an easy, slippery slope. The ritual of Martin Luther King's birthday, it was an easy, slippery slope. We got TikTok for another 3 months before they decide if they want to shut it down again. And some of you dummies are out here paying for $1,000 phones. $10,000 for and stuff and more for a phone. I learned that from a coworker. My thing is, black males, do y'all not understand what this means? Y'all are the most hated. Y'all are the most discriminated against. Y'all are the most shot. Do you know what this means? That means, number one, you ain't gonna have no rights in Black Lives Matter. What if Trump shuts down Black Lives Matter? That could be next. Because wouldn't that fall under character and merit? Yeah, that could be next. Not only will he shut down Black Lives Matter, because technically if he took away civil rights, he shut down Black Lives Matter. That means when you get pulled over and you get mistreated, something awful, you have no rights. You have no civil rights. When something happens to your black son, you have no rights. You have no civil rights. When you get fired, black man, because you a nigga, you have no rights. Because you fucking stupid. You're so fucking stupid. You voted for your own demise. African proverb said the behavior of the males tell you about the behavior of the women tell you about the males of that crop. The behavior of the males, the behavior of the women tells you about the males of that tribe. And y'all some stupid motherfuckers. And y'all have a nerve to try to be boisterous and go into a space of absolute delusion. It's over for y'all. For the next 4 years and probably the rest of the years. It's over. You're not even gonna have no rights as a black man. With your guns and all that shit. You ain't got no rights. It's open season on y'all niggas. And any mammy that want to stand right there next to you and defend you is open season on you. But what do you think is gonna happen? What do you think is going to happen to you in this patriarch? You don't take care of your kids. You do everything in your power not to pay child support, that you lie and record and do shit so you can get your kids from your baby mama. You have a baby mama, which is such a childish fucking word. Okay? Such a teenage word to fucking say. Y'all also, it don't even matter what fucking status and career y'all have. It don't matter if y'all 6 figures, whatever. It don't matter no more, black man. Don't you get it? That means you could be the top doctor, whatever, in your field. And just because, they can get rid of your nigga ass. Just because. But what you really think gonna happen? Because we know most black women are mammies. I'm not banking on nothing with them. But for the ones who are divested from your stupid ass, the ones who really don't fuck with you quietly. Because the thing is, the smart ones, we quietly don't fuck with you. If that mammy in front of us don't catch on to that, that's on her. We don't fuck with you. What you think gonna happen when it's a police brutality situation with you? You think we gonna tell? What you think gonna happen when there's a situation of you just getting gunned down? You think you're gonna get defended by us? Do you not realize, low key, your backs by your own women are being turned on you? Backs by your own women are being absolutely motherfucking turned on you. Because if she turned her head and she turned her back towards you, that means she don't give a fuck what happens to you or your sons. Even if she made them with you. Y'all don't realize how deep this got for the next 4 years. It ain't going to be the same for you, black men. Black males, it ain't going to be the same for you. So y'all dumb asses is still about how you feel about me damn white girls. This is where the divestors are stupid, because Project 2025 spoke against interracial dating, but they're not going to do that because they want black males and black boys annihilated, and the ones that keep making them, they want them annihilated. That has always been the target. I've always known that. That's a target on your back. I was going to get a shirt made that said there's a target on my back because I'm a black woman that created black sons. I was dead ass going to get a shirt like that. And I might motherfucking still get it. Just for it to be a fucking conversation piece. That target is on my back. Because they don't fucking want them here. And I have openly admitted that I regret having children with a black male. Even though he's Caribbean mixed and all that, still a nigga. I regret it. If I can take it back, I would have definitely birthed children with another race. Another foreign race. I would have definitely not had none with no black male. Because I know what the fuck this world is. I know just the fear of being a black mother with black sons. It's a fucking fear. What I did helped calm it down. Because I had a terrible fear about raising black boys in this fucking world. And then there's another thing. Y'all sitting here complaining. Y'all sitting here shocked. Y'all equivalent to the goddamn Latinos crying. Crying over what Trump did. What about you, black male? They took away civil rights. That was for you. Hello? It's over. It's fucking over. I mean, that's all I can tell you is, let me even tell somebody. Let me tell her, because I know she's going to flip out. The Civil Rights Act. And see, now all of you Latinos and Hispanics, the ones that hate us, now y'all got your eyes open, because y'all going to get a history lesson and understand that the Civil Rights Act was even for you as an immigrant in this country, even if you came here identifying as white. Because there was black people here who had family across seas, the Caribbean, London, places like that. And that was for our families to come over here and have a chance in America. That's who we were fighting for. And so therefore, y'all got in that mix. Go look at the history, and you're going to find in the time of the Civil Acts, that's in the time of immigrant migration and all these type of things coming in here. The black people in this country have fought for a lot. It's black people in this country that is for the LGBTQ plus before it even became QIA plus. To have what they have, to have what we have today. So to be able but the black male, I'm getting on your stupid ass because you fucking stupid and you look fucking dumb. I done looked up the businesses that y'all own. Oh, I looked it up. It ain't shit. Automobiles, I think the technology, I looked because I saw it's like it's 100 black-owned businesses. But I said, what businesses are owned by black males? Out of 100 of them goddamn businesses, 10 businesses are owned by y'all. So that means 90 other businesses are all owned by black women. It was a couple of male and female couple, black owned mall. I don't know what state they're in. Black owned mall. Recently they just announced their shit. Everything y'all own is completely useless. Beats by Dre. I love music. I'm not gonna knock Beats by Dre. Beats by Dre, but then we heard about his abuse. We got other shit like sports shit and clotheslines that y'all own. Shit that none of us needs. Nothing that we need. Black males. That's what y'all own. That's y'all mega fucking corporation. Shit we don't need. I looked it up. Black males. With the Civil Rights Act being revoked, what happens to you and your sons now, black males? Tell me that. What happens? What happens? What happens now that the Civil Act, 1964 Civil Rights Act, has been revoked by the President Donald Trump? What now happens to you? You think these mammies gonna be able to jump in front of you and save you? You think you're gonna get some leniency with your crimes that you commit? You think you're gonna get fairness in these jobs? Do you not realize there's a secret society of black women who are not mammies, who hate you? I need you to understand that. You are aware of everybody else's hate, but I don't think you understand the secret society of black women who hate y'all. I know it. There's a secret society of black women who want y'all annihilated along with y'all sons. They don't want y'all dicks to produce anything else. Believe that you deserve no legacy. And they will stand beside the Triple K to make sure it happens. Or a Confederate flag wearing motherfucking white man to make sure it happens. And they will stand next to Elon Musk doing the Nazi salute to make sure it happens. Do you not understand that, black man? I don't think that you do. You think your little prayers and your spiritual beliefs and whatever belief you had gonna help you? You know that Hebrew Israelite shit y'all do? And whatever religious shit y'all think that's gonna help y'all? Because it ain't. Y'all fucked up. Y'all fucked up something awful. And I kept saying it. It's so wild. I was sitting down this week at work and I said, Trump is going to betray the fuck out of black males. He going to throw them under the bus so motherfucking ugly. Because when he was talking about Dr. Martin Luther King, and then he said he's going to pull up the assassination records of RFK, JFK, and Dr. Martin Luther King, I said, oh shit, he's about to annihilate that man's character. Y'all know I talk shit about Martin Luther King all the time. I talk shit about MLK all day. I talk shit to him and the AI shit. You don't want a white male to dig up history. They are good record keepers. They have always been the writers and they have always been the record keepers. You don't want a white male to go and look up information on this man. He's going to annihilate MLK's character. Now, don't get me wrong. Black males, this is a patriarchy. And you got to go for what works for you. And in this case, you felt this businessman Trump was going to work for you. So you encourage quietly other black males to vote for him. I understand that aspect. Because I also say that when you have someone like that in office, there's a lot of money making opportunity. Go jump on them stocks, go invest into Bitcoin. Like there's money making opportunity that's there to jump on it. But there's a bigger picture that you did not pay attention to. And none of you read Project 2025. And I want to go read it all over again in its entirety. None of you read it. None of you really sat down and read what the fuck they want. They even said that the women who are single can be arrested. If there's no male in the house, they're threatening single women. And we know there's a loneliness epidemic out here. It ain't just women that are alone. It's males that are alone too. It's a loneliness epidemic. And then Project 2025 said you can't be single. And that you should stay with the person that you had a child with. Well, goddamn, black males, how you gonna do that part? How y'all gonna do that? Shit got real. I mean, do you understand how diabolical conniving and manipulative this shit can get. I don't think y'all get it. I don't think y'all really feeling it until y'all feel it. I want a case to go out. I want a case to go out there right now of a young black male getting shot. And I want it to happen in the South. I want it to happen in the Midwest or the West Coast. They burning down right now, but I want it to happen in one of those areas. And I want y'all to see how the revolt of the Civil Rights Act and what it's going to do towards this situation. Because you can get arrested for being a racist. When you get arrested for being a racist, that means that you committed a hate crime. So now hate crimes are going to go away. Because the Civil Rights Act is about hate crimes. See how it all falls? See how the dominoes fall? And then when a young black male, I want a young black male to, I want it to happen. I want it to happen right under this law. So when it happens, I want y'all to see the motherfucking effects that y'all caused, because I need y'all to see what y'all did. I didn't know months ago that 4 black males killed another black male. 4 black males, and they all went to jail. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. They all went to jail. But if that happens to you by white males, the cops are going to be justified, because you don't think he's going to give more laws to officers? He signed 200 executive orders. I don't went to ChatGPT. ChatGPT still didn't give me 200. Hold on. I'm trying to get all 200. I need you to list out let me see if ChatGPT is going to do it. Okay, it's no they okay. If you are looking for a complete list of executive orders, I recommend checking the official federal registry. Okay. So just list out to me all the executive orders he signed in its entirety. Because what I'm trying, what I mean, I am sitting here, right? Because here's where it gets interesting for me. Here's where it gets interesting for me. All right. You have those group of black women who I just talked about, and I can't find where I'm at. Where am I? Oh, here I am. A secret society of black women called divestors, who are laughing at you in the mammy. And when it's open season on you, because they're talking about this stuff behind the wall, when it's open season on you, do you know the joy that they're going to get out of that? When it's open season on your son, do you know how much joy they're going to get out of that? Hold on. So that means he'll stop BLM too. He's going to stop Black Lives Matter. He's going to stop Black Lives Matter. Because that all falls into it. Like I said, they're going to be open season laughing at y'all and encouraging this. Let me tell you what the divestors are doing. They're taking notes from the transgender community. The transgender community was very quiet, low key. It was a secret society. Nobody really knew about the trans community like that. I was telling people this years ago about trans community. They didn't want to listen to me. And even when the trans community came out, even your president even said, nope, the trans community is not even that big to worry about. We're just going to say male and female is the gender. We're just going to leave it alone. And they can't be in women's sports. That's it. Boom. But the divestors are moving very slow and very quietly. And their numbers are going to go up. Oh, trust and believe me. You don't want to believe me, but the divested Black women, right? The numbers are going to go up very high. They're already up, but they're going to go up. And when you have these groups of Black women who hate Black males, I don't think you understand the level of danger that comes with that. Because not only do they hate Black males, you got divestors who, they date outside their race and such, but they hate women who like y'all. And that's not just a mammy. That's any woman that likes you is a mammy. They hate y'all sons. I'm saying the same shit again. They hate y'all sons or anything that's produced from your dick. And most of all, they hate that anybody likes and trusts you. They want that image, that Kang image that y'all have been given. They want everyone to see that you are a piece of shit. You are nothing. You are worthless. You own nothing. And the things that you own is useless. And nobody wants shit to do. They want to destroy your character the way they feel you've done Black women in your rap video. And then you have the dyke vested, which is the Black woman, because just because the woman is with other just exclusively dates women doesn't mean that she does not like Black males if it's a Black woman. But you got Black women, the dyke vesters, my team over here, that not only do not fuck with males, but definitely hate you the most. Out of all the males, they hate, be like, I don't hate males, but I hate Black males. I don't have nothing against men. I don't have nothing against males, but I hate Black males. So you have the dyke vested women. And it's a small group. Okay? Just a small little secret society of women. Do you know what that's going to happen to you? Do you know what that's going to make happen to you, Black male, in this society? Do you know what is going to happen to your Black sons in this society? Because it is the Black woman. It's always been the Black woman protecting you, marching for you, standing in front for you. And for the young Black boys, you know who protects them? It's other Black women. I've seen it. I mind my motherfucking business. This woman called the cops on all 4 boys. And it wasn't even all 4. It was one of them fucking with her. She said 4 of them was. She was calling the cops on them. And it was a mammy that jumped up and roared her ass and made her get off the bus. That who be protecting y'all. So when it's no longer that for y'all, what the fuck do you think is gonna happen? I really want y'all to answer that. Y'all are done. Got Hebrew Israelites on the corner with that shit. Secret society of divested Black women that don't fuck with you. Won't give a damn if the cops just come over there and beat your ass and tear your shit up and tell y'all niggas no more that Hebrew Israelite shit no more. I think a lot of y'all are spies anyway. I think a lot of y'all Hebrew Israelites are I think y'all sent there to snitch. That's just me. Because a lot of y'all come from jail and it's just something about y'all that never sat right with me. I believe a lot of y'all are out there to snitch on them niggas in the corners and shit like that. But I digress. What you think gonna happen? Because you don't want the Black woman turning her back. You don't want the black woman turning her back. Because once she does that, because she's slowly getting there. Because this Trump thing was an absolute wake-up call for the Latinos about their own people, Hispanic about their own people, mainly Latinos, mainly Latin culture, and niggas. I don't think you realize that betrayal you did with Trump is equivalent to the betrayal you did when you sold black women into slavery, black males. Because trust me, we know about it. Those of us that are the secret society of divested black women, we know about that. And that's another thing that they hope Mr. Beast exposes to everyone about your ass. That's the one they hope everybody teaches in the school about your ass. To make sure everybody knows ain't no unicorns, ain't nothing good about this motherfucker. He's not kind, he's not sweet. He ain't got nothing good about him. That's what they want. They want you annihilated. They want Africa gone. They want you island niggas gone. They want anywhere where you niggas reside. Japan, China, Australia, goddamn Thailand. They want y'all fucking eliminated off this planet. And who can do it better than a man's own women from your culture? The secret society of divested black women, they want to be identified separately from black culture, period. They don't want to be identified. They want to be identified as a divested black woman. They want that title. They want to be filling out applications to make it clear that I do not fuck with these people, their culture, their ideologies, or nothing. Because they drag that mammy that love you so much. But but black males, the 1964 Civil Rights Act is revoked. Do you know what that word means? It's done. Okay? Okay? Hold on. Okay? I mean, I'm sitting here, right, as I was thinking about all this stuff, because it's just, sometimes my mind just be picking up stuff. And I said, Trump gonna betray black males. I felt it all week. So he gonna throw them under the bus. This right here is a glimpse of it. Technically, he did throw your. This is a glimpse of it. Then he about to do these paperworks and pull out information on MLK. So now he's going to annihilate his character. I don't care for him, but excuse me. He's going to annihilate MLK's character. And don't let him pull up Malcolm X because he was assassinated. Don't let him pull up Huey P. Newton because he was assassinated. Don't let him pull up these characters and start dissecting the real shit with these black males. Because that is something that is going to interrupt history. Black history significantly. Black American history is significantly. Okay. Let me say something else. Speaking of Hebrew Israelites. He banned Muslim countries from coming here and us visiting them. He significantly banned Muslim countries from them coming here and from us visiting them. Sorry for all the sugar babies out there. What y'all? Excuse me for the pause. What y'all? They're not countries that I care for. But at the end of the day, he banned those Muslim countries. And yeah, Hebrew Israelites are Muslims, right? And a lot of y'all are niggas, right? And then a lot of y'all be on that corner talking that Hebrew Israelite nigga shit, saying that we were originally called Hebrews. We were not originally called Negroes. Negroes comes from the word Hebrew. Well, you think you're not going to shut that shit down? Again, this is all on a small scale. This is the first year. This is all on a small scale. What about, but everything on a small scale is on a such much higher scale because civil rights is a higher, civil rights is everything for us as human beings in Americas and Americans in this country. Civil rights is everything. Did anybody pay attention in history class? Because I don't think so. So I'm gonna go ahead and play a video and play about the Civil Rights Acts being revoked. I'm trying to see who I want to play. That plays a major part. Okay? Federal work, which is important because it was our federal workers that was still out there during COVID. And we were ringing bells for them. We were clapping for them every time we saw them. I'll never forget that. That's one of the that was the highlights of COVID for me. Every time we saw a civil worker, we clapped for them. We rang a bell for them. It was so much respect that they were getting for doing what they were doing. Okay? I'm sure there's people that probably was giving them free water and all kind of stuff for respect for what they're doing. Now he's discriminating with that. Why do you think that happened, y'all? We know most city jobs, the city job is the ultimate creme de la creme as the black person. You know, once you get that city job, you made it as the black person. And then you go into school and you got your house and car and you work for the city. Oh, that's the American dream right there. So what happens now when, because black males, you voted for this, when someone don't like your attitude, they can fire you. When somebody is disturbed by the fact of your blackness and how y'all acting at work, they can get you fired. Do you not know and understand the door that has opened right now? I'm happy with the career that I have. I'm very happy with the career that I have. And I can move up from the career that I have. No complaints here. But now what's going to happen is, and this is for those of you who are of Latin and Hispanic or any type of foreign culture, people are going to now hire their own. So if this white male owns this place or this company, they don't have to do diversity, equality, inclusivity. They can say, I only want to hire white American people at this job. I only want to hire people who only speak one language, and that is English. Now, if they're bilingual, that will be for the customers. That's a plus. But they don't have to be of another race to be bilingual. But I'm going to hire significantly other white males or females or just white people into my company. Where does that leave you, black male? 1 second. Huh? Where does it leave you? Uh-uh. What do you think? when it get to a point, they be like, we don't want no males, especially black males here. We're going to hire all males, and we're never going to hire no black males. It sounds extreme, but it's not extreme when you revoke the Civil Rights Act. When he's about to get rid of BLM. Do you not know that he doing this over us dykes and faggots and all of that? Because we're different from trans. The only rights that we want is to be able to marry each other. Because we really actually be in love and we don't divorce. But we're money, too. A part of the system. So we'll see how that works out. But even just the case of, you know, if you are gay, lesbian, whatever, and you work a job and they want to fire you for that, we're not safe in that department. But trust and believe me when I tell you, that discrimination has been here, whether Civil Rights Act or not, so we all deal with that. How we deal with that. That's nothing. I don't have to talk about anything at my job, about my lifestyle, what I do. I don't have to say nothing. So that ain't really shit. But what is the bullshit is you've been at a job for a while and motherfuckers could just just get rid of you for anything. The bullshit is if someone decide with their company, luckily factories are owned by Asians. Contrary to what people know. A lot of these factories, this is why the brakes was taken down. This is why we have to clean up our own space. Factories are owned by Asians. And Asians will hire anybody who's willing to do the damn job. They don't work like that. But if you're with some kind of company that is strictly white, Caucasian owned, I feel sorry for you. Because the day that they decide they want to start getting rid of people for whatever letter they want to say, get rid of people, and they can make their company all white. But I'm from New York City, so I've always seen places where you walk into and they don't really hire niggas, but the niggas will be like their security guards. The niggas will be like their front desk workers. You know, the niggas will be their fucking janitors and cleaners. I've seen jobs like that. And everybody else is light-skinned and white. So I've had the harsh reality of that style of classism, because that's the thing about the city. Classism is big. Hold on. You know what I mean? My thing too is it's the audacity Oh, damn, I'm muted. My bad, I'm back. Tuesday, canceling a 1965. I'm about to go ahead and do this screen share. Job discrimination by federal contractors, subcontractors, and grant recipients. His order also directs federal agencies to investigate private companies that use diversity-focused hiring practices.
Mr. Tangerine criticized diversity programs as dangerous and claimed they unfairly favor certain groups based on race, sex, or disabilities. He argued that these practices violate civil rights laws and discriminate against others. The order specifically targets hiring practices at the Federal Aviation Administration, ending special programs that help people with disabilities get jobs. Trump claimed such programs prioritize diversity over safety and excellence. Critics say the move could harm efforts to create opportunities for all, but Trump argues it's all about equality for everyone. I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking. You're probably panicking. You're probably saying, oh Lord, he's gonna try to put us back in slavery. Let me tell you something, fam. We don't need that motherfucker. Straight up.
See, this is
we
that
don't
bullshit.
need Trump. We do not
bullshit.
need him. We do not need white folks.
It ain't about that. This is why you can't get fooled by the trickery. This is that black male pastor religious lying that they do. Man, I'm not in my microphone. My bad. This is that black male religious lying voice thing that they fucking do. This is the fantasy that black males give. It does fucking matter. You dumbasses, y'all voted for this man. He is now the president. He can sign executive orders. You voted for him. We saw it. The numbers speak for itself. You voted for him. Now we don't need that motherfucker. We don't need. Yes, you do need white people, black male. What you mean? What you own? Can I walk into a social service building owned by a black male to help me if I need help with my light bill? Hello, is this thing on? Is this hello, black male? If I need to go somewhere for housing, is there a black male facility that I can go to and apply on paper to go there? Black male, if I want to travel across seas, is there an airplane line owned by black males that I can go to? Hello? You need the white male. That's why it's called white male supremacy. Y'all don't own shit, sir. I looked up what y'all own. Nobody needs that shit that y'all own. Y'all don't have no mega corporations that's useful for the women and children or for your people. What you mean? You need the white male. You're on the white male's platform right now. It's called YouTube. All of y'all are podcaster owned by a white male. When I started Blog Talk Radio, that's owned by a white male with a long ass beard. I think he might have died or something because Blog Talk Radio is done after this month. What the fuck you mean? Let's go.
We can help our goddamn selves.
How?
We got all the tools we need
Oh, yeah?
to help ourselves. We got all the resources we need to help ourselves.
Resources.
There were black people 100 years ago doing better than black folks are doing today.
Okay.
And they had far less resources.
Okay.
They had the Klan riding on them. People just running up in their houses, taking stuff, stealing their land and doing all kinds of savage stuff. And they still made it pop. I'm not saying don't address this situation, not try to bring some type of balance. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying let him off the hook. But we can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. We can do for self while at the same time fighting for equality. We can do that. But we don't need to go in their goddamn restaurants. They don't want us in there, man. We got enough man, I know in Houston, we got all kinds of black restaurants around here. Damn near any type of cuisine you would want. We got it. We got our own
gives
clubs.
a fuck about a restaurant in a club.
We got realtors, we got real estate agents, we got builders. Man, we got a lot of resources, fam. We got way more action today than we had 100 years ago.
But Trump can still shut
What
that
we
shit
need to
down.
do is focus on doing for self.
This is a lie. This is a lie. This is a lie. At the end of the day, this motherfucker right here with this bald head is one of the black males that voted for Trump. This is the lies that y'all need to stop falling for with these black males. He's a liar. He's a betrayer. He's betrayed his own people. This is what the black divested secret society of women want you all to understand. But you mammies, y'all look at this and y'all find this attractive. Y'all call this beautiful and y'all call this handsome. And y'all call this a good black nigga. This is y'all unicorns. This man can't even formulate a proper fucking sentence. Because every black male, all I hear is monkey noises when they talk. Continuing.
Focus on building, being producers, not consumers. Because if we sitting back waiting on the people who put us in this position to get us out of this position, we gonna be a waiting ass. We gonna be waiting for a long, long, long time. Man, we got it, man. I'm telling you. We don't need Trump. We don't need no help from nobody outside. We got this.
If you ain't need him, why the fuck did you vote for him? Why the fuck did you vote for him? Because he was a businessman if you didn't need him. Why did you vote at all? Why did you vote at all? It's this shit, y'all. Let's listen to the more monkey noises he's making.
You just got to understand that we're on our own. Look at those dudes who was riding for Trump during the campaign, and none of them ended up getting a job from Trump. None of them ended up getting some action. He chose one black dude for his cabinet, as far as I know. The rest of them is running around here calling them daddy. Suckers, clowns.
What the hell is this?
And then one of them had the nerve to say that he was asked to join the cabinet, but he got other things going. You a lying ass. You was not asked to join no damn cabinet, because that's what all of them shoot for. They want to be in that cabinet so they can get that easy paycheck and go out there and get that other money that's adjacent to having that type of position. It ain't fooling me, man. Not fooling me one bit. Where there is opportunity to work with people outside of our own group, and it's going to be mutually beneficial, that's beautiful. That's cool. I ain't got no problem with that. But hoping and wishing they throw us a bone, that they give us something, that they help us, man, no, I ain't with that. I'm not with that at all. And I'll tell you something else. Did not want Trump to become president. However, it's not going to stop me from progress. It's not going to stop me from excelling. It's not going to stop me from getting mine, just like none of the other presidents, Democrat or Republican, stopped me from getting mine. Because when I look back at what each of the presidents have done in my lifetime, ain't none of them really done anything to help us.
I heard that so many times.
You know, and keep in mind, none of them do anything that looks like help. without helping themselves first.
Is that Nelly talking? What Nelly got to say?
Sean Combs is a monster.
He thought if people fear him, they respect him.
I want to speak about this now.
Willie D live.
But we okay in it. It's cool. It's cool.
No, it's not. No, it's not cool. It's not cool because, as I mentioned earlier, if we want some action in this country, we're gonna have to get down with somebody. And I do agree with what you said yesterday. I do agree with what you said yesterday when you said that we gotta get down with whoever get down with us. Whoever
I think
gonna rock
Nelly
with us,
is on
whoever
drugs.
gonna give us what we need, whoever gonna bow down to our commands, that's who we need to be meeting with and having conversations with.
Who's presenting the best options of being able to
Before we get there, the black male is a bandwagon hoe. Okay? He a bandwagon hoe. And he's a lover of the penis. He can talk about his big penis and all this and that, but he loves that white penis. He adores that white penis. That's his white daddy. Okay? At the end of the fucking day. And wherever his white daddy go, he follows in that bandwagon. The bandwagon is whoever wins the team, they just run and they cheer on the team that win. They don't really have nobody that they actually are going for. Whoever wins is who they cheer for. And that is the black male. There's a deep psychology to who the fuck he is. And it's a very deep, fucked up psychology. When you can't talk about black history, black people, like I always say, from here to the Caribbean, because I include the Caribbean every time I talk. You can't talk about that without talking about the psychology of slavery in the black male. He was his buck winch. Black women were the bed winch. He was the buck winch. The white male was fucking him too. The white male was his daddy too. That is a part of slavery that's not talked about. At the end of the day, his slave master was his slave master, which was his slave daddy. He has something subconsciously in him where he wants Mr. Beast, the white male, to approve of his decisions. He wants him to still love him. There's a psychology to this with the black male. Only far and few in between, if in between, ones that don't look for that kind of attention. Well, I say they all do until I see different. Then you have the rebellious black male. That's your black power black male inside of white supremacy. But even Mr. White Man still shows his power because he uses his own brother to betray him, i.e. the Black Panther. Or he uses his own daughter to betray him, i.e. Black Wall Street. Let's go. Let me put my fair use banner on. I forgot.
when you say evolve, if you want to use lack of word, use the term. And I'm saying that from a standpoint of growth. I'm saying it from a standpoint of being able to fend for ourselves. Like you said, like we so keen on this government to fix us when, plain and simple to me, why are we asking white people to fix us when they the person that broke us in the first place?
Right.
Like we got to fix ourselves, my brother. Like I do believe that, but I believe that the right is too far right, and I believe that the left is too far left. I definitely believe
Stop.
I definitely believe
Hold on. Let me go get You just pulled out the shotgun.
No, I'm just saying. Like I
The
definitely
left is
believe.
too far left, and the right is too far right.
Definitely. I definitely believe the left is too far left and the right is too far right. That's why I don't want to sound like I'm defending what somebody has done in the past. I'm just saying let's hold everybody to the same accountability. That's why I'm trying to choose my words when I'm saying certain things, because I don't want to sound like I'm defending anybody. I just want to say, like, if you're going to do that for this, let's do that for this. If not, then it's never going to be, we're never going to move, right? Because we know anger stifles progress. Anger don't do nothing but destroys. You know what I'm saying? It destroys, and we're not going to get anywhere.
Let's get to that anger.
Fucking up our own shit, basically. I forgot you.
Let's get to anger. Who has a right to anger right now but women? Especially the black woman. Especially the divested. The divested black woman has been angry. She has been the most angry. And she has moved her life according to what is better. To get away from that. To get away from the culture, the community, and all. To got the fuck away from all of that. And this right here, these next 4 years, is a divestor's dream, even though I think the divestors are going to get their heart broken with something with Trump too, going down the line, because divestors ain't as excluded. This is why the divestor is having a field day with this, with the mammies especially, because everything's getting cut off for the mammies, i.e. food stamps, money, stuff like that. Everybody hates the woman on welfare anyway. It don't matter her race. Everybody hates her because they feel like she just gets hands out. She gets paid for her daycare. She gets leeway when she goes to work. When she got this, she can use her kids as an excuse. Everybody's tired of her. She keeps making children she can't afford. Everyone's sick of the welfare woman. Any woman that's on welfare, people are sick of her. They want her to struggle the most because they want the bitch to stop making babies she can't afford. Okay? And then on top of the whole welfare situation, right? Or, that. Look at the betrayal, black males. Do you not understand you cannot be trusted? Now I'm going to go ahead, let them talk, and let me see if I can find something. I'll be back. I'm here, but I'm just going to look up something.
I'm making sure you ain't on TV. I ain't want to say that, but yeah. So I'm working with anybody, man. Like I said again, I will work with Republicans, Democrats, anybody that's in my city to help my city be better. I don't care about a party. I don't care about a party. Because to me, I mean, to be frank, I don't want to offend nobody. Both parties full of shit. Like, they need each other to keep the other one going. And then you got correspondents and people.
We want this home from you.
Your brother brought us in to find you.
Tell him to back off.
Little spider monkey.
Oh, fuck.
Sorry, brother. I'm never coming back.
Alarm First, rated R, only in theaters February 7th.
God damn it. I ain't come back in time to cut that shit off. Hopefully I talked while that shit was going on. I don't even know what the fuck that was. What the hell was that? Love hurts?
Listen, people get paid to tell you who to vote for. In that grand scheme of things alone, you know it's some bullshit. Like how can somebody get paid to tell you who to vote for? And you think that's honest? You think that's coming from an honest place, or is that coming from a place of, well, shit? No wonder if they candidate lose, then they're going to lose money. Of course they're mad.
Okay, here we go.
So it results in them telling you not to visit your family during the holidays. And that's wild. That's the only thing I can't get down with. I'm just like, yo, we should never be trying to tell any of us not to be with our families. You see what I'm saying? We all know tomorrow ain't promised. We all know that, regardless of what happened, we should be able to come together as family. And I'm just saying,
What the fuck did he say?
we all know tomorrow ain't promised. We all know.
I'm sorry, what?
Regardless of what
Wait,
happened,
what?
we should be
Just a bunch of monkey noises.
And you think that's honest? You think that's coming from an honest place, or is that coming from a place of, well, shit? No wonder if they candidate lose, then they're going to lose money. Of course they mad. So it results in them telling you not to visit your family during the holidays, and that's wild. That's the only thing I can't get down with. I'm just like, we should never be trying to tell any of us not to be with our families. You see what I'm saying? We all know tomorrow ain't promised. We all know that, regardless of what happened, we should be able to come together as family. And I'm just saying, if you truly about unity, then stop saying get away from them. Stop saying get away. Stop saying get away if you truly about unity. Because if you truly about unity, then be about unity. If you truly rolling with righteousness, then just say what's right. Now, if somebody do what's wrong, then we can acknowledge it and then understand that you have a choice. I'm not defending anything that President Trump, candidate Trump, realtor Trump did in his. No. You got the right to be pissed if it affected you. You got the right to be angry if it affected you. Like, you had the right to vote for him or not vote for him. But as of today, he's the president of the United States. And I'm performing for the office that I was taught to respect out of people that gave their lives for this country, that was in the military on my side. I was taught to respect that office. Regardless.
I'm gonna give you some credit.
Bullshit. Monkey noise. Ooh, ah. Monkey fucking noise. I'm sick of it. Hold on. I found another video. It was something about the Civil Rights Act. I don't know who this guy is talking. Okay. I don't know. This is as you can see, it was in October, but a lot of people have been talking about what was coming anyway, especially those who paid attention to Project 2025. Let's go.
In a barbershop conversation, about a 3-hour barbershop conversation this past Friday evening, we talked obviously about the differences between the two, clear and present danger, clear and present opportunity. Then we talked about the constitutional amendment.
There's a whole documentary called 13th Amendment.
The thing that seemed to hit home, that got everybody sitting on the edge of their chair. We talk about eliminating, as Trump has said, just suspending the Constitution. And specifically, what does that mean? Well, let's go back to illegal search and seizures, which is, I believe, Fourth Amendment protection. And basically, I ran the story. I said, all right, if that's not in place, then what you got is a situation where any law enforcement, any police officer can come into this barbershop and just roust up everybody, grab everybody, and take them down to the local precinct. That seemed to get folks' attention. One of the things that seemed to hit home.
I did not hear no one talk about that. Wait a minute.
About a 3-hour barbershop conversation.
I'm pretty much saying the same thing, but I did not hear. Hold on, let me make sure this microphone is on. I did not hear anyone talk about fucking search and seizure, search, stop and frisk. Oh man, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Oh. Okay, let's see. See, this is the twist. Trump was doing a lot for black people his first term. But the second term, he's really showing his ass. Okay? And the thing is, people, reparations for white people who was for Roland Martin be having the news. I'm not gonna hold you. At first, I used to watch him way before, like all last year, just watch him and listen. I'm like, damn, he is so into Trump. He did that, but he not crazy. He looked like a Sagittarius too. Roland Martin is not crazy. He has been going in on Trump for so long. Let me get this man's fucking birthday. And he is livid. Okay? When you hear him talk, he is livid about, he's a Scorpio. I was thinking that too. He's a Scorpio. So that's why he does such deep research. Oh, man. Yeah, he be going in. And Trump's a Gemini, I believe. Yeah, he's a Gemini. He's the same day as my child. What did Trump promise black males? You see my search. Space Force commander who says he was kicked out for bashing DEI. Okay. Mom in tears, Trump pledged to gay community 8 years ago. Trump sees stunning gains with black male voters. This is 2 months ago. Donald Trump details his plan for day one and beyond in the White House. Okay. Look at this. Nothing here. Let me put black males. I'm probably going to have to put men. And Trump. Because I want y'all to see. I want to hear out of Trump's mouth. Because the child support thing, that could be any male. It doesn't have to be black males. Black males not the only one on child support. That ain't really shit. And why do you mammies always do this deep, isolated, detached, disassociative look when black males betray you? Like, y'all just go into this deep trance. It's fucked up. And it men sealed the deal for Trump. Okay, who is this?
You know, one group that really sealed the deal for the former president, and this was an unexpected group, black men and Hispanic men. Donald Trump increased his margin significantly among both groups. In Pennsylvania, he got around 25% of black men. In North Carolina, 21% of black men. Republicans haven't seen numbers like that since Richard Nixon. The Republican Party has effectively become a working class, multiracial party. George W. Bush wasn't able to accomplish this. Mitt Romney couldn't do it. John McCain couldn't do it. And yet Donald Trump was able to do something that no one expected him to be able to do. It's unprecedented. It's going to make a difference. And the question becomes, as this gender and racial realignment continues, what does that mean for the future of the Republican Party, but also for the future of the Democratic Party?
He's cheering this on, as you can see. He's cheering this on. So you think I give a fuck when a black male have to say anything? You think I have any respect for a fucking black male at this point? Never did anyway. But you really think that I do? Y'all voted for your own demise. Even the Hispanic and Latin men, you voted your own demise. Male is the race, y'all. When did you women got it through your head now? Did you women get that through your head that male is the race? The divested black women voted for Trump. We're not surprised. But they're male-centered any fucking way. Male is the fucking race. This is serious. Civil Rights Act has been revoked. Let's see what this is talking about. One second, y'all. It's going to load up in a minute. StreamYard need to get their screen share together. I've been following this. I've been watching this guy for a little bit. The one on the screen.
Donald Trump got his black guys confused in a disoriented and visibly confused moment.
Well, I know Willie Brown very well. In fact, I went down in a helicopter with him. We thought maybe this is the end. We were in a helicopter going to a certain location together, and there was an emergency landing. This was not a pleasant landing, and Willie was he was a little concerned. So I know him pretty well. I mean, I haven't seen him in years.
Here is Willie Brown interviewed on CNN. Here's his perspective on the whole thing.
Just to clear things up, have you ever been in a helicopter that made an emergency landing with Donald Trump?
No.
Have you ever been in a helicopter with Donald Trump?
No.
You have no memory of anything like that ever happening?
No.
What could he possibly be thinking about?
I have no idea.
Wrong black guy. Case of mistaken identity. Donald Trump got his black guys confused in a disoriented and visibly confused moment.
Well, I know Willie Brown very well. In fact, I went down in a helicopter with him. We thought maybe this.
So he lied about this old black guy. And Willie said, yeah. Maybe we should watch this video. Dusty fucking Dusty.
I think a lot of people are turned off by being told who they should vote for based on skin color. I'm a black man. I'm in a black Greek-led organization. I went to an historically black college or university. None of that should matter with regards to how I make a decision on who I want to vote for.
Why do you think she's not the one?
I didn't think she was the one in 2020. I didn't find her to be a formidable enough candidate to get the base out to support her. They overlook class in the same way that Hillary Clinton 8 years ago took the black vote as well as the unionized community for granted. When you think that you have something just based on the history, and you don't speak to them, you don't come into the community, then the community is there's gonna come a point where the community just gets sick and tired of being sick and tired. I think a lot of people are turned off by being told who they should.
Here's the gag,
based
y'all.
on skin color. I'm a black man.
The H1 visa. Hold on, y'all. The H1 visa situation was already here because if I'm not mistaken, I did do a show on it, and it was about if you don't have your paperwork proper, you are going to get deported after a certain time. I think it was like 10 years. It was like a time period. That's what Biden was doing, right? The thing is, when Trump came in, Trump said, What we're going to do is, even if you have a baby here and you're undocumented, you and that baby got to go. That's what Trump did. Biden gave him some kind of 10-year span or something, because I do remember that. But as you see, I'm Googling, and there's nothing here that states, I'm going to take this off for a minute because it's freezing, what Donald Trump is doing for black males. But we will look up something. And I will go into my chat GTP. And I'm going to go to chat GTP and ask, what is Donald Trump doing significantly for black males? Hold on. Typing it now. Let's see. We're going to see what ChatGTP got to say. Okay. All right. I'm going to read it to you. If I can get up here. Okay. On January 25th, 2025, President Donald Trump's recent policies have significant implications for black men and the broader African American community, notably termination of the EI, that's number one, opposition to race-conscious administration and military academia. Pete Hegsworth, President Trump's nominee for security. Let me make sure y'all can still see me, hear me. Okay, let's go. Pete Hegseth, President Trump's nominee for Secretary of Defense, has expressed opposition to race-conscious administration at U.S. military academics, advocating for merit-based admissions without consideration of race. This stance could lead to decreased representation of black individuals in military leadership positions, potentially impacting career advancement opportunities for black men in their armed forces. These policies directions have prompted mobilization among civil rights leaders and organizations who are advocating for the protection of diversity initiatives and social programs that benefit black communities. They emphasize the importance of unity and strategic legislative efforts to counteract potential roadblocks of civil rights advancements. It's important to monitor the implementations of these policies and their effects on black men and wider African American community. Engaging with civil rights organizations and staying informed through reputable news sources can provide further insights into these developments. I asked, what is Trump doing significantly for black men? You know what the fuck came up? Termination of DEI, and now opposition to race-conscious admission in military academia. He ain't doing shit for y'all. He throwing y'all under the bus. He ain't do shit but throw y'all under the bus. And I just feel like I feel like it's something more. Like this civil acts thing is just like the little tiny bit of like kind of, you know what I'm saying, pushing you. Like I feel like he got something else in under his sleeve that he gonna throw y'all under the fucking bus. I just looked it up on my chat GTP is lit. I got my shit very programmed. She answers directly everything I asked her directly. I don't have no problem. She gives me research. I love my chat GTP. I've been using it for a whole year, if not 2 years now. So it's very programmed. And here we are. Ain't shit that he did for y'all. Ain't nothing mentioned about business or loans or grants. White supremacy to the max. Now I have to ask this random question that's been boggling my mind. Will Trump be anti technically JD's wife is East Indian, so but we're gonna still see. Okay. Okay, there's no. I asked her, will he be anti-interracial dating? It said there's no public records or official statement indicating that President Trump has taken a stance against interracial dating. Throughout his public life, he has not expressed opposition to interracial dating. It's important to note that the personal relationship are private matters. Okay. What does Project 2025 state about, hold on, y'all, racial is an initiative by Heritage Foundation, outlines a vision. What's they say on, see, for some reason that topic it did. Now it's saying that Project 2025 never mentioned interracial dating when it clearly it did. Interracial marriage as settled by it at a supreme decision, Loving versus Virginia, is protected under U.S. law. Statement on this topic from conservative groups for the movement, the conservative. See, they hiding that. They did mention something about it, but it looks like they. See, here's the thing. If there are divested black women that exist, then they know that interracial dating exists. And they know that those are the black women that are on their side in this white supremacy. So they hold a very important part to the white supremacy because they are making children with white males. Do you see what I'm saying? Hold on. Let me see if there's a percentage. What is the percentage of divested black women out of 100%? Where's the percent button? Let's see if they can answer that. The term divested in the context of black women often refers to those who, I'm reading slow too because I read pretty fast, who have chosen to distance themselves from certain cultural, social, or political ideas, particularly those related to black empowerment or black-centered movements. In favor of other perspective, however, this term is not widely defined with a universally accepted percentage or statistic, especially without more specific context. If you're referring to a particular group or statistics, such as black women who might identify with certain movements, disassociation from certain social groups, or adapt different stances on Okay. In context of black women often refer to those who have chosen to distance themselves from certain cultural, social, or political ideas, particularly those related to black empowerment or black-centered movements, in favor of other perspectives. So they know about these women. And like the percentage of black women, particular social movements, social choices, clarify the context will help me assist you more effectively. Because they said there's no statistics because like they haven't got into it statistically. possibly in a more statistic context. However, the term divested black woman doesn't have a widely recognized standardized definition in academic or sociological research. It may refer to women who feel disconnected from certain aspects of the black community, culture, or movement, but it's not typically categorized as a specific group with measurable date or see. So there's no statistics on it, but I predict that it's a movement, and it's a very quiet movement, and it's a high number of black women that are divested, more than what we may know. And I'm predicting, I remember I was talking to one woman, I talk about this all the time, and I was like, it's probably going to reach about 30-40%. She said, no. It's going to reach higher than that. So you think higher? She said, yeah, I think much higher. And now years down the line, 7 years later, I'm agreeing with her. I think this number of divested black women are going to get higher. And especially with this Trump situation, I think low key. Now I'm going to go ahead and search something else, not on this, but let me see. How do black women feel? Black men. I mean, we got the Latinos and Hispanics crying. Like, they're literally breaking down, crying, asking for help. It keeps going up to the same thing about black men getting shot. About what matters, this election, Black Man Summit, We Vote BET, Black Men Summit, real about what matters. Were they voting for Kamala? Black women nationwide call out white women who voted for Trump. Why y'all attacking the women? Okay. Why y'all not attacking them? I'm trying to understand. For Trump or uneducated Kamala supporting women makes dumb assumption. Black men for Trump are uneducated. Who is this? I wouldn't bother talking to him. Millennial black women discuss Trump, Kamala, and if their vote really matters in 2024. Millennial black women discuss. Black women blame black men for Donald Trump victory. Let's watch this one. All right, let's watch this one.
Looking to get stronger?
Commercial on right now.
Save $28 or more when you join for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 31st.
Hold on, y'all.
Join our newest club, now open in San.
Man, okay, I'm gonna go to the gym algorithm. I know.
I might get
I'm gonna at
some
least start working out.
violations, and I may offend some people with what I'm gonna say, and I don't give a f. To all you Latinos that voted for Trump, I hope he mass deports you and your entire family. Whether you were here legally or not, you gotta go. I hope he does that. To you black men who your fragile ego couldn't take a black woman in office.
Hold on,
so you either
I
voted
like
for
her.
Trump or you didn't vote.
I like
at all.
her. I like her. I like her. She knew. She knew. She got that orange on. That's the sacral chakra. Can we go back? I like the way she said that. She said, I hope you all get deported. And that's exactly what happened. So let's just see what she got to say to you black bells. Because you see his reaction was like, ooh, let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yo, StreamYard, get y'all fucking screen share together. I had to go back, y'all. That was funny. That's my problem. That's why my screen share be fucking up, because I can't just fucking let it play. It don't matter. It's fair use. I can. It's best for me to talk over it anyway, because if not, it's copyright. Because I already got that retarded ass Love Hurts commercial that played. Hold on, y'all. It's coming up, y'all. Just give me a minute. It's not me. It's StreamYard. Why the fuck I keep giving y'all my money anyway? I was been a fuck off of YouTube. I'll be streaming from another platform, and then YouTube can get it, but I'll be streaming from my other platform. Is the commercial coming out? I hope not. Huh? Purchase what? I didn't purchase no heartache. That's funny. What the fuck is heartache, y'all? Y'all know what that is? What the fuck? Hold on, y'all. This some bullshit. StreamYard, y'all got to be on the most bullshit. Hold on, y'all. Let me fix this shit. And I'm just let it play. Because I want to hear. Okay, we got back to it, but let me just make sure it's working. Because that was bullshit. Let me refresh this stupid ass page. I wonder what's making it slow. Probably all these goddamn tabs I got up. It might be because I got that series waiting. And my computer getting hot too. Oh shit. We back at that again. Okay, it's about to play. I think it's about to play. We'll pause it for 1 second. Hold on. The page might shut down. Good thing y'all not here. I like how she said, I hope y'all all get mass deported for voting for him. And now for the black men who voted for him. What I got to say to y'all. Yeah, we got to hear what she got to say. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. See, y'all done left the damn chat room. This fucking StreamYard don't know how to act right. This is real, man. This shit got real. I mean, it been real, but it's like, it got real. Like, y'all the divestors. Y'all just proved them right.
If a man took testosterone therapy for 30 days, here is exactly how his body will transform. In the first 30 days, some men will start to notice.
Why are we talking about that? Okay, hold on.
Some violations, and I may offend some people with what I'm going to say, and I don't give a to all you Latinos that voted for Trump, I hope he mass deports you and your entire family, whether you were here legally or not. This was 2 months ago, y'all. I hope he does that. To you black men who your fragile ego couldn't take a black woman in office, so you either voted for Trump or you didn't vote at all. The police will now have carte blanche to murder you right where you stand. And when they do that, there's not going to be no GoFundMe's. Don't ask your family to ask us for shit. Just die. They can't afford to bury you. Dig a hole in their backyard. It is what it is.
Wow. She right.
Don't expect sympathy. Don't expect protest in the streets. We're not doing that. Black women, we're done with. We're done. We did our due diligence for this century and the next. We've done enough. We're not doing anymore. To you white women that once again voted against your interests, when your husbands start knocking you into the middle of next week and you can't do anything about it because no fault divorce is in play, I want you to take those black eyes and those busted lips as a personal thank you from Donald J. Trump each and every time you get.
I like her. I like her.
Don't look for nobody else. Don't ask for help. Take your beatings. For all of y'all that voted for Trump, I hope you get exactly what you voted for. Because the only thing he did was make America great for the people that it was great for from the beginning.
Thank you.
White men. That's what he did. He couldn't run the risk of whiteness no longer being the default, not being allowed to fail up. So when you're bleeding out somewhere and there's a medical emergency and you can't get no help, women who voted for him, don't take it. You just gotta die. If you got kids, they just gonna be motherless. It is what it is. You didn't give them, so we don't give them. That's just
she right.
That's how.
I like her. I think she needs to be the introduction. I think I need to download her and have her as the introduction of this show every time I open up this motherfucking show. Because black males, did you hear what the fuck she just said? Did you hear what the fuck she just said? She just literally just said the same shit I just said. And look, this is what, 2 months ago? We do still have melanin. We still do tap into the universe. Okay? We still pay attention. Don't make that face. 2 months ago. She knew it. She said, when you get shot down the street, you need GoFundMe. Fuck you. When you getting racially profiled, fuck you. That's the same thing I said. I didn't say fuck you yet. I'm saying it now. Black males, when you get stopped and frisked, fuck you. When he decided to shoot you because he saw a cell phone and thought it was a gun, fuck you. When he decided to get rid of your black ass when you in this certain positions, because there's a lot of black males in high positions in these jobs because DEI and civil rights, and they can make them some shit in a letter. Fuck you. She right about that. I'm not surprised that Becky and them voted for the white male. I'm not surprised because I already know what Becky is in this goddamn white supremacy. She got to go what works for her. She couldn't run around here with feminism if it wasn't for him allowing her to fucking do it. We know that already. That ain't shit. Okay? I like her. She did that lovely. And she mean every goddamn word too. Let's go. I like her.
How it is. This isn't America anymore. I don't know what the it is, but it's not going to be America. And if you think that Trump is going to be in that office for 4 years, you're insane. Because we about to be in a real live action episode of scandal. Because your next president is not Donald Trump. It's J.D. Vance. Because trust and believe. Within a year, you're not going to see Trump anymore. He's either going to be, and they're going to say it's illness or he died in his sleep. It's natural causes because he's old enough. Or they just going to let him spaz out and do the 25th. And that's when we're really going to be in the handmaid's tale. So I really hope all of you who voted for him, you get exactly what the you deserve.
Drink the coffee, it'll make you feel better.
Wow. These feminists are crashing out online. They are losing their minds. This should be very disturbing to you because just the amount of hate and ill wishing on everybody who she mentioned there is very, very, very concerning.
No, hold on. Let me
imagine if I got up here and said that about any group of women.
Dude, I don't care how soft you make your voice. Motherfucker, 2 months later, Trump just eliminated the Civil Rights Act. Okay, come over here and hear what the fuck I gotta say. What do you think is going to happen to you, black male, if they take away civil black males and your little boys? What do you think is going to fucking happen to you? And what self-defense rights do you think you're gonna fucking have for you and your black sons? Hello? What rights do you think? Civil rights has been revoked. And like she said, Trump is old and J.D. Vance will be the president, and that's when it's really going to be fucked up. That's when it's really going to get fucking ugly. Are y'all not paying attention? You're going to say the feminists are cracking. Oh, man, listen. What the fuck's going to happen to you, black male? Because I should go on your channel and see what you're talking about now. I'm curious what you're talking about right now, 2 months later. She's right in her anger. She's right in everything she said. She's right about the husbands beating on the wives and nothing getting done. She's right about black males dying. Give it another month. Give it another month. Saturn is in Pisces, baby. Give it until when that fucking the end of February to March. Give it that and see what the fuck happened. Y'all want to hear what this Negro got to say? Y'all want to hear his monkey noises? Because I'm curious. I wonder what the fuck what you got to say now. Because I'm about to look.
Because you disagreeing with feminists in our modern day is already categorized as hate speech, right? Having a different type of set of values, having more conservative values than a lot of these chicks, they'll look at you crazy. But I want you to see what a lot of these chicks are getting away with saying. Wishing death on black men, wishing harm on other women who disagree with them. And I get it. The elections did not go your way. But do these chicks understand that?
Do you niggers understand? Do you blackmail niggers understand what's happening to you? Huh, Baldy? Do you blackmail niggers understand what's about to happen to you? Because I don't think you do. He wants to call them chicks and all that shit, but the joke's going to be on you. And don't think being with Becky is going to save you, because that's really going to get you shot down. Especially if they believe in the one drop rule. Because they don't want you producing any more black males. Divested black women don't want you hearing any more black males. You understand? Divested black women don't give a fuck about black history, slavery, or what any of you did. She doesn't give a damn if the civil rights movement is gone. She's happy. She's happy. This is your demise. She's happy that all of this stuff is going the fuck away. It's kind of stupid on her part, right? It is a little stupid on her part to feel that way. But at the same time, this is the hate that you have caused upon your own women towards you. You did this. This is your karma. So you can say chicks all you want to and feminists all you want to, but you a black ass nigger right now. Do you understand that they can do that? Do you know that low key they can put for whites only? Do you not realize how deep this is? You dumbass nigger monkey, you. Because you deserve to be called one. And it's niggers like you that I hope get the first of the due diligence of it all. Because she's talking to niggers like you. It ain't about feminism right now. It ain't about chicks right now. This man has created something that is open season on you. That's what she's trying to get to click in your fucking head. He's going to take away BLM. Do you understand that? Black male culture has been centered, black culture, see, I said it already. Black culture has always been centered around the black male. Black culture has always turned around and was centered around the black male because you have been the dame in distress for all these motherfucking years in the patriarch of Mr. Beast. And she's saying something else that everyone does need to pay attention to, because when Trump's not here, that means J.D. Vance will be out the president, and we're definitely going to go into fucking the old wives' tale. The handmaiden's tale with that motherfucker. And America has only been great for the ones who enslaved you, you dumb nigger monkey motherfucker, you. Let's go. I don't want to hear him no more. I don't want to hear him no more. But I do want to hear what he got to say now. Hold on, let's see what this monkey got to say now, 2 months later. Since he want to talk about chicks and fucking feminists. Let's see. Okay, he's one of those. He creates dating and lifestyle content. Okay. When wives don't divorce good men. And respect. You black men think that y'all niggers think that this shit matter? It's open season on you niggas. It's open season on you niggas. Do y'all not understand this shit? It's open season. And my bad, y'all. I had to go off on this one. It was just the mere fact. Let's see what he be talking about. I'm 48-year-old married cat lady and have been engaged. Okay, so that's what you focus on. Tonight, com exposes for pandering, toxicity, alleged clapping cheeks. Okay. So you one of those. Okay, so you are one of those males that's for relationship people. Okay, let me tell you something. What the fuck is your name? You can talk about cat ladies. You can talk about divorces. You can talk about males because, like I told y'all, did not tell y'all the black male loves that white penis. He loves white men. Don't be fooled by it. He do. And you can talk about all that, but I want you to understand, you fucking chissa monkey nigger, you, because you ain't talking about that civil rights thing. Okay. When you decide to hold that cell phone you got right up here, and a motherfucker think that it's a fucking gun, and they shoot your nigger ass down. I mean, I can't wait. Do y'all not realize, black males, this is what y'all have wasted this is what y'all were building on. This is what y'all was talking about. Y'all were not building nothing for the women and children of your culture. Y'all have been doing nothing but doing this. You are the perfect example of what the divestors talk about. What they say, down to the base, this is you. You are the perfect example of why the divestors say you are a dusty with a bald fucking head and you're ugly. This is the great example of what I'm saying. Y'all spend more time looking pretty and putting on eyeliner and talking about what women do all fucking day. And Trump just took away the Civil Rights Act. Oh, she probably didn't call me because she know I'm on the show. Trump just took away the Civil Rights Act. I should have got that woman's name. Where's my phone? Speaking of phones, I can't find my phone. I didn't even put that shit in my pocket. Let me turn this light on. 1 second. I mean, bro. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, I found it. All right. Damn. Okay. She probably think technically I am. All right, hold on. Because I'm about to, man. Took away the Civil Rights Act. Y'all have sat here and did all this content talking about just dragging and dogging black women. You dragged and make sure you dog black women by voting for Trump. And he threw your ass under the bus, just like you did in slavery. This right here, y'all have proven to me that you motherfuckers put us in slavery. This is all y'all fucking fault. You better listen to that fucking woman instead of talking about some feminists are cracking. I don't think the woman is even a fucking feminist. I think she's a realist. I think that that woman is speaking what needed to come out. And you sitting here, you still over here 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago, talking about what other women, black women, got going on. But you're not seeing what's going to happen to you. You're not seeing how much at the end of the day, what she said was the truth. Because she said, I hope all you Latins and Hispanic that voted, I hope you deport all of y'all. That's what happened. You're going to talk about this child support new law. Okay? Hold on. Hold on. Sitting down, dragging black women or women in general as much as you can. But it's open season on you. And the reason why I turned him off, y'all, and I did that because he is I don't care for any of these black males. Okay? I don't. Like, I don't care for any of these black males. Because I know what they are and I know who they are. Okay, hold on. The thing is, hold on, let me see. I don't know why. It's just moving too slow for me. Hold on. I don't like this shit. The thing is, what makes me feel the way I feel is because I know. And I knew. I know and I knew that what is happening is we have that token type of black male, right? That sits back and he hates women. And he hates black women the most. Okay? And so he gets on public platforms, just like what they did in rap, and degrade and disrespect black women. And so you have divestors who tell black women, these niggas hate you. He is the epitome. He is the example of that hate. And so in return, Mr. Beast hates him because he can't be trusted. Everybody knows that the black male can't be trusted because look how he publicly treats his own people and his own children. And that is what the black male fails to fucking realize. This is why you need to watch the Game of Thrones. It was the Iron family. They could not get along with each other. They fought each other. It was a meeting, and one of them, other one, there was incest going on, a little bit of incest in one of the families that was part of that Iron family. And let me tell you, they had the iron. Everybody needed that. But they were not together. They had the highest resource. So therefore, nobody trusted them because they fought each other too much. And this is what the black male has done. Because this is the patriarchy. And they know that the Civil Rights Act and all of that stuff was for you and to protect you. They know that. So now they've taken away that. Somebody could look at this black bald-headed monkey nigger and be like, yeah, I don't like him. We need to fire him. We don't like his channel. Report his channel. Take him down. Shut his shit down. But here's the thing, black males. Y'all spend so much time on social media hosting radio shows and podcasts and openly talk about the shit y'all talk about. And now the black divested women, what do you think now? Do you understand the level of joy that the black divested woman has right now? Do you understand it? Do you understand the level of joy that the black divested woman has on the fact that you can get, black males, I'm talking to you, that you can get shot down in this street with no consequences? That you can commit a crime such as robbery or stealing a car and you can get lethal injection, because he got more lethal injections going on, because now he has really brought back the death penalty upon you. Lethal injection. Who do you think is going to happen to? Everybody was advocating and praising Luigi for killing people rightfully. Who do you think people are going to kill? Who they're going to believe is killed rightfully? They're going to kill the male in the patriarchy who's going to be deemed as worthless. A lot of the businesses y'all got, other people can just do it. It ain't really that special. I looked it up. What mega corporations is owned by black? I went to Black Enterprise and all of that. So I was significantly black owned mega corporations by black males, and I only got 10. That's not enough. I bet you if I ask about Asians, I bet you I'll get a whole more than 100. I'll probably get more than 100. And those rest of those, out of those 10, were black women owned businesses. Y'all don't waste no time but to show your absolute disdain and hate towards black women. Yup. Y'all didn't waste no time to show your absolute hate and disdain for black women. But they put but high power wig, they put that misery on us. Did you catch what I told you? The Civil Rights Act is revoked. The Civil Rights Act has been revoked. And on top of the Civil Rights Act being revoked, you know they're going to take down, if they're going to shut down BLM. You know they are. Made me stop screen sharing because it be fucking up my audio. So just like I said to the video I just played, he can holler feminists, he can holler chicks, and all that shit, all they want to. Well, guess what? They just cut off their nose to spite their face, because their face just got played. Their face just got fucking played. 1964 Civil Rights Act has been revoked. BLM is about to get shut down. Okay? Search and seizure. I thought about that. Search and stop and frisk. Now they can stop and frisk. Yeah, but guess what? Males and white people are the same people. I mean, yeah. Oh, yeah. Because we see that, listen, Becky voted. The divested voted for Trump. Becky voted for Trump. The divested voted for Trump. And the nigga voted for Trump. That's a class issue. Being morally bankrupt is a class. Yes. Those are the main three. And Latinos voted for Trump. Everybody betrayed each other voting for this male called Trump. Vice president is the one who's a part of the Project 2025. And I'm going to be reading that all over again. This is what everybody voted for. And then on top of that, when it was so clever because the way they was able to do it was they attacked DEI first. DEI was the doorway because technically that's what the civil rights is. The civil rights is diversity, equality, inclusivity. Right? That's the whole thing about the Civil Rights Act. So there was no reason to put DEI out there, whoever invented or started that. So now when he took that away, he was able to take the Civil Rights Act away. Then soon he's going to take BLM away. And then everything else stripped away. Okay? White women benefit from DEI the most. I never used it. It's not on my resume. I had just started hearing about it like last year briefly. Everybody voted against themselves. We're not surprised that the divestors voted for Trump, right? They suck. They white male worship all day. We know that. And we know they don't like women, the divestors, and anything that's associated with anything black, they don't like it. So we're not surprised because Kamala was a East Indian Jamaican woman. And if you know anything about West, she's pretty much an East Indian and West Indian woman. But that's still too close to a black woman for them. Yes, it's okay. I understand what you're saying. Because of the women and the minimum wage and I get it. I see what you're saying. Because like I said, I didn't get into DEI like that. I don't. They said people had it on their resume. I was just like, I don't have that on my resume. Like, my resume is my resume of things I've accomplished. I got 2 resumes. My media resume and writing resume. I have my regular working resume. So that's why I'm saying that it comes to, look, what I'm making a point to say in this topic is this. Anything that is for black people, well, okay, because somebody had mentioned something about get that off your resume or some shit, you know. I'm going by what I heard. I heard Kendall St. Charles tell people to get DEI off your resume because they're going to take that away and this and that. Because she said that last year on the Pink Pill show. And I was like, okay. You know what I'm saying? But, okay. Now, listen. My thing is this. In black culture, we know that the black culture is centered around the black male. So all these civil rights and all these different laws and stuff is centered around the black male and black culture. BLM is centered around the black male and the black culture because who were the main ones getting shot down? We are aware that black women were, but we know they were focused on black males getting shot down. Oh, girl, can we keep this one up? Let's put a star next to this one. Oh, they not even coming to work. It's symbolism. That's symbolism. The fruits are getting rotten because immigrants. That's some deep shit right there. The fruits are getting rotten, right? The whole symbolism of all of this. So as I was saying, it's more black male centered. So if you strip away civil rights, you strip away BLM, you put stop and frisk still here, you've really taken everybody back to the 60s again. You've pulled the whole everything is going back to the 60s. And if you know anything about what was happening to black people in those times, if you have black families that can tell you the stories, because the same thing that was happening here in America was happening in the Caribbean too. And you're going to find that cops can just pull you over and beat your ass. Black women can just get abused by males of the cultures, divestors. Yeah. There are black women who had to fight to stay on the same side of the street as a white male. Did you know that, divester? Did you know that white males would slap the shit out of a black woman if she was caught? It didn't matter if she was a black girl, if she was walking the same street that he was on. That's why white males have this entitlement when they walk down the street. You understand where I'm going with this, y'all? So black males, the one that was just talking earlier, if you caught the video, who wants to talk about chicks and feminists and spew his hate towards women and especially black women, and you look like you probably a fucking Caribbean too, you're gonna get what you get for that. Because none of that shit matters. You thought that shit mattered? None of that shit matters. Because now, because he ain't talking about that. Because I went back to look, he ain't talking about that. It's open season. And what about you black males in these interracial relationships who are dark skinned? It's open season for you. And this is what you voted for. You see how the Latins and Hispanics betray so much that they going after the school. But luckily we got people that got a heart, because they was testing them, because they had some people who were nice to come to the schools, and they ain't let them motherfuckers in. They was waiting for them. They was not letting them in that school. Okay? They were fighting. It was like 3 to 4 states it happened to. And I knew that they was testing the waters to see who was going to let them come in there and raid those children. And nobody did. Because we're millennials and Gen Z. We don't play when it comes to them babies. And so therefore, that didn't happen. But the Latins and the Hispanics who betrayed each other got an ugly wake-up call, because now their families is going away. One girl said her grandma told her, if I leave and I have to go back, make sure you don't go down the wrong path. And she was crying about it and talking about we need to stick together and have help for fucking what? If any group of women got isolated in this whole thing, it was the black woman. Black women got isolated by everybody. The black woman got betrayed by everybody. Tell me I'm lying. She got betrayed by every fucking body. But according to the divestors, those are all the mammies that voted. But for me, I would think that maybe some divested black women wanted Kamala to be the president, because she's a woman and she's a black woman and she's a mixed woman. But see, I have to remember what is classified as a divested product child would be her mother being a black woman and the father being white, Polish, or something like that, right? So she didn't meet that mark. She still fell into the nigger category because she was still West Indian. She still had that Jamaican, that Yardie in her. That's why the divestors did not trust her. They were like, nope, she's still a mammy. That's what it was about. And that's why they dragged her the way that they did. Hmm. 92% of black women voted. And you have to ask yourself, why did they put that out here so much? Why did they put commercials telling everybody that they're going to know who voted and who did not vote? Why did they do that? And why does everybody know that 92% of black women voted for Kamala? And why does everybody have to see who betrayed who? Because that's what Trump has always been. He has been the one to bring out the truth, to bring out the honesty amongst what people feel about what they feel about. Do you know he's trying to change free speech? Yeah, he's trying to do something where he's changing free speech. Again, who do you think that's going to affect? Who are the most free speaking people? But everybody's free speech, right? I mean, social media, right? But who you think he going to shut down for free speech? Do you understand? Do you understand what this has done? People's businesses. Oh, speaking of the immigrants, there are businesses. I'm gonna find that video. That if they don't get their production done in 2 days, they're done. Okay, let me find it for you. And like I said, I went off on this Chesna guy because we see his type all the time, right? With what they call him, the podcast, bro. We see his type all the time. But what got to me with him was he was to me the very example of the black male. The black male that's the problem. You see what I'm saying? The black male that these divestors talk about. Okay, let's go. So this one is talking about how it affecting the farmers. This is 2 days ago, but we're gonna go ahead and watch. But I'm gonna go ahead and play this. Hold on, y'all.
Showcase them dynamically and seamlessly track your inventory. Accept multiple secure payments and design your storefront.
American farmers are bracing for some big changes under President Trump's new immigration policy. They don't know what the future workforce could look like in an industry that relies very heavily on this migrant labor. Nearly half of America's farm workers, half, are thought to be undocumented. Nancy Chen spoke with some of those farmers to find out how it could become even more difficult for them to stay in business.
It takes a lot of hands to hand harvest fruits and vegetables.
Talk to any farmer and they'll tell you it's difficult work.
This is a 24-hour job. So I need people who are willing to work in shifts at different times of the day.
But it's hard to find those people.
Yeah.
American farms are on the decline. There was a 7% drop in farms from 2017 to 2022, according to the USDA. That's about 142,000 fewer farms in just 5 years. These days, farmers are up against bird flu outbreaks, higher costs for feed and fertilizer, and climate change. But their livelihoods depend on a reliable workforce. And now they're concerned about how President Trump's campaign promise to launch the largest deportation effort in American history will play out. Immigration taking center stage from day one.
First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border.
About 2/3 of crop workers are foreign-born. And while many come to the U.S. for seasonal jobs legally through H-2A visas, the USDA estimates that 42% of crop laborers are undocumented.
Yeah.
New Jersey farmer Kurt Alstead says his workers are all legally authorized, but he's watching closely to see what Trump does next.
When we talk about the ripple effects of a potential mass deportation, labor is already hard enough to find as is. Could it be even more difficult to find across the board?
Okay, this is 2 days ago, y'all.
That does happen.
Well, there's no question in the United States we have a shrinking workforce. Anything that happens from a policy standpoint that reduces people in our workforce is going to make it very difficult for industry, and certainly for agriculture. We would be in big trouble if we lost workforce.
The labor union, United Farm Workers, has already seen an uptick in migrants asking for help.
Threats are scary, but at the same time, farm workers more than anyone understand the reality that without them, this work is not going to get done.
And fewer workers could mean less homegrown produce, according to University of Montana economist Diane Charlton.
But will consumers see higher prices if there are these mass deportations?
Maybe to a certain extent, consumers might not see a really big impact in the grocery stores, but there will be less domestically grown fruits and vegetables.
Does that mean more farms could go belly up?
Definitely.
Nate Chittenden, a third-generation New York dairy farmer, says his industry needs change.
We all want safe, affordable food in this country. We all realize that people that work hard deserve a chance to improve their lives. You know, we have to figure out what we can do to make that happen without breaking the system.
It's still unclear exactly how Trump's mass deportation plan would affect farm workers, but we reached out to the Trump team, which repeated the president's commitment to deporting migrant criminals. That said, just another worry to add for these farmers who already have so much to deal with.
It's a really interesting report. And, you know, the reality of immigration is it does create more competition for jobs. That's why some people on the left also want restrictions.
Sure.
But I'm curious, these jobs on the farms, are there Americans who would take them?
The farmer that we talked to in New Jersey said that he had not had a local applicant in 20 years. These are jobs that people
20 years.
Yes.
Wow.
And that's why he's reaching out to the H-2A visa programs.
Because that's part of the argument, Tony. People say, well, they're taking jobs from Americans who need jobs, but listening to that in this industry, that doesn't appear the case. I thought it was interesting that he said that produce prices wouldn't go up.
Yeah, it seems surprising, right? But as it is, so few of the dollars that you pay at the grocery store actually go back to the farm as is.
Yeah. All right, Nancy, we appreciate you.
Why is everyone spiraling over YouTube banning ad blockers? Like,
y'all didn't notice? Y'all never knew the level of hard work that immigrants have been contributing to America? Y'all didn't know the level of hard work that black women have been contributing to this goddamn country? Oh, y'all didn't know that. Yeah, I'm just curious. What did you black males think? Did you think that with civil rights and did you think that these people really liked you? Black males, I just have this one question. Do you really think that these people really liked you, saw you on their side, and saw you as a part of their patriarchy and their business deals and stuff? You really thought they liked you? Let me tell you something. I remember this Ben told me when BLM came out and stuff, he was like, we added a black guy to the band because we wanted diversity in the group. That's horrible. Don't add me because of that. But this is what I've heard people say. There's one band right now that has a black guy, and he looks like he needs to go be playing drums for the church, not for a fucking metal band. I can't stand to see him. He doesn't even fit in the fucking group. It's like it's so many fucking alternative black people who can rip those fucking drums to shreds. Get him out of here. This is the type of shit that I see. And this bald-headed nigga, he wants to talk about relationships, dating, wives, and women with a bunch of children. This is what he wants to talk about. All right, we're going to go ahead and have somebody that's decent talking about the Civil Rights Act. Okay. Oh, what does it mean? I know I spelled revolt wrong. Kind of wrote that backwards. So he took away birthright citizenship. He did mass deportation. We have a travel ban in Muslim countries. Y'all know about that? I looked at it today. The place I want to go, they said I have to use cautionary measures because they said there was terrorist acts or something like that, but I'm still going to go to that country. It was only one country I looked up today because it was a lot. You know, South Korea's banned. We know that already. Some people, that don't even count, right? There's a lot of places that's banned, but mostly Muslim, Iran, Liberia, Tanzania, Kenya. All of the Muslim countries are banned. Most of those are gone. So we have a travel ban. Let's go in order. Mass deportation. Deportation, even with birthright citizenship, which is an amendment, the 14th Amendment, after the 13th Amendment. You should all know the 13th Amendment by now. Then after that, travel ban. Civil Rights Act being taken away. Abortion ban, right? We didn't talk about that part. We're just male and female. There's no non-binary. There's no this, there's no that. We're male and female, okay? So now there's no males in sports anymore. Or no trans women in sports anymore. I don't know what's going to happen to the trans woman health department person that came in during Biden's administration. I don't know what's going to happen to her. Then we have what did I say? Oh, Civil Rights Act. This is the order. The Civil Rights Act is getting taken away. Then I told y'all already, they're going to take away BLM. We're going to see if they get rid of BLM. DEI first, Civil Rights Act, and then soon it's going to be BLM next. Okay? This is going to be taken away. All this stuff slowly stripped away from us. Did y'all know there's a Women's Right Act? That's going to be stripped away too? Because, matter of fact, there's a lot of... The Civil Rights Act is an umbrella of rights for many people. Everybody began to run behind the Civil Rights Act. There was a Women's Rights Act as well. So technically, that's been stripped away too. Yes, yes. They are. Absolutely, they are dismantling the government. Ooh, woo. So if you don't see it as rights being taken away, what do you, okay, is that, so you don't see it as rights being taken away, you see it as a dismantling the government. This is our birthright to be and to move how we want. Yeah, we should be able to get on an airplane and go wherever the fuck we want to go, as long as there's no threats to the country, right? Girl, that's the one little frightening thing that I see. That's the one little frightening thing that I see. Because if the USA no longer exists, then what will exist? I think we kind of already was in a new world order. This is just kind of, we've already kind of been in a new world order. But I think right here, this is like, oh, yeah, that's the part that do you remember I said that? I said the one thing I'm afraid of with Trump is I hope he don't do a travel ban. I said that's the number one thing I'm afraid of. I hope Trump don't do a fucking travel ban. Yeah, this. Have you ever seen Children of Men? This is that movie. No one could leave the U.S. Nobody could come into the U.S. No more children were being born. The only woman that was pregnant was a black woman. Everybody was going after her because she was the only one that could have a baby. They had suicide pills. Anybody ever seen the movie Children of Men? That's a dark ass movie. That shit came out in early 2007-ish, 2006, 2007. Okay, hold on. Okay. I might have to go to Mr. Heavy Lip. Guts conscious of Justice Department freeze civil rights cases. Okay, here we go. God damn, that man looked dead in the corner. Okay, this is a day ago. So let's go ahead and look at this, y'all. I don't know why it doesn't show me the most recent. I tell them
I would
always
like you to build this.
give me something for the day,
boundless.
the last
Something
24
new.
hours.
The Brutalist has now been.
I don't know what the fuck this is. It looks good. It looks like a Jewish movie.
For Al Sharpton, host of MSN.
They're trying to take away African American studies. Did y'all know that? They're trying to change the whole school system of a universal everybody equality thing. So they're trying to take away stories of slavery, and they're going to take away stories of slavery, and anything that's African American studies, that's going to be taken out of school.
NBC's Politics Nation, president of the National Action Network, and my good friend, Rev. There are a lot of people who don't really know the work of the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice. It is storied. This is a very big deal, stopping its work right now. What's the net effect it's going to have on people?
The net effect is that there will not be a department armed with federal law to protect citizens against hate crime, against crime against women, against crime against LGBTQ. The human rights of all of our citizens were protected by this division, the Civil Rights Division. And let's remember, when you mentioned George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, and you could have mentioned Ahmaud Arbery, all of that happened while President Trump was president, and he did nothing. But the Civil Rights Division under Biden came in and prosecuted the police in George Floyd, even though they had faced state charges and state convictions, and in Ahmaud Arbery. And they had consent decrees with those police departments. With all of that removed, Trump is now trying to have a society where there would be no redress for the George Floyds, no redress for the Minneapolis Police Department, as well as the departments that they put under decree under the Biden administration. So it is to really undo. He's already tried to undo with dealing with the question of suspending DEI. Now we're dealing with him disarming us from even having the law properly investigate civil rights crimes.
So one of the reasons that the Civil Rights Division stepped in the cases that you mentioned is that states sometimes don't have the power. The crime doesn't meet some sort of state standard. And what the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice says is that this crime or this alleged activity violated someone's civil rights, and they go in with federal protection. So sometimes it's the lawsuit of last resort.
It's not only the law, the feds have the resources that some of the states don't have, and it's different federal law. But let's not forget, when he first ran, Charlottesville happened. And you had people marching down the street saying Jews will not replace us. And the Civil Rights Division looks at that. We had the first hate crime summit in the White House with Joe Biden as president, Kamala Harris as vice president, with Jonathan Greenblatt of the American Anti-Defamation League and Mark Morial and myself sharing it. So he'll send a signal in 3 days. That I'm suspending DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and I'm going to shut down the Civil Rights Division. He hasn't even been the president a week and has declared war on the human and civil rights of blacks, of Jews, of gays, LGBTQ, trans. He's declared outright war.
I want to talk about consent decrees. Again, a word that a lot of people don't know in between times that we hear of these police abuses, but it's the federal government basically saying, we've examined your police department or your city. You have a pervasive pattern of discriminatory or bad behavior, and we're going to monitor you and check in on you until you improve. Donald Trump is saying that goes away.
And here's the same guy that claims that the Democrats weaponized the system against him, but he will not have them look at whether or not they're dealing fairly with whole groups of communities, whole groups of people based on who they are. So you can deal with the individual downside, but you can't deal with what could collectively been something that would harm the rights of citizens. This is, I can't think in.
I'm still gonna go back to black males because that's the topic of the night. See, black males, This is Mr. Al Sharpton. We all know him. He used to be fat and now he's skinny, right? The white male has always given you the shit that they have given you. That's why they can take it away. They gave you your civil rights. They gave you your BLM. They gave you this shit. So therefore they can take it away. Do y'all real like, is it now clicking? Is it now hitting you? And what did you do with what resources that you had for yourself? But well, you did a lot for yourself, but for your community as a whole, what the fuck did you do? And what you're still doing? There's a bald-headed monkey nigger male right now talking on a podcast, talking about women and wives and cat ladies while this is going on, not having a clue that YouTube was given to you by a white male, Google was given to you by a white male. Oh, well, we can't take away the Asians. The Asians have contributed a lot. It was a Japanese man who invented the Twin Towers. Okay, who was the architecture of this, not the inventor, but the architecture of the Twin Towers. A lot of you'll find a lot of Asians are the architectures of many buildings out here. And interior, well, more so the architectures than interior designer. Most of the white women and black women are your interior designers, mainly white women. Now he taking it away. And yes, the women of your culture, called the black women, fought hard for you. And it's sad because black women fought not just for black males, black women fought for everybody. Black women fought across the board. Black women was the women that was always caused to fight. This march that they recently had, you see the black woman in the all black in her hat. Look better than Melena's hat. Was still out there. But what now, black males? Al Sharpton can check out, he old.
In my lifetime, a darker period in terms of dealing with the government not being accountable to protecting the citizens.
You're talking about DEI. Donald Trump has revoked a civil rights rule that prevents workplace discrimination that was enacted by Lyndon Baines Johnson in 1965. Quote, it forbade federal contractors from discriminating on the basis of race, color, religion, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, or gender identity. It granted the Labor Department the power to enforce its provisions. Obviously, some of that has evolved because in 1965 we weren't covering all that stuff. But this was kept in place by Nixon, by Ford, by Reagan, by Bush 41, by Bush 43, all the Democrats included, and for some reason in Donald Trump's first term. But now this idea of being anti-workplace discrimination is categorized as DEI, and it's gone.
It's gone. And you have to ask yourself, what is the motive? If Republican and Democratic presidents have maintained this, let's remember, affirmative action started under Richard Nixon, a Republican. His Deputy Secretary of Labor, Arthur Fletcher, wrote it. So what is so atrocious to Donald Trump that nobody before him saw? We certainly can't say the data says that the problems of racial discrimination at the workplace is something that warrants us to just go and do something else, that all of that is resolved. So he's playing.
Y'all have been arguing for years. Oh, Mr. White Man will give the black woman a job before he gives me a job, and I can't be a man in the house, and da-da-da-da. That has been your argument, right? But at the same time, growing up in the city, I have seen y'all get jobs, if not the same, or lifting some shit, and you get paid $1 or $2 more than me. And I never gave a damn because I wasn't doing no heavy lifting work, so more power to you, right? Now, you were given opportunities. Plenty opportunities over the black woman. I still don't believe the black woman got a job over you. That is a fucking lie. But here's the thing. Who do you believe all this Workers' Civil Rights Act stuff was protecting? Their job, my job right now, there are black males in high positions. Okay. I don't know what the fuck they do, but one of them is training for forklifting for one of my family members. And another one, I don't know what he do, but he dresses up really nice all the time. I call him Mr. GQ because he's always dressed up. And the only time I only heard any interaction with this male is when he was just trying to wonder why the line was running slow. But other than that, I don't know what he does. But there's one main one that everyone speaks to, that so these black males are at these jobs and they're holding positions. These black males are managers and because they've been holding their job down for so long in order to have these positions. Okay? So with this Civil Rights Act being stripped, black males, who do you think is the first person that's going to go? See, the thing about black women are like more needed. Because even I saw an article that told black women, stop doing more work than you need to do. Because I can tell you at my job, there's some jobs where it's just a position where it's mostly black women who are dark-skinned women, and they hold down the fucking factory lines. They hold down making sure shit get done. And I'm one of those. I'm not going to hold you. I'm one of those black women that be right by their side helping out. And that's not even my position, but I will sit up and do it. Now, I've slowed down now, but there's a lot of times I get up and I get the things done. You get what I'm saying? But, because I'm at work. I'm going to work, right? But the thing is, black males, do you not realize what is happening here? Do you not realize, even in the social media world, even if your channel's doing good, they can push your channel down and you don't be the top channel that people look for? Do you not realize what you have done? This is what I'm trying to get the point across to the black males, that yes. Yeah. Definitely a psyop. Definitely that shit, bro.
To a race-based crowd, he's trying to, in many ways, play this us against them, which is why we have said in National Action Network and other groups that we've got to go after the private sector that wants to end DEI and say those that want to take that side, you don't want diversity, inclusion, and equity, then you should have a diverse consumer base. And we're going to 90 days, start targeting some of these companies that say, fine, you can go with Trump, but you will not have our consumer dollar.
That's going to be hard. Where I lived at, the store was Spanish owned. You get where I'm going with this? Where I lived at, there was Chinese stores. Nobody has anything against the Asians, so that's cool. Like, nobody ever has anything against Asians, right? There was Chinese stores. Then there was, the bodegas, which is the Arabs is in there. We know that, Ak and them. Then you got the Italian pizza spots. Where I lived at, what I'm saying, in other places throughout the city is built like this. So how is this blocking going to work? Everybody needs, everybody needs Walmart. You need a grocery store. You need, there's things that we need out here. Instead of asking white men for rights, stop working. But then if we don't work, then we don't make our money. Then we can't live. See how this goes? That's how weak-minded people are. They speak from the perspective of a mentally defeated person. Yes, I hear you. I'ma still live my life. I still gotta go to Food Lion, CVS, whatever. I still need these companies. I'm not looking to be hired. Well, I did try to get hired at Food Lion, but I need that. But then what do we do? What do we do? What do I do as a black woman? I mean, this is the truth. I'm not weak-minded at all. I'm not saying you said I was. I'm just saying I'm not weak-minded at all, but afraid of any of this shit. I'm looking at the bigger picture. I'm looking at the bigger picture. At the end of the day, the black male has nothing. He has nothing. Can we just say what it is? He has nothing. He is nothing. Yes, to work is to maintain our slavery. To work is to maintain the slavery of having. Yeah, I know that. Trust me, that I know. That I know. I get it. Work isn't just 9 to 5. I absolutely agree with everything that you were saying. I've been there. In my 20s, I thought the same way. I have had that mentality. It was people telling people, this is what you can do as black people to have ownership. These were not just black people in America. They were in the Caribbean all the way up to London. And some of them in Japan, because they all over. And it was like, this is what black people can do. This is what the people can do. So we don't have to need them. We can create jobs for each other. Trust me, this conversation has been going on for years. But now the shit has hit the fan. Civil rights was given to us. All of these rights was given to us, and now it's being taken away by Mr. Beast. YouTube, Blog Talk Radio, any podcasting. Podcast used to be radio shows. Now it's podcasting for the past 10 years. Given to us. And I've been writing for years how staged this world is, how staged these music artists and rappers is, how they all come from foster care, how they're all fucking a part of the ritual of the world. Because this is definitely a ritual. We know this is definitely a ritual. And this is like something that, black people been complaining so much spiritually about racism, and white supremacy. Now racism and white supremacy has now manifested. But now it's manifested in a way where now people really see what white supremacy really is. This is white supremacy. And so now what I'm looking at, High Power Wig, I'm saying this to you. I want to know what you think about this. How does now the divested black woman play in the game of white supremacy? Because would she not still kind of fall in the category? Because if we're going to do Civil Rights Act being taken away, then she could be harassed for being in that interracial relationship. Even though we know JD Vance is with, I don't think she don't look like a full East Indian. She look like a very Americanized white woman that has probably East Indian grandparents or some shit. I don't see the red dot on her head, nothing. Like, I don't know about that. But that's another topic. But I'm just saying, like, how does she play into this? Because my thing is, when I listen to it all, let me finish listening to what he talking about. Damn, he looks horrible.
How did Martin Luther King start? He started by boycotting the Montgomery bus boycott. So sometimes when you won't hear our appeal, you will hear our dollars.
And the other side of that,
the other way.
Yeah.
Hold on, y'all. 6 hours ago, someone says Trump's first executive orders are a mess. Who is this?
Can you tell me again how a CBT Nugget subscription actually saves me money?
Hold on, it's a mess. I'm gonna go ahead and play him, okay? While we have a little chit chat in the chat room, y'all. I'll come to you in a minute because I'm not in there.
Of executive orders from his first day in office. Birthright citizenship, trans rights, TikTok, you name it. But few sources are digging into whether Trump can actually do any of the things that he's trying to do by executive order.
See, that's another thing, that's the argument. Okay, that's another thing. That's the argument. Can he do these things? Does Trump truly have the power to do these things that he's saying that he's going to do? So we didn't even get to that part. My thing is, I got the gun to the face of black males right now. Okay? I got the mirror and the gun to the face of the black male right now. That's who I'm getting after. Because, and then the one who made the comment that he made.
So I guess we're going to do it. Now, executive orders are official documents through which the President of the United States manages the operations of the federal government. The Constitution does not directly address executive orders, and no federal statute explicitly authorizes them. However, they are accepted as part of a president's inherent powers regarding the executive branch. A president can issue executive orders to direct the executive branch, enforce existing laws, or manage national emergencies, provided the president acts within their constitutional or statutory authority. Executive orders do not need congressional approval and cannot be directly overturned by lawmakers. But an executive order cannot contradict congressionally passed laws or contradict the Constitution. Executive orders have become more common over time, in part because congressional gridlock has made passing laws more difficult. Traditionally, the party that is not in the White House complains about the abuse of executive orders, and then once they get into the White House, they do even more via executive order than the previous administration. But actions taken pursuant to these orders are subject to judicial oversight, and you can bet that many of Trump's orders will be contested in court, just like they were during his first term. So let's dig into these executive orders. In one, Trump declared a national emergency on the US-Mexico border. In another order, Trump declared, quote, the current situation at the southern border qualifies as an invasion. The order suspends, quote, the physical entry of aliens involved in an invasion into the United States across the southern border until I determine that the invasion has concluded. Now, can the president do this? Well, the Immigration and Nationality Act outlines the legal framework for individuals who seek protection in the US because they fear persecution in their home country. And the president might not be permitted to suspend physical entry of asylum seekers into the United States, and he may not be authorized to stop asylum seekers who are already in the United States from getting a hearing. Section 212F of the INA allows the president to restrict or suspend entry of non-citizens or groups of non-citizens into the United States if their entry is determined to be detrimental to the interests of the United States. Trump has dubiously asserted that immigrants are passing through countries with communicable diseases, and that one reason they are detrimental is to the health and national security of Americans, but this determination might have exceeded his authority. To deal with this alleged invasion, Trump asked the Secretary of State to designate specific international groups, including Tren de Aragua and MS-13, as foreign terrorist organizations. It says, quote, within 14 days of the date of this order, the Secretary of State shall take all appropriate action in consultation with the Secretary of the Treasury, the Attorney General, and the Secretary of Homeland Security and the Director of National Intelligence to make a recommendation regarding the designation of any cartel. Can he do that? Probably. The authority to designate a group as a foreign terrorist organization is delegated to the Secretary of State by the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act of 1996. So the president may direct the Secretary of State to review certain groups for potential designation.
Okay, wait, before we get to that, I don't have a problem with criminals being exited out of this motherfucking country. Matter of fact, take motherfucking the losers too. Okay, we don't need useless motherfuckers over here, though. And you know what? I can't even say that no more because America is full of useless motherfuckers, right?
But the formal authority lies with the secretary. Trump also announced plans to invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to take action against these groups. But that act only applies to people who are nationals of countries the U.S. is at war with or where there is a declared hostility. Trump ordered the government to halt the admission of refugees and cites situations in places like Springfield, Ohio, and Charleroi, Wisconsin, where large numbers of refugees settled. You might recall some of the complete fabricated lies about immigrants eating pets.
Do you think you have what it takes to make like it never
God
even
damn
happened?
it, don't fuck up my show.
Then you belong at the #1 brand in property restoration.
Trump says his authority to suspend the U.S. refugee admissions program stems from his Section 212F powers. But Trump ordered the Secretary of State and others to designate cartels and gangs as foreign terrorist organizations. And he ostensibly gave the military more power to, quote, protect the territorial integrity of the United States and seal the borders. Trump directed the Attorney General to seek the death penalty for capital crimes committed by immigrants without legal status. And in another order, Trump rescinded former President Biden's administrative executive orders and ordered the Attorney General and the Secretary of Homeland Security to, quote, evaluate and undertake any lawful actions to ensure that so-called sanctuary jurisdictions are ineffective. He also ordered the director of OMB to deny public benefits to illegal aliens who are not eligible for it. And the president is certainly within his authority to rescind former President Biden's orders and take lawful actions to limit the authority of sanctuary cities and states within the law. Trump also signed an order resuming building of the wall, suspending the CNHV parole program, which enabled Haitians, Venezuelans, Cubans, and Nicaraguans to settle temporarily in the United States. And the government must also stop allowing non-citizens in Mexico to make appointments to present asylum claims. Some of these new restrictions are probably within the president's powers.
That one right there, I want to go back. I don't got to get into it. Okay? I just want y'all to just see. Trump got it out for the fucking Caribbean. I don't know what it is. I don't know what he experienced. But Trump got it out for the Caribbeans. And understand that these are black Caribbeans. Okay? These are what's classified as black Caribbeans. You got to understand that these are the places that have been enslaved in white supremacy. These are the countries. Well, we know Haiti, the French. I don't know much about Venezuela. Y'all can just drop a history lesson in the chat room. Because Venezuela is right next to Trinidad. And where do we begin with the Cubans? The Cubans been fighting back and forth for a lot of things with America. Okay? And the Cubans, they have their separatism and colorism too. At the end of the day, the Cubans were enslaved too. And the Cuban natives, the thing with Cuban was the natives got enslaved, and that was against the law, and that's the fight that they had to have. And you know, there was another tribe from Puerto Rico that told about the Cubans. It's a whole fucking story with Cuba. And America and Cuba, man, it's been crazy. And the Haitians, we know about the French Revolution with the Haitians, and they got betrayed themselves too. So all of these people, these are the niggas. Okay, these are the nigga immigrants. That's all. I'm just trying to make a point to say.
Asylum claims. Some of these new restrictions are probably within the president's powers, but it's hard to say how each of these will play out. The language in the executive order is not specific enough to tell us exactly what Trump will do and how he will do it, and it's likely that he will continue to sign new orders in this area, which will give us more clarity on what he can and cannot do. And the ACLU has already filed suit over the refugee policies. And as predicted, Trump has attacked birthright citizenship. As Liz Dye explained in our previous video, birthright citizenship is a cornerstone of constitutional law and has been reaffirmed in legal decisions for 150 years. Trump's order ostensibly declares that a child born in the United States is not a citizen if, at the time of birth, their mother is either unlawfully present in the United States or their mother's presence in the United States was lawful but temporary, and their father was not a U.S. citizen or lawful permanent resident. It applies to children born after 30 days from the date of the order, and the order is broader than expected, ostensibly covering children of undocumented immigrants, and also those born to foreign nationals who are legally in the country on visas. Now, the interpretation of the 14th Amendment on which this executive order relies is not reflected in current law or legal precedent, and therefore it's very likely the courts will strike it down. As we've covered in other videos, the 14th Amendment says that birthright citizenship applies unless you are not bound by the laws of the United States. And I think even the Trump administration wants immigrants and tourists to be bound by the laws of the United States when they are in this country. Or he just created the purge. I don't know. Maybe that's what he wants too. And lawyers are not going to give up on bedrock constitutional rights without a fight. And the ACLU and at least 18 states have filed lawsuits to enjoin this order.
Damn,
then there's TikTok. We've finally seen the TikTok order, and it raises more questions than answers. The order instructs.
These goddamn commercials is killing me, bro. I can't even fucking mute on time. Hey, I want to watch it now, but I can't.
Under the law for 75 days, and this extension is meant to give ByteDance, TikTok's Chinese parent company, additional time to negotiate a sale of its U.S. assets. The order directs the Department of Justice to promise app stores the government won't fine them if they offer TikTok to new users. Quote, during this period, the Department of Justice shall take no action to enforce the act or impose any penalties against any entity for any non-compliance with the act. But as we talked about last week, the Supreme Court upheld the constitutionality of the TikTok ban statute. And the act says that the president may extend the ban deadline by 90 days, but only if a sale is in progress. ByteDance has insisted it will not sell TikTok, and no sale is in progress. And an executive order does not suspend a statute that was passed by Congress. Republican Senators Tom Cotton and Pete Ricketts insisted, quote, there is no legal basis for any kind of extension of its effective date. And Senator Cotton said, quote, nothing in the order changes the legal scheme, and the companies, quote, face hundreds of billions of dollars of ruinous liability under the law. The AG may follow Trump's directive, but nothing in the order prevents future administrations from fining companies who violated the law. And of note, Apple has still not made the app available for download by new users. And when he signed the order, Trump made a lot of wild statements about TikTok, an app he once tried to ban. And as we discussed in the video about the situation, the US government has serious concerns about TikTok's data collection practices. But Trump said that now he's seen TikTok, it's not that big of a deal. Quote, because I got to use it, and remember, TikTok is largely about kids, young kids. If China is going to get information about young kids out of it, to be honest, I think we have bigger problems than that. So great, the president doesn't care about those data issues now that he's cozied up to the CEO of TikTok. And now he just won't enforce the law. Now, we've expressed some skepticism about the legal basis for the TikTok ban, but at the same time, the precedent of just not enforcing a law that the Supreme Court says is valid is also super, super bad. Right. But elsewhere, Trump signed an executive order establishing the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, and appointing Elon Musk as its leader. The order does not create a new department. Instead, it rebrands the U.S. Digital Service as the United States DOGE Service. Now, I know we have bigger fish to fry, but this to me might be the most offensive thing that happened on a grammatical level, shoving an acronym inside of an acronym. So yeah, I guess we all have to live with the United States Department of Government Efficiency Service. Wonderful. The order directs each federal agency to establish a DOGE team comprising of at least 4 members, including a team leader, an engineer, a human resources specialist, and an attorney. These teams are required to implement DOGE's initiatives within their respective agencies. Now, to your burning question, does Trump have the authority to establish DOGE? Yeah, probably. Creating an entirely new federal department typically requires legislative action by Congress. However, the president can issue executive orders reorganizing or renaming existing agencies. In this instance, DOGE was formed by rebranding a pre-existing U.S. digital service. Though that might cause more problems than it solves, given that it completely changes the mission of the existing service. Now, obviously, if you're issuing hundreds of dubious executive orders, you'll want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, let my law firm, the Eagle Team, help. If you've gotten in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you've got a data breach letter saying your information might have been leaked, or dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. Because it's so important to talk to a lawyer right away so you can maximize your recovery. And by the way, we don't get paid unless you do, so there's nothing up front. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. Then there's criminal law. Trump signed a new executive order pushing the Department of Justice to expand its use of the federal death penalty. Under Biden, there was a moratorium on the federal death penalty, and under the new order, the DOJ must seek death as a punishment in all applicable federal cases and to help states get sufficient supplies for lethal injection drugs for executions. Trump also directs the Attorney General to, quote, seek the overruling of Supreme Court precedents that limit the authority of state and federal governments to impose capital punishment. This order could be referring to a number of Supreme Court decisions.
There are people who are sitting on death row. We have a whole documentary of people who are just sitting on death row. And they're on death row for years before they even get it, and then we find out they got death row. Then there is, that is such a tricky topic that I do not want to touch. I don't want to touch it.
Limited application of the
Because
death penalty.
it's
The court has prohibited the death
situations
penalty.
The guy who burnt the woman alive on the train. That's a death row sentence, something like that.
For crimes where the victim did not die, and eliminates the death penalty for juveniles and limits execution of offenders with disabilities. And in answer to your question, why yes, it does seem like an administration preparing to kill as many people as possible. Now, during Trump's first term, he ended a 17-year hiatus on the use of the federal death penalty, and Trump's administration carried out 13 executions during his last months in office. However, these requests generally fall within the president's power to influence how the DOJ allocates resources and develops legal strategies. President Trump also wants the AG to determine whether these offenders can be charged with state capital crimes, and it's fine for the president to order a book report about whether they can be tried again in state court, but that's as far as the order goes. The president can't direct state prosecutions to charge his offenders with state crimes simply because he thinks they should get the death penalty. Trump has also withdrawn the U.S. from the Paris Climate Accord and the World Health Organization. Although the agreement was signed by the United States, the Senate never ratified it as a treaty. This distinction allows the president to unilaterally withdraw the U.S. from the agreement without requiring congressional approval. America joined the WHO through a joint resolution passed by Congress in 1948, which included a stipulation for withdrawal upon providing 1 year's notice. In 2020, President Trump initiated a withdrawal from the WHO. President Biden halted that in 2021, and there's no legal problem with Trump withdrawing from the WHO as long as he follows the notice requirements. President Trump signed orders to rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America and revert Alaska's Mount Denali to its former name, Mount McKinley. Can he do this? No and yes.
So, you've just finished writing your book and are ready to share it with the world. But wait, what's the best way to publish today? Think about it. Despite all
the president's executive order directs federal agencies to use the new designation Gulf of America in official U.S. documents and communications. However, the change applies solely within the United States and does not have international jurisdiction. The International Hydrographic Organization, which standardizes maritime nomenclature worldwide, doesn't have to change the name. Therefore, the other nations can still call it the Gulf of Mexico. In the United States, the naming of geographical features is primarily managed by the Board on Geographic Names, the BGN, established to maintain uniformity in place names across federal agencies. And in 2015, President Obama's Secretary of the Interior, Sally Jewell, used her authority to change the name of Mount McKinley to Denali, which Native Alaskans have called it for thousands of years. So Trump can legally change that name. The president has the authority to order or suggest the secretary change the place names. In changing the name back, Trump followed the same procedure that Obama used to change the name to Denali. And Trump also signed an executive order standardizing national architecture styles. The order mandates that new federal buildings like courthouses and agency headquarters adhere to classical architectural styles such as Greek and Roman. Trump asserts that these styles are sturdy and useful. The order criticizes modern styles, particularly brutalism and deconstructivism, as failing to embody American ideals. So I guess in terms of what's more important than your children's data being expatriated to China, President Trump meant defining what future buildings are going to look like on the outside. The order directs the GSA to update architectural guidelines within 90 days to prioritize classical styles. Now, near the end of Trump's first term, he issued an executive order establishing a new classification for federal civil servants known as Schedule F. Schedule F was never implemented, and President Biden repealed it shortly after taking office. President Trump has now reinstated the Schedule F classification. Now, generally, career civil servants are shielded from political interference so they can carry out their responsibilities without political pressure. But Trump's order says all federal employees are, quote, required to faithfully implement administration policies to the best of their ability, consistent with their constitutional oath, and the vesting of executive authority solely in the president. The National Treasury Employees Union filed a lawsuit which argues that the president does not have the authority to reclassify federal workers as at-will employees. And we'll certainly talk more about this as the case moves through the courts. If you want to get into the weeds on this, check out the video that we did on Project 2025. Oh, and by the way, all of this is basically straight out of Project 2025. But Trump also ordered federal employees to return to the office full-time and ordered a hiring freeze for all positions except for the military, immigration, and other law enforcement jobs. And these orders are probably within his powers as the leader of the executive branch. And turning now to Trump's new political staff, Trump signed a memorandum giving his new hires interim security clearances without background checks. This allows them to have temporary access to classified information. Can he do that? Yeah, probably, even to Tulsi Gabbard. The president possesses broad authority over the classification and declassification of information, as well as the granting of security clearances. The authority is derived from the president's constitutional role as commander-in-chief and has been affirmed through legal precedents. Right. Trump signed executive orders aimed at dismantling federal diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. These orders directed federal agencies to terminate DEI-related initiatives within 60 days, place DEI staff on paid leave with plans for eventual layoffs, and review employment practices to ensure they exclude DEI considerations. Is this within the president's powers? Yeah, probably as the head of the executive branch, except to the extent that it's already codified in statute. The president has the authority to issue executive orders to manage federal operations. This includes directing how federal agencies implement policies and manage programs. President Biden issued orders to promote the ideas of diversity, equity, and inclusion during his tenure, and Trump can revoke those. However, if these initiatives conflict with federal civil rights laws like Title VII, then it would be problematic. For example, in his executive order ending illegal discrimination and restoring merit-based opportunity, the Trump administration rescinds Executive Order 11246, which President Lyndon Johnson signed in 1965. This order desegregated federal contracting. And President Trump also signed several executive orders impacting transgender rights. The first order mandates that all federal agencies recognize only two immutable genders, male and female, on official documents, including U.S. passports. The order conflicts with the American Medical Association's guidance, which states that gender identity exists on a spectrum rather than as an immutable male-female binary. Stephen Miller, the architect of Trump's 2017 Muslim ban, seems to have written the order. He tried to define the words male and female. Female means a person belonging at conception to the sex that produces the large reproductive cell. Quote, male means a person belonging at conception to the sex that produces the small reproductive cell. Some have suggested that Miller used AI to draft part of this order because it's so friggin' dumb, and maybe that's why the order uses strange phrasing. We're assuming here that large reproductive cell is an egg or an ovum, and the small reproductive cell is the sperm, but these definitions assume that from the moment of conception, humans are male or female. But as every doctor knows, at conception, humans do not yet produce gametes, which are what determines the sex characteristics. So congratulations, everyone. There's only two genders, and everyone is neuter, neither of the two genders. And it's...
I'm cracking up.
It is an incredible way to travel and have the company of pets.
I get to stay anywhere in the world for free whilst looking after cute pets. Brilliant.
If they had a lifetime subscription, I'd sign up immediately.
And in some ways, it is morbidly hilarious that, given the task of determining what is a woman, the Trump administration has no friggin' clue. But President Trump's order prevents people from changing the sex designation on U.S. passports. The order does not impact state laws, and the president cannot unilaterally change state laws that allow transgender people to update their names and gender markers on their driver's licenses. But generally, can he do the rest of this? Probably. Under federal law 22 U.S.C. 211A, it grants the Secretary of State the authority to issue passports under rules prescribed by the president or secretary. However, these orders must not conflict with existing laws for constitutional rights, and people will challenge this order in court. And of course, this is an area of the law that is rapidly changing. In 2020, the Supreme Court ruled in Bostick versus Clayton County that Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which prohibits discrimination based on sex, also prohibits discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. At least at the moment, this decision would trump the president's new executive orders. However, Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh have already said they'd like to overrule Bostock. Trump also revoked Biden's order allowing transgender people to serve openly in the military. And can he reinstate that ban? Well, maybe. The Supreme Court allowed Trump's ban to take effect in 2019, but they did not issue an opinion on the merits. Can the president ban medical treatments and procedures? Probably not. The president doesn't have the direct authority to compel a state to alter its healthcare practices. However, he can incentivize policy changes by attaching conditions to federal funding. Later this year, the Supreme Court will decide whether states can ban gender treatment for minors. President Trump also signed an order requiring the Attorney General and the Director of National Intelligence to investigate potential free speech infringements that may have occurred during the Biden administration. This order covers actions the Biden administration took in several areas, including the January 6th prosecutions, FBI investigations into threats against teachers, and collaboration with social media companies.
I mean, they already censored us because there's certain words we can't say across the board. So like that's nothing. People are just getting censored from talking about them. That's the truth.
Upon completing these inquiries, the Attorney General and Director of National Intelligence will make recommendations for future action. This order probably falls within the president's powers, but we don't know if it will end up being a nothing burger or a pretext to purge disloyal employees. The nominees for Attorney General and D&I, Pam Bondi and Tulsi Gabbard, could use it to create a list of employees who should be fired, going above and beyond Schedule F. Then there is the environment. In Trump's inauguration speech, he said, quote, "We will drill, baby, drill," and he then issued a flurry of orders that were gifts to fossil fuel companies. The first was a declaration of national energy emergency, quote, "The United States' insufficient energy production, transportation, refining, and generation constitutes an unusual and extraordinary threat to our nation's economy, national security, and foreign policy." The order defines the term energy or energy resources as crude oil, natural gas, least condensates, natural gas liquids, refined petroleum products, uranium, coal, biofuels, geothermal heat, the kinetic movement of flowing water, and critical minerals. And this definition somehow leaves out the fastest growing sector of energy resources, the renewable energy sources like wind and solar. Trump used the national emergency declaration to take additional actions, like he instructed the energy secretary to resume reviewing applications for liquefied natural gas export projects. He rescinded a 2021 Biden executive order that aimed for 50% of U.S. vehicle sales to be electric by 2030, and he outlawed offshore windmills. Does Trump have the authority to invoke a national energy emergency? Probably, because the president's ability to declare an emergency is very broad. Congress granted the president access to 137 statutory powers upon declaring a national emergency, and these powers encompass actions such as seizing property, organizing and controlling the means of production, and deploying military forces domestically. During his first term, Trump invoked a national emergency at the border and used it to justify building the wall. Many commentators have pointed out that the president's powers in this area are potentially so vast that they could easily be exploited by a power-hungry president. Boy, that would be really terrible, wouldn't it? Now, the eyes of the world are fixed on what Donald Trump is going to do next. He broke the record for signing the most day one executive orders in U.S. history, which in turn compelled most news outlets to write headlines that speak to the set of executive orders as a whole rather than any one in particular. Yes, this is going to be the Mr. Burns effect presidency. So it's not surprising that Trump's first day in office was covered by a whopping 414 sources, spread out evenly over left, center, and right sources. And when we compare the headlines, we start to see some interesting patterns emerge. On the left, a common theme of the headlines is the use of words like avalanche, spate, or that the circus is back in town. These all suggest a process that was chaotic, rushed, and not well thought out. On the right, a common phrase is the headline taking the reins back, implying the opposite, that these executive orders were an end to the chaos and start of an optimistic future. And center sources typically ran headlines absent of loaded language, but that downplay what actually happened, like President Donald Trump issues series of executive actions on day one. But the headlines you read have immense power to shape how you understand the news. And that's why I like to see news from as many angles as possible, and I can with the help of today's sponsor, Ground News. Ground News is a website and app developed by a former NASA engineer on a mission to give readers an easy, data-driven, objective way to read the news. And right now they're offering Legal Eagle viewers 40% off
advertising Ground News. That's not the first person.
You can scan the QR code or use the link in the description to get the discount for a limited time. Because Ground News gathers related articles from around the world and across the political spectrum, so you can see the bias and compare coverage. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the sources reporting.
I learned
all backed
this. You know,
by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring
if you're Republican,
organizations.
you get Republican news. If you're Demi, you get Demi news.
Details of
It ain't
political
really
bias,
that.
but you can also
It ain't really that deep. That's what I learned about the news. I need to go get something to eat. I ate already. I'm trying not to eat again.
political spectrum. This can be especially helpful when reading stories from sources.
I got some avocado and some onions and peppers in there. Okay. So Legal
Some
Eagle
people seem
also
hyper-focused
talks
on what
about
seems like
Project
nonsense,
2025.
often because some random blog post went viral among certain people. And that's why Ground News
I'm
is my
actually gonna
favorite way
take a
to get
day
the
and
news.
we're gonna
And as a legal
sit
eagle,
down. Oh, please. I'm actually gonna sit down one day. Like I'm gonna sit down and read out loud Project 2025 in its entirety, meaning from the beginning of it all the way to how much we can read, maybe given a certain amount of hours of like Project 2025, or make it like a Project 2025 week of reading, and see what we can get out of it. Okay. This is getting interesting, y'all. Hold on. Let me see. Because I need y'all to understand this is still a male. I understand that he's a lawyer and all that stuff. But I'd rather 30 minutes. Yeah, Handmaid and Tell. Yeah. I'm gonna sit here and listen to this story. I'm gonna listen to him. And I'm going to we're going to read it together on our own. I'm sure there's somebody out there on YouTube reading it. I think I did find somebody, but I don't know. I probably lost it. We're gonna read it in its entirety, like I supposed to been did, on our own, and do our own critical thinking analysis of what exactly Project 2025 is going for. We're gonna also start aiming at certain parts that's dedicated to about women, because I do remember the part where it was like, you know, you cannot be a single woman, and that, you know, it's illegal for you to be single, and if a male has a child with a woman, he needs to stay with her. You know, it said a lot of things, you know what I'm saying? So I want to get into that part, and that was just like one of the main things that stood out to me. And of course we have the abortion ban, and then also it's a lot of things that stood out to me. Because even, let's just say,
when Trump
none
came
of this
for our
stuff
rights,
happens,
the ACLU showed up.
See you in court. The ACLU already making good on that promise. Currently engaged.
Okay, we have to understand. I want to talk to y'all now. Right? I don't live in fear. I don't walk around in fear. But I will keep up with what's going on in this world. And I look at how people respond. Even if this stuff does not happen, what needs to be hit in people's mind is the fact that somebody wanted it to happen. What needs to be hit in people's heart is the fact that somebody out there, people out there is like cheering this shit on, even if it doesn't happen. This is a tremendous wake-up call for everybody. Now, the deportation thing, we know that that can just happen because Biden and all of that stuff, I don't think that's anything so major. That was already in plan. Can I tell y'all? That was already in plan because the H-1B1, like I said, Biden was giving people a certain amount of time to have the paperwork together. And if they didn't have it together, they was going to send them back across seas. And even then I thought about, well, what about the women with the children? I thought about that. And so Trump flipped it around and said, well, you ain't got no birthright citizenship. And he shut that shit down. Correct? So that was going to happen regardless, because that was under Biden's rule that was started. Now, this other stuff, civil rights being taken away and all this kind of shit, even if it's not possible for Trump to make that happen, it is the mere fact that he spoke it into existence, that he put it out there, that he has enough power to shut that down, that he has enough power to shut down BLM. That he has the power to let Project 2025 happen. He still showed everybody his hand and his whole ass. And he showed everybody this is the power that white supremacy has. Okay? This is the power that white supremacy has. Okay? And you can't do shit about it. Okay, I don't see nothing about BLM yet, but it's going to happen. Okay. But it's going to happen. He's still showing his hand. And at this point of the game, I'm trying to help everybody understand. Don't live in fear. But this is definitely a wake-up call. Okay? Because, I'll just saying, like, I'm just saying that, like, it's just a thing where, oh boy, this is white power right here, y'all. This is white power to the max. This is white supremacy to the max. And they're showing you all of this cry of racism, all of this cry of colorism, all of it showed you that if you a nigga, if you Hispanic, if you Latin, if you foreign, and you don't come from the bloodline of the original Europeans, you are not a part, you are not white supremacy. You are not white. Gutted. You can come here from your countries that speak Spanish and put white on that application, but you ain't white. Gutted. People had to sit here and see that their own people betrayed them. Gutted. And the one betrayed the most was the black woman. Gutted. Gutted. Just to see suffering, just to see misery. Gutted. I'm gonna go ahead and see what he's talking about with this, but we're gonna read Project 2025. Finally, I'm gonna get up and read that motherfucker. But let's see what he's saying.
You might have heard about Project 2025. It's the handmaiden-esque conservative plan to reshape the federal government of the next presidential administration. Created by the conservative think tank, the Heritage Foundation, and has deep connections to the Trump administration. But of course, it's so sweeping and draconian that even Donald Trump has had to try to attempt to distance himself from it. It's 900 pages of crazy pants insanity. And while Trump has said he doesn't know anything about it, it could form the backbone of his next presidency. Honestly, there was only one person who could do justice to the rage-inducing, sweeping legal and governmental changes that Project 2025 is seeking to implement: chaos lawyer Liz Dye.
Thanks, Devin. I've spent the past couple weeks poring over this manifesto, and I think I've got a pretty good handle on it. These guys really, really hate immigrants and pronouns, and they love local control. Well, unless the locality wants to let women control their own bodies, or treat undocumented immigrants like human beings, or be nice to gay and trans kids. Also, they're really mad about porn. The introduction refers to 4 broad fronts that will decide America's future. Number 1, restore the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. Number 2, dismantle the administrative state and return self-governance to the American people. Number 3, defend our nation's sovereignty, borders, and bounty against global threats. Number 4, secure our God-given individual rights to live freely, what our Constitution calls the blessings of liberty. What makes these 4 pieces of the conservative promise so valuable to the next president is that they cut through superficial distractions and focus on the moral and foundational challenges America faces at this moment of history. And okay, who doesn't want to protect children, right? I mean, raise your hand if you hate freedom.
Bueller.
That guy's still alive too. That's crazy. I remember this game when it first came out.
But as always, the devil is in the details. And you don't have to scroll very far to figure out what those details are. Because on the very next page, these guys tell you very clearly that they think America's problems could be solved if everyone would just get married and stay that way. Who's to blame for what ails us? Unmarried mothers, because there is no government program that can replace the hole in a child's soul cut out by the absence of a father.
Yeah, hold on. I remember that part.
If
Terms
everyone
and
would
condition may apply to persons of the same sex and persons of different races. Okay.
just get married and stay that way. Who's to blame for what ails us? Unmarried mothers, because there is no government
That's the part I was
program
talking
that can
about.
replace the hole in a child's soul cut out by the absence of a father. Fatherlessness is one of the principal sources of American poverty, crime, mental illness, teen suicide, substance abuse, rejection of the church, and high school dropouts. That's a bold claim, although they cite no source for it. Nor is it clear what role the government should play in ensuring that children stay in the church. And anyway, how is the government going to convince parents to stay married? They're going to cut food stamps, obviously, because if you can feed your children without a husband, then they're going to delete the terms sexual orientation and gender identity, diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, gender, gender equality, gender equity, gender awareness, gender sensitive, abortion, reproductive health, reproductive rights, and any other term used to deprive Americans of their First Amendment rights from every federal rule, agency regulation, contract, grant, regulation, and piece of legislation.
That's the part I was talking about, y'all.
After that, they'll outlaw porn. And then they're going to ban abortion nationwide and deport 20 million undocumented people, and then we'll all live happily married ever after. Also, tax cuts for big business and the 1%. Oh, and they're going to cut all funding for PBS and the Center for Public Broadcasting because Big Bird. Okay, guys, glove up. We're going in. Project 2025 is a plan to reshape the entire country using the power of the federal government. It's got a chapter on how they plan to reform every major agency of the executive branch.
High
And so
power
it's a little
wig.
weird that the document mentions abortion 199 times.
That right there seals the deal, bro. Because, hold on, y'all. I'm going to play it again. Just give me a second. That comment right there is everything, y'all. Social media has shown Americans. See, Americans like me always knew because I'm from up north. We up north people, we get a glimpse of other cultures a lot more than those of y'all who live in the South and the Midwest places, right? So we're aware that other countries are better than America. That's why a lot of Americans from up north have passports and travel or want to travel very often, right? Everything in other countries is so much better. If you want to write a mandate for leadership, start implementing the school systems of other countries, implementing just how they have community fucking gardens and shit in like Japan. Man, it's so much things that other countries got that's so much better. Yo, they got smoothie makers in fucking Korea, not Korea, Korea and Japan. They got smoothie makers. They just put your mix and your fruit together, put it into the machine, and just make it. They barely got people at the register unless people need help. People can make their own. It's so much stuff that's better. But because of social media, Project 2025 has been put out there before this presidency. Like maybe a year ago, I knew about Project 2025 and all the things that it's going to say. And listen, let me just go ahead and play this for y'all. My bad. Let me just go ahead and keep going.
Times because it's been illegal for the federal government to fund abortion since 1971, with exceptions for rape, incest, and to protect the life of the pregnant person. The Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade in the Dobbs decision in 2022, theoretically returning the issue of abortion to the states. So how can abortion figure so prominently in a blueprint for federal policy? One of the main things these guys want to do is ban abortion nationwide. So the document contemplates all the ways that the federal government can use its power over education, insurance, labor regulations, and healthcare to ensure that no one can access abortion anywhere in America. And they want to wield foreign aid to try and make sure that no one in the rest of the world has access to abortion either. As with most of Project 2025, the chapter on their plans for the Department of Health and Human Services was written by a Trump administration alum. In this case, Roger Severino, who worked at the Justice Department under Donald Trump. He believes that we should eliminate the HHS Reproductive Health Care Access Task Force and install a pro-life task force to ensure that all of the department's divisions seek to use their authority to promote the life and health of women and their unborn children. Additionally, HHS should return to being known as the Department of Life by explicitly rejecting the notion that abortion is health care. Abortion is a complicated issue. People of good faith can disagree here. But the problem with Project 2025 is that it pretends the issue is not complicated. Even states like Texas, which ban abortion completely, have a provision in the law providing an exception to protect the life and health of the mother. Because in fact, some women will die or suffer grave health consequences if they cannot access abortion. Whether that provision in the law actually ensures access to care is another matter. Some pregnancies are the result of rape or incest, and most Americans think it should be legal for women to access abortion in those tragic circumstances. But Project 2025 simply pretends all that away with ominous references to the global abortion industry, as if there was a company called Big Abortion that was advertising 2-for-1 deals on every platform to get you to come down to the abortionplex and hop into the stirrups for another round. Severino wants the CDC to fund studies into the risks and complications of abortion and ensure that it corrects and does not promote misinformation regarding the comparative health and psychological benefits of childbirth versus the health and psychological risks of intentionally taking a human life through abortion. And he plans to, quote, drive investigative review of literature for a variety of issues, including the effect of abortion on prematurity and breast cancer. But there is no link between abortion and breast cancer, and there's no link between abortion and depression. And that's not how science works. You don't start with your preferred policy position and then go and try and create studies to back it up. But Project 2025 isn't just waiting for evidence to come in before implementing its policy goals. They want to reverse the FDA authorization of mifepristone, the most commonly used drug for medication abortions. They claim that it's untested and unsafe, despite the fact that it was approved in America in 2000 and has been in use in France since the 80s. They want to ban mailing mifepristone across state lines under the Comstock Act, which, okay, more on that in a second. Project 2025 wants the federal government to discourage abortion tourism, by which they mean they intend to stop women in states which ban abortion from crossing state lines to get the care they need. They also want to block any federal money going to organizations like Planned Parenthood, which provides both abortion care and a whole array of other health services. So if you want to be screened for breast or cervical cancer at Planned Parenthood, well, you are just out of luck. And you know, if you don't want people to invoke the Handmaid's Tale when they're talking about your program, maybe don't use the words abortion surveillance and complain that the government isn't tracking abortions closely enough, and put in writing that you plan to force doctors to ask women why they're choosing to have an abortion and then report the answer to the federal government. So if you have a period tracker on your phone, no, you don't. Run. And it's not just abortion that these Project 2025 guys are so weird about. They have a lot of thoughts about birth control, too. They want to ban the morning after pill, which they call a potential abortifacient. It is not. They want to ban medical schools from teaching new doctors how to safely perform an abortion. And they want to cut government funding for condoms from the Women's Health Initiative because they say that condoms have nothing to do with protecting women's health, which suggests a fundamental lack of understanding of human biology.
Can this same procedure then be done in a pregnancy? Swallowing a camera and helping the doctor determine what the situation is with the...
Mr. Chairman and Representative, it cannot be done in pregnancy simply because when you swallow a pill, it would not end up in the vagina.
Fascinating.
Instead, they want the CDC to update its public messaging about the unsurpassed effectiveness of modern fertility awareness-based methods of family planning and stop publishing communications that conflate such methods with the long-eclipsed rhythm or calendar methods. Fertility awareness-based methods involve tracking your menstrual cycle and abstaining from sex during ovulation when you're most likely to become pregnant. The rhythm method involves tracking your menstrual cycle and abstaining from...
I don't feel sorry for no woman right now. I really don't. I don't feel sorry for no woman right now.
Sex during ovulation when you're most likely to become pregnant. Neither one of these provides any protection from sexually transmitted infections, and both have a roughly 20% failure rate over a year. Or as they used to say back in the day, you know what they call people who use the rhythm method? Parents. Birth control pills, IUDs, and even condoms are more than 98% effective at preventing pregnancy. So when Project 2025 talks about the unsurpassed effectiveness of so-called natural family planning, they're maybe leaving out one or two relevant data points. But at least it's legal to ship an ovulation monitor through the mail, because one of the ways Project 2025 contemplates reducing access to birth control and abortion is by reviving the Comstock Act, an 1873 statute that made it illegal to use the post office to send birth control and pornography. It was named for Anthony Comstock, an anti-masturbation activist who claimed that books are feeders for brothels and burned tons of them. The law was immediately and successfully challenged on First Amendment grounds, but it remains on the books, and Project 2025 envisions using it to prevent the shipment of medication abortion drugs and anything else they consider an abortifacient, including many popular birth control devices and medicines. But what should the...
Oh, it's a commercial. Hold on, y'all. I can't stop listening.
You'll see the changes
This
that have
channel
taken
is
place
really
in America,
good.
the ideas that are responsible for those changes, and how we as Americans can challenge those ideas and reclaim our American heritage.
But what should the government do to prevent the spread of STIs? Well, Project 2025 has a plan for that too, and that plan is to encourage us all to get married. No, I'm serious. Their plan to stop gonorrhea is to focus on strengthening marriage and sexual risk avoidance. And although the Supreme Court legalized gay marriage in 2015, the Heritage Foundation guys do not mean happily married gay couples. They mean heterosexual couples because, quote, families comprised of a married mother, father, and their children are the foundation of a well-ordered nation and healthy society. And so, for the sake of child well-being, programs should affirm that children require and deserve both the love and nurturing of a mother and the play and protection of a father. In fact, it's not just gay marriage that's in the Project 2025 crosshairs. This is a plan to erase LGBTQ plus people from public life entirely. The authors of Project 2025 seem to think that most of the nation's problems could be solved if we could just get rid of gender identity, or what they call the unscientific notion that men can become women and vice versa. For instance, they'll, quote, restore standards of lethality and excellence to the U.S. military by kicking out everyone who is transgender or HIV positive. To de-wokify foreign aid, the government should remove all references, examples, definitions, photos, and language on USAID websites, in agency publications and policies, and in all agency contracts and grants that include the following terms: gender, gender equality, gender equity, gender diverse individuals, gender aware, gender sensitive, etc. It should also remove references to abortion, reproductive health, and sexual and reproductive rights, and controversial sexual education materials. The solution to all the nation's ills, besides marriage, of course, is to roll back the Great Awakening by removing protections for transgender students, forcing schools to out kids to their parents, banning gender-affirming care for minors, and rolling back bans on discriminating against LGBTQ plus people at work and in public accommodations. They even want to revoke the National Education Organization's public charter because the nation's largest teachers union, quote, promotes radical racial and gender ideologies in schools. And how are they going to fix public education? Get rid of those pesky pronouns. This would apparently make it illegal for teachers to respect their students' request to be called by anything, quote, other than the name listed on a student's birth certificate without the written permission of a student's parents or guardians. This would.
Okay, here's the trick to that. Now, some people, because you see how the lines always cross, and what they always do that I want y'all to just pay attention to. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna attack the trans, right? Because it's easy to attack the trans because everybody's against this, right? When it's like a small percentage of trans, and a small percentage of LGBTQIA plus people, period. We're gonna attack that first. But now we're gonna really attack what we really want to attack, whatever the parent named the child should call them. There's children that, once they get of a certain age to know, they prefer to be called a certain type of name. And I think that is respectability. And I'm saying this in the terms of when you work a job, right? You have a name that you may have. There is literally a woman at my job. We're going to make up a name. Her name is like Meredith, right? But we call her Miss Kitty, right? That's what we call her, Miss Kitty. It's the name that she goes by. One time I had a job, and this guy, his real name was like Christopher, right? And when I referred to him as Christopher, he was like, no, I prefer to be called, I'll just give another name, Powwow. Okay, I'm just throwing something out there. Call me Powwow. Don't call me Christopher, right? So it's like, okay, I'll call you Powwow. That's the name you want to go by. That still falls into the lines of that. That he, she, they, them shit, that's really small, y'all. Like, I want y'all to really understand that. That he, she, they, them, all that is very, very personal stuff for very, very personal people. But when I go somewhere and I say, I'd rather you call me this, that's what the fuck you better call me.
Apparently ban nicknames, but it's a small price to pay to win the war on woke. Sorry, Billy. Oops, William. And while they're at it, they want to make DEI illegal too. Yeah, because if it's not trans people ruining everything, it's diversity, equity, and inclusion.
See how it all falls apart?
Project 2025s are so spun up about what they call critical race theory that they want to conduct purges at organizations like the Treasury Department. This document proposes to identify any Treasury Department employee at any level who attended diversity training under the Biden or Obama administration and treat the participation in any critical race theory or DEI initiative without objecting on constitutional or moral grounds as per se grounds for termination of employment. And the Project 2025 guys don't just want to fire anybody in government who sat through a diversity workshop. They want the Justice Department to, quote, use the full force of federal prosecutorial resources to investigate and prosecute all state and local governments, institutions of higher education, corporations, and any other private employers who are engaged in discrimination in violation of constitutional and legal requirements, by which they mean they want to prosecute employers they believe are making too many diversity hires. And if that happens to have the chilling effect of discouraging companies from hiring people who are not white men, well, they're good with it.
Yeah, and if you were prosecuted under Project 2025's...
And here's the thing, too, before we get back to them. That's going back to what I said an hour or so ago, that now the threat is if there's too much diversity in this company, now we can step in. Do you understand what's really going on here? You have to pay attention for the hook. LGBTQ plus is an easy target. I hate to say it this way, but it's like LGBTQ plus is like attacking the person in the wheelchair. I hate to say it that way, right? But that's what LGBTQ plus is. It's attacking the person in the wheelchair first. It's an easy attack. I mean, unless that's a tough motherfucker, you might get a chance of beating somebody's ass in a wheelchair. But I mean, depending on who's on that wheelchair and what the conditions is, you might not win, right? Right. So here's the thing. That's what they do. They did this before. They did this when Kerry was the president. And guess what? When Kerry was president, they still what? Gay marriage was legal. They did all that. And because what they're really doing, listen to look at this comment right here. What they're really going after You want to know who they really going? They're really going after women. Okay, they're really going after women. Okay, that's the bottom line. But we also know that they're also going to go after the black males and the black boys because they don't want them here anymore. Okay, because they're going to fall into the category too. But the thing with the women, we see obviously what's there with women that's coming because we know most women are independent. They're raising their children on their own. Most women it's a loneliness epidemic. A lot of women are waking up on so many levels and you see a lot of women have divorced their husbands because they found out they were MAGA. What surprise there? Yeah, shit like that. But let's keep it going. I don't want to keep talking.
Craziness,
I need a
you'll
water
probably
break.
want a good lawyer because the country has some serious issues. But if you want a great lawyer, my law firm, the Eagle Team, can help. If you've gotten in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you got one
Y'all
of
got a
those
lawyer?
letters saying
The
that your
Eagle
Social
Team can
Security
help
number
you
was
out.
leaked, or are dealing with a workers' comp or Social Security issue, we can represent
I'm
you
gonna
or
let them
help find
promote
you the
that because
right
I am
attorney.
playing their
Because it's so
channel.
important to talk to a lawyer right away
Not gonna
so you
skip
get the best
it.
representation and find out what your options are. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number that's on screen for a free consultation with my team. Because you understand
Legal
the
Eagle
team,
is the name
you
of
need
this
the Eagle
channel.
Team. So click below.
Let's take a break and talk about who exactly is behind Project 2025.
Okay.
Project 2025 is the brainchild of Kevin Roberts, the president of the Heritage Foundation, and Russ Vaught, the former head of the Office of Management and Budget in the Trump White House.
Let's get
And
into
to stack
Russ
this thing
Vaught.
up, they brought in Trump's former personnel chief,
Tell me I'm lying when I say this about
Roberts, the
Russ.
president of the Heritage Foundation, and Russ Vaught, the
He gets no bitches. He gets no bitches. Okay? Russ gets no bitches. I know Russ wrote that part about the single mother and all that shit. He don't get no bitches. Russ has no personality. He does not know how to talk to women. Trust me when I tell you. But let's go.
former head of the Office of Management and Budget in the Trump White House. And to stack this thing up, they brought in Trump's former personnel chief, Johnny McEntee. Heritage is the OG conservative think tank founded during the Nixon administration to advocate for pro-business policies and against the global spread of communism. It's been highly influential in every Republican administration since Reagan, and during Democratic administrations dedicated itself to opposing everything from single-payer health care to student loan relief. Since the end of the Cold War, Heritage has increasingly thrown itself into culture war issues, particularly opposing abortion and gay rights. Kevin Roberts is a dedicated conservative stalwart who headed up the lobbying arm at Heritage before becoming its leader. He's praised Hungary's proto-fascist president Viktor Orban, who says that Hungarians do not want to become a mixed race, and Roberts is open that his organization's mission is institutionalizing Trumpism. So while Trump insists that he knows nothing about Project 2025, Roberts has been clear that he and Trump are part of the same movement, and he is laying out the agenda for the next Trump administration. Russ Vaught is a self-described Christian nationalist who serves as the current policy director of the Republican National Committee. In 2016, he wrote that Muslims do not simply have a deficient theology, they do not know God because they have rejected Jesus Christ, his son, and they stand condemned. He believes we're living in a post-constitutional moment, and the only solution is to massively centralize power in the office of the president, conscripting the entire federal bureaucracy as a tool to
Y'all want to hear something funny? Ever since Trump became the president, there was people that would knock on the door and give away free food, free this and that from the churches, right? Ever since Trump has become the president, I have not had, they come every weekend. I mean, literally on the clock every weekend. It don't got nothing to do with the weather. When I tell you I have not heard nothing from those people since then, nothing. Like literally the last time I heard from them was when they was knocking on my door for me to vote for Kamala. It wasn't them, but it was somebody else knocking on my door for me to vote for Kamala.
order society in accordance with conservative values. If you lived through the first Trump administration, you may remember it was something of a chaotic time with the White House pumping out executive orders banning all Muslims from entering the country, or or kicking all transgender people out of the military, or announcing the immediate withdrawal of all troops from Afghanistan, or declaring an emergency and raiding military funds to build a border wall. Roberts and Vaught think that the problem wasn't that Trump's ideas were crazy or illegal, but that there were too many disloyal civil servants who refused to implement them.
But on the point of follow-up question, is there a policy solution or proposal in this book, which is going to be put out imminently, that you're most interested in, you're most excited about?
Well, I think one that's gotten a lot of press is Schedule F. And Schedule F was something that materialized at the end of the administration that the president did, to be able to say that if you're working on policy for the president, you're an at-will employee.
So this time around, they've prepared Project 2025 as a blueprint so they can hit the ground running. And to make sure there's no deep state sabotage, they plan to destroy longstanding protections for career government employees who currently can't be fired for perceived disloyalty. Instead, much of the federal government will be staffed with political appointees who serve at the pleasure of the president. Johnny McEntee rose from being Trump's body man during the 2016 campaign to running the presidential personnel office.
Even if
entire executive.
hold on, even if males can have affordable housing, it's not going to be black males. That's the point of what I'm trying to make the point of. Yes, these white males and shit like that, yeah, they're going to make housing affordable for them, right? For probably the Latin and Hispanic, maybe even them, but they're not going to make it affordable for black males, because black males have the hardest time getting housing. This is why black males is always in the house with a bitch in the projects, or living with a bitch and his name is not on the lease. Rarely do you catch a black male who lives on his own. Rarely do you have a black male who literally lives on his own. And even if he does live on his own, he has a roommate. I have not yet but a gay black male who has his own place, lives on his own, makes his money. It is nothing but a gay black male that I have seen that. But a regular heteronormative one, absolutely not.
Executive branch. During the final year of Trump's presidency, McEntee began administering loyalty tests at the various executive branch agencies and attempting to push out anyone who had expressed a negative opinion of Trump or his policies. In conjunction with Project 2025, McEntee is assembling a presidential personnel database, preparing to staff the next Trump administration with MAGA faithful. He also started a dating app called The Right Stuff, so that Trump supporters won't get their feelings hurt by all the swipe lefts on Tinder.
What are you looking for in a partner?
They just have to be a conservative. Definitely someone that wants to have kids. I like an independent man. Personally, I like the alpha male vibe.
Which is weird, because who wouldn't want to date a guy like this?
So I always keep this fake Hollywood money in my car, so when a homeless person asks for money, then I give them like a fake $5 bill, so I feel good about myself, they feel good, and then when they go to use it, they get arrested, so I'm actually like helping clean up the community, you know, getting them off the street.
Oh yeah, that's really him. Okay. Now let's talk about what Project 2025 would do to education in this country, aside from banning pronouns. Maybe you're a little kid just trying to figure out how to drink your juice and play in the sandbox and recognize your ABCs.
Absolutely.
Project 2025 would eliminate Head Start, which subsidizes childcare for 820,000 poor kids between the ages of 3 and 5. Or maybe you're a kid who relies on getting lunch and possibly breakfast at school. Project 2025 wants to cut way back on what it calls a federal catering program and axe meals in the summer for kids who aren't in summer school. Oh, you're a fourth grader who isn't enrolled in classes this summer? Guess you can wait till September to eat. On the bright side,
let me tell y'all something.
Kids will be able to earn more pocket money by taking on dangerous jobs that are currently off limits to them.
Free lunch, what's called free lunch, came from Chicago. And that came from black women in poor and in low impoverished neighborhoods. See, this is why I say, when you get into African American history or just black history, because it's not just American history, it's across the board. You're gonna find that people are between American, Caribbean, and some of them out there in the UK. You know what I'm saying? And British. You're gonna find that black women plays a tremendous role in what is happening today. Madam C.J. Walker walked so motherfucking Avon can fly. Okay? Madam C.J. Walker was the one knocking on doors with pamphlets selling her stuff. Shit, she might have been the one that started what you see today of people knocking on doors and shit like that. But the point is, these programs were always for the children. And so you have to ask yourself, who are these people truly targeting? Because I did read this part too. I remember reading this part. Who are they truly targeting when they're saying, okay, children can't eat for free? So are they saying that they want women in the house with males, married with children, and so the males are supposed to be in the house providing all of this for a woman? Is this what Project 2025 is all about? Because that's what I got out of it.
Them. Project 2025 plans to repeal hazard order regulations which bar teenagers.
I'm going to go back again, y'all.
And axe meals in the summer for kids who aren't in summer school. Oh, you're a fourth grader who isn't enrolled in or maybe you're a kid who relies on getting lunch and possibly breakfast at school. Project 2025 wants to cut way back on what it calls a federal catering program and axe meals in the summer for kids who aren't in summer school. Oh, you're a fourth grader who isn't enrolled in classes this summer? Guess you can wait till September to eat. On the bright side, during the next administration, kids will be able to earn more pocket money by taking on dangerous jobs that are currently off limits to them. Project 2025 plans to repeal hazard order regulations which bar teenagers from risky jobs in factories and mines because, quote, some young adults show an interest in inherently dangerous jobs.
People don't want children working anymore. In fact, they want them in school now.
During their most productive years, when their tiny fingers are still small enough to fit into the crevices of the machinery?
Maybe you're applying to college and you need a student loan. Project 2025 aims to end federally subsidized student loans on the theory that the marketplace will do it more cheaply and efficiently. And if the government does make education loans, Project 2025 wants to treat those as an economic investment which must be repaid in interest and principal rather than an investment in the education of the American population. They want to roll back all loan forgiveness and end loan abatements for borrowers who do socially valuable things with their degrees, like provide healthcare in underserved rural areas. How will they solve the rural healthcare crisis? Well, they'll reduce the regulatory burden. According to the Center for American Progress, a liberal think tank, borrowers would pay about $3,000 more a year under this plan. In fact,
this is also low-key a purge.
Reduce the regulatory burden. According to the Center for American Progress,
would increase costs, block debt cancellations for student loan borrowers. There are people today still paying student loans. I have a child that's going to be in college and I'm prepared to pay the loans for her college. So you mean to fucking tell me I'm going to have to pay an extra $3,000? So now you don't even want our children to go to school? Now this is the anti-intellectualism of North Carolina. The cancer of America is coming the fuck out. The America being a cancer is absolutely coming the fuck out right now. This is true anti-intelligent shit. They are anti-school. They are anti-education. They are anti just fucking just being wanting to just be something.
A liberal think tank, borrowers would pay about $3,000 more a year under this plan. In fact, the Project 2025 guys think the Department of Education, which they call a convenient one-stop shop for the woke education cartel, should be abolished in its entirety. And speaking of stuff they'd like to kill, you can wave goodbye to free weather reports.
What?
Catch your breath because I see you hopping between softwares all day instead of using Connectee, the all-in-one platform to manage your.
Now, I'm gonna tell you something. When they took away the food stamps,
by Mandy Gunasekara, who was chief.
Hold on, y'all. When I saw this whole thing with the food stamps, I said it's only the beginning because daycare is already about $1,000 a week. Okay, daycare is $1,000 a week. Some people are paying up to $800. The cheapest is like $500. The cheapest is $500 for daycare a week. So I'm not surprised if they even try to take the funding away from that shit. Okay, let's go.
Chief of Staff at the EPA under Trump. She previously served as House counsel to the late Senator James Inhofe, who once waved a snowball around on the floor of the Senate to prove that climate change wasn't real. Yep, that's her sitting right behind him. Gunasekara refers to the, quote, perceived threat of climate change and advocates rolling back pollution standards across the board. Elsewhere in the Project 2025 blueprint are plans to end all subsidies for clean energy, concentrate on producing food cheaply, whatever the cost to the environment, eliminate energy efficiency standards for appliances, roll back mileage standards for gas-powered cars, and more or less ban the entire federal government from taking climate change into account when crafting U.S. policy.
It'll start getting cooler. You just watch.
And they'd like to withdraw us from the Paris Climate Agreement, the multinational framework designed to reduce the impact of climate change worldwide. Toward that end, they plan to get rid of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, aka NOAA, which houses multiple environmental agencies, including the National Weather Service. Thomas Gilman, Assistant Secretary of Commerce under Trump, wrote that together these form a colossal operation that has become one of the main drivers of the climate change alarm industry and as such is harmful to future U.S. prosperity. He doesn't believe in the fatal conceit of planning for the unplannable. And if he gets his way, that will include planning to take an umbrella when you leave the house, because currently the National Weather Service provides free weather data as part of its environmental information services. But Gilman thinks the government should fully commercialize its forecasting operations and sell that data to private companies so that they can monetize it. Ka-ching! And now, let's talk about something near and dear to Donald Trump's heart.
At a rally in New Hampshire, Trump railed against the southern border crisis and people crossing illegally into the U.S.
They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done. They poison.
Trump has long dreamed of mass deportations and recently promised to deport 5% of the U.S. population, including many of the workers we rely on to supply us with cheap meat and produce. Project 2025 calls for the Department of Homeland Security to be replaced with a new standalone border and immigration agency at the cabinet level, effectively centralizing power in the president. The Project 2025 guys get very touchy when people accuse them of planning to build concentration camps, but they are calling to immediately round up any undocumented person, no matter how long they've been here or how little danger they pose to the community, and turn them over to Immigration and Customs Enforcement for detention. They're planning for a significant increase in detention space, raising the daily available number of beds to 100,000. And that number would include children as well. The author of this chapter is Gene Hamilton, who drafted Trump's child separation policy the last time around. 5,000 children were taken from their parents by the U.S. government, after which DHS simply lost track of hundreds of them who were never reunited with their families. Hamilton plans to restart this program, deporting migrant children to their home countries as quickly as possible. This would require ending the Flores Settlement Agreement, which requires the government to place unaccompanied children in non-secure facilities that are state licensed to care for dependent children. Instead, they'll return to, quote, large-scale use of temporary facilities, for example, tents. And they don't mean this. They mean this. So yeah, we'll be doing the kids in tents thing again. Project 2025 plans to repeal Section 235 of the William Wilberforce Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act of 2008, aka the TVPRA, which provides numerous immigration benefits to unaccompanied alien children and only encourages more parents to send their children across the border illegally and unaccompanied. And they want to cancel temporary protected status, which prevents the deportation of all manner of refugees, including thousands of Ukrainians who fled after Putin invaded their country. They intend to end H-2 temporary worker programs and drastically curtail the use of T visas for victims of human trafficking.
This is where my intuition kicks in. My intuitions is kicking in this part. Why are they so threatened by immigrants? Because immigrants come here, they do what they need to do, and they make shit happen. They get out here, they work, they get their houses, they get whatever the hell they need to get, they start their businesses. And you also understand that it is the white foreign immigrant that was the one that allowed people of color, black people, to come into their facility. And they would still, they may not pay them much, but they will fucking pay them and let them in. There was still some kind of compassion for black culture that the white immigrants had. It was the Caucasian who did not let niggas in at all. So we're going back to that kind of mentality because remember, they, like, again, you have to understand when they attack black people, they attacked immigrants too. This is why many immigrants wised up and came here and they started identifying as white and all this and that. Some people just even hiding the fact that they were immigrant. That happened a lot in those times too. Even the black immigrants were hiding the fact that they were immigrants. I.e. my family. Yeah, my mom would tell me, like, you know, be very quiet, don't talk. You know what I'm saying? Because they even the black immigrants was just like they didn't want nobody to know that they were from another country.
Also like America's refugee system to be pay to play with much higher fees on the theory that people fleeing for their lives probably have several $100s hidden in their backpacks to pay for processing. Much of this would require congressional cooperation. But if they don't get it, the Project 2025 guys advise the Trump administration to simply pull the fire alarm and claim emergency authorization to do it anyway. They should, quote, create an authority akin to the Title 42 Public Health Authority that has been used during the COVID-19 pandemic to expel illegal aliens across the border immediately when certain non-health conditions are met, such as loss of the operational control of the border. Actually, Trump did exactly that the first time around when Congress refused to appropriate funds for his Mexico border wall. You know, the one Mexico was going to pay for. And Project 2025 wants him to do it again, but this time for the entire immigration system. Just claim you've lost control of the border and do whatever you want. Let the Supreme Court sort it out later, right?
And then we'll get another bad ruling, and then we'll end up in the Supreme Court, and hopefully we'll get a fair shake.
Well, that's all horrible. But remember like 20 minutes ago when we said these guys want to ban porn? Well, they do. In fact, they want to throw anyone who makes or distributes pornography in jail. Here's what Robert said about it in the foreword to Project 2025. Pornography, manifested today in the omnipresent propagation of transgender ideology and sexualization of children, for instance, is not a political Gordian knot inextricably binding up disparate claims about free speech, property rights, sexual liberation, and child welfare. It has no claim to First Amendment protection. Its purveyors are child predators and misogynistic exploiters of women. Their product is as addictive as any illicit drug and as psychologically destructive as any crime. Pornography should be outlawed. The people who produce and distribute it should be imprisoned. Educators and public librarians should be classified as registered.
I say I agree with this part. But here's the thing. I want them derelicts that don't get none, I want them to watch porn. Okay? I want the motherfuckers that I want them to watch porn because I don't need them acting out their shit outside towards children and women. I don't need that. So let them have their virtual porn, their sex toys, and all kind of shit. So that shit doesn't get out. Let it release in the house, wherever they release it, in the public bathroom, whatever. Let that shit release, okay? And then let everybody else outside that world, whatever. That's all I'm saying.
Sex offenders and telecommunications and technology firms that facilitate its spread.
And please don't blame porn on people watching children. If you are a pedo, you're going to watch children and teen porn. That's just what you're going to do. Let's stop making an excuse for that. Just saying.
Should be shuttered.
Is this another commercial?
Publish your book. I believe
Shut the hell up.
By Toni Morrison.
Shut the fuck up.
If there is a book.
Okay. It's a lot. First of all, pornography is 100% protected by the First Amendment. In a 1969 case called Stanley v. Georgia, the Supreme Court ruled that the First Amendment protects the right to private possession of pornography. The court held unanimously that if the First Amendment means anything, it means that a state has no business telling a man sitting alone in his house what books he may read or what films he may watch. Our whole constitutional heritage rebels at the thought of giving government the power to control men's minds. And in a 1973 case called Miller v. California, the Supreme Court articulated
Pay
what became
attention.
known as the Miller test.
Men.
Under the First Amendment, the government can only ban speech if it's obscene. And they don't mean obscene like gross. They mean that you can only ban materials which, quote, appeal to a morbid interest in sex as opposed to a healthy interest in sex, which depict or describe in a patently offensive way sexual conduct specifically defined by the applicable state law. And the material must, taken as a whole, lack serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. And while the Project 2025 guys may have a moral objection to pornography, that doesn't mean they can outlaw it. So don't go deleting your browser history just yet. But let's cut the BS. They don't really intend to shut down half the internet and shutter the billion-dollar porn industry, and you know that because the second part of that quote talks about arresting teachers and public librarians for distributing it, which is something that is not happening. When was the last time you walked into to a school library and said, "Miss Sparkle, can you please take me to your X-rated movie section?" That's not a thing.
That's not a thing
But
at
what
all.
is a thing is Florida's Don't Say Gay law that tried to make it a crime for school libraries to carry books that had gay or trans characters, or for teachers to talk about gender identity, or to even acknowledge that gay people exist. Roberts talks about children suffering the toxic normalization of transgenderism with drag queens and pornography invading their school libraries. And pornography manifested today in the omnipresent propagation of transgender
Here's the thing. A drag queen show is an adult activity. A drag queen show is an adult activity. So if any adults takes their children to a drag queen show, then that is on the adult, because you have people who are so-called straight that drag queen shows, people that doesn't even have anything to do with sexual identity. You got men that are straight that do drag queen shows. That's a big business, because heteronormative people want to watch drag queen shows. Gay people watch voguing shows and competitions. That's what gay people do. That's my shit. I like watching voguing competition, the different, dances and stuff. That's what gay people watch. Gay people don't really watch drag show. That's straight people shit.
ideology and sexualization of children. He's not trying to ban porn. He's trying to ban anyone who treats LGBTQ plus people like they have a right to exist in society. We're back to the pronouns again. But this time, if you use them right, they'll put you in jail. So much for local control and keeping government out of your business.
Yeah, as we mentioned, Project 2025 is so toxic that even Trump has tried to distance himself from it. He posted, quote, "I know nothing about Project 2025 and I have no idea who is behind it. I disagree with some of the things they're saying, and some of the things they're saying are absolutely ridiculous and abysmal." Now, this is all despite the fact that many of Project 2025's authors are part of his administration and are likely to be pegged for a second Trump administration. But Rolling Stone reports that, quote, "Trump has been privately and very bitterly complaining about the abortion policies laid out in the lengthy Project 2025 manifesto and trashing the Project 2025 linked lunatics who keep demanding unpopular abortion bans and restrictions." Further, they report that one of Project 2025's contributors said, quote, "Trump can try to distance himself from this, but 70 to 80% of the people who wrote the book are going to be in his second administration. The cabinet undersecretaries, assistant secretaries, the senior advisors. They're all going to be the foot soldiers in a second Trump administration. You can't look at this constellation of organizations and people without seeing that they're all his people." And now Paul Dans, the director of Project 2025, is stepping down from the project, potentially to give Trump additional cover. Now, some have reported this as Project 2025 shutting down, but that doesn't really make any sense because it's a policy paper. The work is largely done and the roadmap is laid. But if Project 2025 makes you concerned for our nation, you can do something about it with today's sponsor, Tab for Democracy, without even needing to get up from the couch. Because Tab for Democracy is a team effort between Vote America and Tab for Change to harness your internet surfing for a good cause. It's easy to use and you can download it in less than 30 seconds. Here's how it works. You simply download the extension, and every time you open up a new tab, there'll be a few ads
with
in the
these
corner of the
sponsors and
new
actually
tab
look at
page.
this stuff?
These ads generate the revenue that funds Vote America's charitable impact. And the best part?
That shit
It's
crazy.
completely free. Currently, less than 50% of people younger than 30 vote in presidential elections, and less than 30% vote in non-presidential elections. As a result, the electorate, and by extension the representation in government, is skewed toward the older and wealthier. To change that, we need to get young people the information and resources they need to vote. Your tabs will support Vote America's effort to make sure that every eligible American has their voice heard in our democracy by removing barriers to voting. The end result is a larger and more diverse electorate, one that is better prepared to hold lawmakers accountable. And Vote America accomplishes this goal in 3 ways. They build easy-to-use software that helps people navigate needlessly complicated voting processes. They run large-scale voter registration and mobilization campaigns, which are goal-oriented and tactic-agnostic. And finally, they engage in impact litigation against states that pass voter suppression laws. And they've recently won lawsuits against Kansas and Georgia. So if you'd like to save democracy one tab at a time, click on the link below. It doesn't cost you a thing, and it makes a huge difference. So click on that link below. And after that, click on this link over here for more Legal Eagle, or I'll see you in court.
Here's the thing about it. I like the way she summed it up. That was real smart that he had her to do it. Here's the thing that I have to say, because they pointed out the part that that they pointed out. I'm not going to drag this Project 2025. We're going to read this on our own. I just want to see something. There is a part law school, but I think I've seen that one. Six months ago. Not so secret plan. Here's the thing. She 27 minutes. I remember this lady. I was thinking, what is the aspects of it that is going to affect the black male? Yes, housing costs, actually houses, period. Trump is gonna put down. He's gonna put houses down. He's gonna put gas down. That I did know for sure that he's definitely gonna do. Like, he's gonna put it back in the 2s and the 3s for gas. So that should be great news for everybody, because gas is like was ridiculous out here. Like, shit. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and play this.
On a day-to-day basis. I've heard of Project 2025 and I've read.
God damn, why y'all always gotta play music?
No, I haven't. Actually, I haven't heard about it at all.
No, I have been hearing about it. I just heard Project 2025 was something that wasn't for us, or something to try to eliminate us slowly but surely. I could be wrong, but I know it ain't nothing good for us.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
God damn.
Hello, my name is Tyrone Howard, professor of education at UCLA. And what I'd like to bring to your attention are some of the concerning and disturbing aspects of Project 2025 that we in the Black community should be concerned about.
Federal education policy should be limited, and ultimately, the Federal Department of Education should be eliminated.
Outrageous. That's just complete nonsense.
There's no clarity here.
I want y'all to understand why that part is. See, at first,
are we eliminating things, and
now I understand why that part right there was a problem. That part right there was a problem, because understand that contrary to what you believe, education is very important in black families. Okay? Contrary to what you want to believe. The same way education is important in immigration families, the education is very important in black families. And black people have fought to even keep slavery as a topic in school, and to keep it taught a certain type of way, and to have more topics in black culture to be taught in school. Not just a nigga who found the peanuts and invented peanut butter. Not just goddamn who is it? Sojourner Truth, even though she's important to know, and definitely not just Oprah. You know what I'm saying? And Martin Luther King. Black people fought in the schools to say, look, there's more that these children need to learn about their history. If you're going to sit here and talk about Auschwitz and the Jewish Holocaust and shit like that, then y'all need to talk about us too. Because we here, you understand what I'm saying? So let's go.
Shortage of resources that young black kids get. What are we going to do if we don't provide the same education resources for everyone?
Yeah.
I think Project 2025 is something that's going to set us back about 20 years.
Wow. I don't think enough people are educated on just how bad this 2025 thing is.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Critical race theory is a very great topic in school, and that definitely should not be fucking eliminated.
Any discussions around race and racism are now being eliminated, which to me is erasing a core part of our history.
Black history is just not black history. It's actual the history. It's
Yes.
the history. It's not just black history, you know, because you can't go back in history and not find black people.
You're
Exactly.
trying to erase the history, but you're not willing to necessarily erase the legislation that holds us down on a day-to-day basis. Got it. Insane. Okay. Cool. That's a wicked game that they're playing.
I feel like they're trying to just disintegrate everything, and I don't appreciate that.
No, this is crazy. This is actually crazy. This is worse than the other one.
It's overwhelming. I can't believe someone actually took the time to put together this document that is...
Oh, there was black men on the project too. I saw the pictures. Oh yeah.
It's always been highly problematic because a disproportionate number of people who are on death row are black men. This would ensure their instant death.
No, I don't vote for genocide. I don't vote for genocide. I don't vote for black men being executed inappropriately and untimely. I don't vote for any of that. Never have.
I think that people should live.
This is the same group.
I'm strong, and people should live with what the fuck they did. I do. You know what I'm saying? Like live and go through the karma in that prison for what the fuck you did. But I know in some cases there's some people where it's just like hell nah. I get it. But that's why I don't really have a full comment. All right, that's just what I'm gonna say. Even though technically I did.
Believes that the lives of would-be children are considered, and then to become like judicial hitmen, right? It's like it's crazy because you can't use the same God for both of them.
We have a lot of individuals who are obviously doing, time in prison in our jail systems without having gone through the proper channels of being allowed a, proper due process.
What it does really is just let black men know that we're not respected. We're still not looked at as human. This is still like an extermination.
I think the only thing that really scares me about this is the conservative administration should do everything possible to obtain the finality for the 44 criminals currently on death row. That seems to say even if they're innocent, kill them. That's scary.
Liberal states have now become sanctuaries for abortion tourism. Health and Human Services should use every available tool, including the cutting of funds, to ensure that every state reports exactly how many abortions take place.
It seems like they're trying to cover every door to make sure a woman doesn't have the right to choose what happens with her body. And I think this is crazy.
I feel like they should have their choice of how they want to treat their bodies and do what they want with their bodies. So it shouldn't be up to no government to do that.
This is an important issue that we should all be concerned about because women's rights are being taken away. This takes us to illegal and backroom abortions where women put their lives at risk in ways that we haven't seen for centuries in this country.
They've been through a great deal of suffrage. So this is just another thing to add on to more of that suffrage. And I feel like they should have their choice of how they want to treat their bodies and do what they want with their bodies. So it shouldn't be up to no government to do that. No, I'm not. This is not something I want to vote for at all. I wouldn't vote for it.
I want my daughters to be able to grow up. They're 6 to 12. I want them to be able to grow up and have freedom, rights.
He's already said he wants to do a national abortion ban. So this is just proof positive.
The Secretary should phase out all existing income-driven repayment. Plans by making new loans, including consolidation loans, ineligible. There should be no loan forgiveness.
This means that your loans will be due soon, and many of them with interest and penalty and fees. So more money out of your pocket.
So now I'm thinking that means if they're going to eliminate the grants, because there's a lot of grants out there.
Why is that important? Because black people are twice as likely to have larger student loan debts than people from other races, which means that it only delays the ability to purchase homes and other wealth building strategies.
No loan forgiveness it's pretty scary. If there's no forgiveness and if all the borrowers should have to repay their loans, some people are not in a position to do that. And I don't think a lot of people can recover from the debt that college is putting on people. So, you be putting kids in a position where it's almost impossible for them to win.
The next administration should work with Congress to amend Title VII to prohibit Equal Employment Opportunity Commission from collecting EEO-1 data and any other social classifications in employment for both private and public workplaces.
What this means is that we will no.
That also includes those of you who don't speak or no English. That means that they can say, well, you don't speak English. We don't need to have a because that's another thing too. Like, y'all gotta think about this too. They can say, we're not gonna do, okay? We're not going to do nothing when we have a translator at this job. We're not going to have it required for you to be bilingual, but you can be American and know how to speak another language. Cool. That's perfect for our customers and clientele. But when you work with us, if you don't speak or no English, we're not going to have no one translate. Even if they're American and they can speak the language, we're not going to have them translate for you. You don't get the job. This is how deep this is. People submissive, I swear. The Father have been made people, yeah, well, because I don't know if you caught that high power wig, but did you notice they said same race? Did you peep that? It said people of the same race. Yeah, that part.
No longer
oh, and I got a prediction. Trump gonna do something that the divestors ain't gonna like. The divestors ain't gonna like. It's something that Trump gonna do. I can't wait for that to happen. But that's coming.
Discrimination, racism, or unfair treatment of people of color.
Wow.
He said, wow.
Oh yeah, we can't have that. We can't have that at all.
Egregious, overwhelming, outrageous, unfair. That's how I describe it.
May I speak candidly? It's basically a handbook for slavery.
I think that we
I knew you was gonna say that.
Get out and spread the word to make sure that this doesn't.
Now shut the
I
fuck
used to
up.
think that black men could never be presidents of companies like Xerox and Microsoft, but a black man became the president.
At the end of the day, Project 2025, you can do your research and you can see that JD Vance did it. And they even announced that JD Vance was the vice president. So you saw that the man who created Project 2025 was on Trump's side, because that's why I didn't vote for Trump, because I saw that JD Vance was his vice fucking president, because I was going to vote for Trump. I'm not going to hold you. Okay? Then when I used my goddamn head and I looked, I motherfucking sat down and I was like, oh, but you niggas still voted for him.
This is rolling back all these things that were already established. We should find more ways to be more inclusive, men of color, women of color. I can't imagine
He didn't want to say women.
An administration that would take us back. I could never support it.
Repeal harmful health policy, and that's under the Obama and Biden
They can clear your
administration,
throat. This some
such
water.
as Medicare shared saving programs and the Inflation Reduction Act.
I never thought that we would come to a time like this in America. You know, just sad.
The Inflation Reduction Act basically is a provision that will have an impact on Medicare, which would mean higher prescription costs for seniors and more money for Big Pharma, plain and simple.
I'm in a wheelchair, and I do got Medicare.
Oh, never mind.
So they're trying to take Medicare for us? I would be asked out because I don't have no care for my wheelchair.
Honestly, based on this, like honestly, thinking about, again, not even thinking necessarily about myself, but you know, my grandmother, my grandfather specifically, this would directly affect him, which would be insane.
Why does it
So
sound like that
what
in
it
a
means to me
wheelchair,
is poor people that have pre-existing conditions are in a world of trouble if Trump gets in office. I mean, for him to say he want to get rid of Obamacare, and when they asked him the question, what's your plan? He said he has a concept. That's the scariest thing ever.
And I'm an asthmatic, you know, like I know what it's like to be suffering at night because, you know, you're wheezing and you don't have your inhaler. And I mean, come on now, like it's hard to, I guess, express like almost like the anger. I'm just shaking a little bit, you know?
Reading this is definitely the most important election ever.
Please with the music already.
Should be reduced to 18%.
So I mean, the the people that make less money gonna pay higher taxes. No, it don't make me want to vote for Trump.
What this means is less taxes and greater profit for large corporations.
Yeah, he said that makes him
and
want to
fewer
vote for
wages
Trump.
and less income for everyday workers. We already see a
I'm sorry, what I miss? What does cigarette throat say?
Shaking a little bit, you know.
Reading this is definitely the most important election ever.
The corporate income tax rate should be reduced to 18%.
So that means the people that make less money gonna pay higher taxes. No, it don't make me want to vote for Trump.
Okay, it don't make me want
What
to
this means is less taxes and greater profit for large corporations and fewer wages and less income for everyday workers. We already see a massive gap between what workers take home and what large corporations take home. This will only widen that gap.
So the hard-working people get less, and the people that don't work as much get everything.
If you're middle class or lower, you barely making ends meet for real.
Right.
People with the most money should pay the most money. I mean, that's like common sense, right?
Right.
It sounds like they're stopping, or really they're adding more money to their pockets by stopping us from being able to save money.
This is wrong. This is just wrong. It shouldn't be this way.
But they don't care about the little people. They just care about just making more money, whatever that looks like.
Is this it? Oh, it's too late. That video didn't do. Girl, shut the fuck up. Listen, at the end of the day,
I would say take your time to read what they're pushing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's really cool to watch a debate and hear a cute little tagline from time to time. But when you see what the agenda is really about, you know what I'm saying, you're probably gonna think twice.
It's not good for the black man at all. Basically, any man of color, it's not. And I would tell them to educate themselves on Project 2025.
At this point, I don't even know if there's a message I could.
see these black males right here. Not saying I trust them, but these black males right here read that shit and instantly knew that it was over for him. Do you know how he knew? Because he saw what the fuck was happening to his own women. Do you get what I'm saying? Or the women of his culture. And that right there is how he instantly knew that he was in trouble. And these males, I feel like they probably even knew, because if you read it in between the lines, that the Civil Rights Act and all this shit was being taken away. I think I played a little bit of this before when it first came out.
Obvious. What I usually tell them is you're selling yourself back into slavery for a few dollars. Because most black men, when they talk about they're going to vote for Trump, always talk about dollars.
Everybody just thinking that Trump was a good president from EDD, PPP, that Trump was gonna look out for the blacks.
I mean, look, I don't think Trump really honestly cares about anybody back there. Anyway.
I plan to vote this next presidential election. Absolutely. People die for the actual right to vote. So if you have a chance to vote, you should.
This is my second time voting, and since I've been free. And to me, and anybody around me that knew what I went through, fighting to get home, and know what's going on, like, we have to vote. We just have to vote.
When I grew up, my grandfather was from the South, and it was very hard for them to vote. So no matter what, vote. We have to vote. It's important. I don't care if you gotta stand in line 5-6 hours. Vote.
And at this point, it's really not even about politics. It's about character. Like the dude is just a horrible person, right? And that's what it boils down to for me. It's beyond politics at this point.
So many elections before, black men, women didn't vote very much. We have to vote at this election. It's going to be a game changer for all of us. I use the term, I have to stop this insanity. Not only am I going to vote, but I'm going to encourage all my friends to do so.
At Grade Potential Tutoring, we have top-notch
I'ma
tutors
say
for every
this.
subject, every grade level, and all college classes. And we come to you wherever you want to meet. Yep, we do in person.
Listen.
Want to learn more? Click below to get
At
an
the end
immediate
of the
quote.
day, at the end of the day, okay, here's
This
the
election also tells us that character no longer matters. They didn't care if he overthrew the election. They didn't care if he cheated companies. They didn't care if he cheated small
Oh
businesses.
yeah, Roland Martin goes in. Listen. Hold on. A reading a project. Somebody actually has a whole channel reading it. 1 second. I told you I probably could find somebody reading the whole thing. Hold on. Yeah. I found the channel, y'all. To tour the Common Defense Department of Defense. Project 2025. Executive Office of the President of the United States. White House Office. The reins of the government. Promise to America. Okay. Yeah. There we have it. I don't found the whole channel, but we're still gonna do our own reading. You feel me? Definitely still. Let's see let's see what it sound like. Hold on. Let's just hear what it sound like. Is someone reading or is it like a whole better not be on the screen. And we could also listen to these people from Project 2025 do their interviews as
Department
well.
of State. The U.S. Department of State's mission is to bilaterally, multilaterally, and regionally implement the President's foreign policy priorities to serve U.S. citizens abroad and to advance the economic, foreign policy.
Okay, I don't think that's bad, right? The way they're reading it. Yeah, I'm going to keep that. I already have Project 2025 downloaded in my email. Trying to see what else I want to like touch on. There's nothing that could be done about the abortion ban. You're gonna have women that, because I'm answering this question right here. There's nothing that could be done about the abortion ban. You're gonna have a lot of women going crazy with that one. Unfortunately, the last time there was an abortion ban, a lot of women got physically harmed in some states and certain places, mainly in the West Coast. Here's what I do sense, though. Believe it or not, a lot of people are very quiet. I don't know if anybody noticed that. I don't know if anybody been experiencing that, but a lot of people are very quiet, both who voted for Trump and both who didn't vote for Trump. You feel me? I think a lot of people who did vote for him, I think Trump embarrassed the fuck out of them, especially the Latin and Hispanics. He embarrassed the fuck out of them because, honestly, let's call it what it is, High Power Wig. Like, they're the most scared. They're the most embarrassed and they're the most scared. And they're the ones breaking down, crying and screaming for help from black people. Black women significantly. I kept thinking, are we going to have more like, you know, the dumb shit like we had when he first was here, when we had like people on these rallies and fighting and shit like that? No, this is going to be the year of the snake. So it's going to be pretty quiet, and I'm just bringing that up, but I'm just saying, like, and I just thought about that as I was talking. But like, this whole entire thing, a lot of people feel stupid for voting for Trump. And then you got your people who are hype about voting for Trump, but they're cowards. Do you get what I'm saying? Those are the cowards. They're quiet. They're not really. They'll probably come on platforms like this and, rant their shit and talk their shit, right? But in real life, these people are not saying nothing. Okay? That's the thing I see. I do see women trying to fight for the abortion ban. That's going to happen. That's never going to not stop. That part right there. Something that I no comment on. But women are fighting hard for the abortion ban. That's the number one thing that I keep seeing. Abortion ban, abortion ban. This whole civil rights revolt is going to be a hot topic for the next fucking few years that he's in his term, because you got people saying that Trump is actually the last president. Like, people are saying, like, he's going to keep going, like he's not going to not be the president no more. Like, there's people saying that shit, because I think he's trying to make a rule about how many years a president can be a president and shit like that. I think that black women, especially, because I've been channeling black women, I think that black women, the smart ones, are slowly waking up, and they're slowly turning their back on black males. And I think that's quiet as kept too, because I feel like if literally another black male was to get shot down in the street, you would not see a big reaction from black women. Like, that's how deep it is. Like, even if it's a young boy, I feel like you're not going to get a reaction out of black women. You're not going to get the support. I gotta find this lady. Yes, definitely move in silence. I've been doing that anyway, but like, a lot of people are moving in silence. It's not just so much of the Trump supporters. Trump supporters are cowards. They're gonna have him all over their cars and shit like that. But they're cowards. They're gonna come on these kind of platforms and talk their shit. But they'll never publicly talk their shit, because the thing is, if you voted for Trump, you are being judged by people. And this judgment is never going to leave you for the rest of your life. Like, think about what I'm saying here. Like, if you literally is somebody out here who voted for Trump, and if you were to express that, that's the deep part about this. Like, if you were to express or show that you voted for Trump and wear a MAGA hat and stuff, that's something that's going to sit on you. You're going to automatically, it doesn't matter your race, you're going to automatically be a racist, a misogynist. You'll be hater of women. You're going to be labeled as a hater of immigrants. And people don't want that. Because give or take, we know, like, people don't want to lose their jobs right now. People definitely don't want to do that. Not in these times. So the whole MAGA wearing the hat shit, they'll do it, but they're going to know where they can do it. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm trying to fucking tell you straight like that. Like, it's quiet. It's quiet. It is like, I'm being for real. If you come into somebody's establishment and you have on a MAGA hat, don't be surprised if you find out people in those businesses are telling people to fucking leave. Like, they're literally like, listen, you cannot be here. You have to go. They don't even want their money. That's how deep I see it getting out here. Because, I mean, let's call it what it is. The immigrants did not come to work because they're smart. They like, you know what? They need us. And y'all going to do this to us? With all the labor and work we did? All that work we did for your business? You get what I'm saying? And they fucking said, fuck those farmers. Because now they're looking like, oh, they probably, how you think the immigrants are thinking right now? What do you think they're going to go back and tell people in their country about what their own people did to them in America? This shit got real. This is a global thing. Like you can peel an onion of everything that is a problem with this man being voted in the office right now. With all of this shit that's going on. I'm going to try to find this TikTok video of Okay, I'm gonna go into this one. I had been wanted to see these videos. Hold on.
Bosses, baby. She don't want no puppy. She want.
And I have a cat, and I will be watching with my Xanax and my bottle of Sauvignon Blanc.
That's why I don't think anything. I've been like you around. You won't think something like that. You won't think something like. I don't understand how you won't name it.
Yeah, come on, like I ain't trying to. Gotcha. I am tired of y'all asses. Fool me once, goddammit.
You heard what he said, right?
Kamala losing, these dudes over here dancing, bro. Kamala is literally losing right now, and y'all over here dancing, bro. Ooh, I'm back, spin, yeah.
Yes, sir. Donald Trump's about to win.
You gotta understand. Look what the fuck they're saying to you. Like, black women got slapped in the face.
Get off. Go upstairs. Go upstairs. I can't believe you like him. Any black man that likes Donald Trump ought to be tarred and damn fat.
She right about that.
Mom, why do you say that though? Yes, sir.
That's her
Trump
son.
2024.
That's her son. That's her black son. I found the good ass video.
All right, but you ain't a black gonna be in the office, and his white is gonna be out. We're taking the trash out, loser. All right, we in power now.
Have a nice day.
You have a wonderful day on the 5th. Okay, you're gonna lose.
Okay.
And your leader,
Okay.
cult leader.
Bye-bye.
You dumb. From what I hear, this hat would say otherwise.
Trump's America now, boy.
It sure is.
Oh my God.
It looks like social media got these people.
Hold on, I don't care. I just want to see it. I don't want to hear his voice.
That's the same 12% that voted for him in 2020. But look at the Asian vote, look at the Latino vote, and this other vote. Y'all swung y'all tails right on over to the Republican side. So when I say black folks didn't do this, y'all did this. You can't blame us for what's coming for y'all.
Thank you.
Our men didn't do this. All I can tell you is good luck.
Wait a minute. No, bitch. No, bitch. Don't you do that, mammy. Don't you do that, mammy. Okay? You cannot do that, mammy. Don't you dare look at another race of a fucking woman and attack her. When your males did this to you so much that they, bitch.
Feel this and I really.
Look at this.
Y'all feel this so bad, bro, and I don't want to hear nothing about it. I don't want to hear no complaints. Oh my God, you're crying on the bro. Like, you do not know how it felt to live with that man as president before, especially as a black woman. You do not know the way they treated us. You do not know. What disappoints me the most is black men. I'm not even going to talk about Latino men. I'm going to let their people deal with them. But I'm going to talk about black men and how y'all could have made such a big difference. Reporter that outed the black men who went and voted for Trump. What the is wrong with y'all? What the is wrong with y'all? Y'all are so money hungry for someone who's not going to give y'all any money. It was in the woodworks for Kamala to help you out. And you said he gave me $1,200 one time. I'll vote for him again. You hate black women. You can't say you don't now. You actively voted against black women.
Yes, you did.
You were broke yesterday. You were broke today. And if that
man wins, you're going to be broke for the next years. Real broke. The police gonna start killing you young.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. It's getting turned up. Don't leave Hot Power Wig. I want you to hear this shit. This is the silence that I'm talking about. I promise you, because you're talking about the summertime. That's the time they always kill black males and boys, is between Pisces season and Cancer season, always in the water sign seasons. Let me tell you something. When you see a black male get fucking murked out here, oh, sorry, I got excited. When you see a black male get fucking murked out here, I want you to see the response of black women. And the response of black women is going to be so shocking. Okay? You want to talk about summertime? Watch. It's going to be so shocking because I'm telling you, just listen. Oh, Aries season be mass shootings. Every time it's Aries season, it's like somebody just shooting up the place, shooting up a school, shooting up kids' schools. Yeah, that's Aries season.
By one, they gonna start killing y'all, and they gonna clock into work tomorrow because your dumb, stupid ass decided to vote for Donald Trump, and he gave the police immunity, which means that if they kill you, bitch, they can still go to work. And the next time that
boom, you think. See, this is what I'm trying to tell you, black males, and this is where y'all are very stupid. The black woman knows that she's the one that has been defending you for all these years. The mammy knows that she's the one defending a black male. I got a family member that's a male that I work with, okay? I have a very good reputation at my job. I was like, hey, that's my family member over there. Hey, that's my family member over there. And he's very smart, super smart, okay? I feel like he calling me out because he's so damn smart. Again, close to the mic. Okay. Let me just put my, my papa on thing. I don't have the, the thing that covers the microphone. Yeah. The thing is, they wanted, it was like, oh man, we can help you do this, that, third, this, that, and the third. But that's because I put that word out for him. I put the word. I was like, yeah, that's my family member. But here's another point I want you to understand, y'all. The black woman knows that she's the one defending the black male. She knows let me tell you something. The mammy ain't as dumb as y'all believe that she is. She's just stupid in the sense of what y'all see for what she does for the black male. Do you get what I'm saying? She has to survive in the way that her intelligence feels that she can survive in this patriarchy. That's something everybody's missing about the mammy. And the thing is, this is why she's coming down on him like this, because she's like, you don't realize what you just done. You don't realize that I know black women are going to turn on you. And the moment that black women turn, because the mammy always tries to get the black woman to have some kind of compassion and sympathy for the black man. It's always her that has been doing this shit. Well, you gotta listen. She knows that once she gets out the way, it's open season for you. But you don't see that. This nigga betrayed his own mama. His mama he hurt his mama's feeling. He don't even care that he hurt his mama. He don't even realize how much his own mama has been protecting his life. But what did I tell y'all? What I told you? I said give your sons to the daddy. Because they gonna betray you anyway.
The black man died at the hands of the police. The same black man that voted for Trump. I want y'all to be front line. Y'all, I'm scared to go to sleep. I might wake up a motherfucking slave.
See that shit? Y'all see, and y'all making mockery.
Why are y'all Trump supporters?
Y'all making mockery. Y'all laughing at the mammy's tears. It's funny to y'all. Cause y'all play too fucking much. That's your problem right now. But let me be quiet.
Like, why?
They just ended 1964 civil acts like black men.
Why are y'all Trump supporters? Like, why is this a thing right now? Why is this okay? I can't do this no more. I should have kept my vote to myself because I knew it didn't fucking matter. I knew it didn't.
So I texted my baby daddy this morning and asked him if he voted, and if he did vote, who did he vote for? And his response was, I have 2 black daughters. Who the fuck do you think I voted for?
Type shit.
And that right there gave me a little bit of relief that I did not reproduce with a fucking idiot.
Okay.
A complete idiot. Whatever. But I'm going to be nice to him for the rest of the year. So my mom casually reaches out to me like, hey, you know, did you vote? Your brothers voted. They voted for Trump. I need people to know that whether you blood, family, we close friend, if you're a Trump supporter of any kind,
Okay.
I want nothing to do with you.
I'm literally contemplating my entire marriage right now
Right.
because my wife voted. My wife voted for Donald J. The lesbian.
No way.
We've definitely been talking about studs and lesbians going their own way. Even the studs are sick of these women.
I might
I'm
get some
There we
violations.
go. That's the one right here,
and
y'all.
I may offend some people
I need her
with what I'm
channel.
gonna say, and I don't give a f- To all you Latinos that voted for Trump,
Let me tell
I
you
hope
something.
he
This
mass
woman right here,
deports
y'all
you
keep
and your entire
y'all
family.
can't
Whether
y'all don't want to play her name. I can't stand y'all for this, but I might have to Google her. Take a screenshot and Google her and find her on TikTok. Let me tell you something. This woman right here, this one in the orange, she fucking psychic. Y'all don't see it, but I see it. That bitch is psychic. I need to ask her what's gonna happen for the goddamn summer.
It's going their own way. Even the studs are sick of these women.
I'm done.
I might get some violations and I may offend some people with what I'm gonna say, and I don't give a f- To all you Latinos that voted for Trump, I hope he mass deports you
Boom.
and your entire family.
Boom, it's
Whether
happening.
you were here
It's
legally or
happening.
not, you gotta go. I hope he does that. To you black men who your fragile ego couldn't take a black woman in office, so you either voted for Trump or you didn't vote at all. The police will now have carte blanche to murder you right where you stand.
That's
and
right.
when they do that, there's not going to be no GoFundMe's. Don't ask your family to ask us for shit. Just die. They can't afford to bury you. Dig a hole in their backyard. It is what it is.
Wow.
But don't expect sympathy. Don't expect protest in the streets. We're not doing that. Black women, we're done with. We're done. We did our due diligence for this century and the next. We've done enough. We're not doing anymore. To you white women that once again voted against your f***ing interests, when your husbands start knocking you into the middle of next week and you can't do anything about it because no fault divorce is in play, I want you to take those black eyes and those busted lips as a personal thank you from Donald J. Trump each and every time you get hit. Take it. Don't look for nobody else. Don't ask for help. Take your beatings. For all of y'all that voted for Trump, I hope you get exactly what you voted for. Because the only thing he did was to make America great for the people that it was great for from the beginning, white men. That's what he did. He couldn't run the risk of whiteness no longer being the default, not being allowed to fail up. So when you're bleeding out somewhere and there's a medical emergency and you can't get no help, women who voted for him, don't take it. You just gotta die. If you got kids, they're just gonna be motherless. It is what it is. You didn't give up, so we don't give up. That's how it is. This isn't America anymore. I don't know what the it is, but it's not gonna be America. And if you think that Trump is gonna be in that office for 4 years, you're insane. Because we're about to be in a real live action episode of scandal. Because your next president is not Donald Trump, it's JD Vance. Because trust and believe, within a year, you're not going to see Trump anymore. He's either going to be, and they're going to say it's illness or he died in his sleep, it's natural causes because he's old enough, or they're just going to let him spaz out and do the 25th. And that's when we're really going to be in the Handmaid's Tale. So I really hope all of you who voted for him, you get exactly what the you.
Ma'am, keep your vein.
This is what I have to say. That bitch right there, y'all. This bitch right here. She spoke the motherfucking truth. She spoke the motherfucking truth. Can't fuck with her. Especially that JD Vance part. That's the one that's in the back of my head. That's the thing that sits in the back of my head, is that JD is up next to be the president if Trump ass don't make it as the old man that he is. That's what sat in the back of my motherfucking head. Right now, like I said, it's the year of the snake. What's after the snake? The dragon, the snake. Who's the Gemini? That the monkey? I forgot who next. I forgot what animals is coming next, because it's kind of cycling around. Last time he was in the dragon was 2000. What year was that? Not 2020. It was before. It was a 20 year. It was 2000 something that we was in the year of the dragon. I remember that year. It was a beautiful year. 2010. I don't remember. Yeah. Anyway, that was the last year we was in the dragon. And we're coming out of the dragon going into the snake. What's happening is everybody, like, you see how she's feeling, She's moving in silence. This is an example of somebody who feels what they feel and know what they know, and they sitting back. Because she said it herself. She said, this is not America. The horse, yes. Yes, the horse is next. Yes, because he's 11, he be 12. Yes, the horse is, ooh. In the Chinese zodiac, in the Chinese tradition, whenever a horse baby is born, families get divorced. 12, thank you, boo. I knew it was a 2, so I could not get it. 2012, year of the dragon. I love 2012. That was my year. Oh, I love 2012, man. Oh, that was my year. I was in my Saturn return, too. Every 12 years. Right. 2012, so we got 12 years again. We have the dragon, 13, 14 years. Yeah, we in the horse. Because last time was the year of the horse was 2017. That was the year of the horse. Yes, it has been another 12 years. God damn, I've been here long. Yes, the 2012 was supposed to be like the end of the world year for the Mayan calendar and stuff like that. I used to have a book on the Mayans calendar. That book was kind of hard to read, bro. But this one right here, she's an example of moving in silence. She's an example of somebody who's sitting back, watching this shit, probably writing and journaling and stuff, and moving in silence and just watching the world, just watching who voted for this man and what the fuck they voted for because of the hate for the black woman. And that's the thing that's why the black women, especially, I say women in general. Yes, that was the Me Too movement. They did start that in the year of the dragon. Yes, the year of the dragon. It was the Me Too movement. Mm-hmm. Now look again, because remember, all dragons are female, and because we technically were still in the year of the dragon. But notice how again the women are seeing, like, I got betrayed by my own people, by my own culture. And the biggest trifling betrayer of all the women was who? Becky. Becky betrayed all the fucking women. You see that? And she's the one who started the feminist movement and witch life and all this kind of shit. And she the main bitch. Just like that black male that betrayed you. And that is what everybody's silent about. Everybody sees it. I see it outside. I don't know what's going on with where you are, but I notice I've been slowly, quietly watching black women, right? And I'm noticing black women are not engaging. Remember, I am in the South. You know, there's times I go out and the black woman is like smiley and talking to everybody and shit. I'm noticing lately the black, since this nomination, I'm noticing a silence over the black woman. Very quiet. All big planetary signs is moving to air signs, so there will be a shift in media and electricity. Air signs is the shit, bro. I like being an air sign. I mean, technically they say where I live at is a sundown town, but I mean, I can understand why people think that. If you don't live here, then you would, you know, if you don't live here and you just browsing through this small town, you would assume that it's a sundown town, but it's really not a sundown town. There are a lot of Caucasians here, but a lot of those Caucasians live very isolated. The people who live in the main areas, like where I'm at, like the college areas and stuff like that, those are people of color. Yeah, people are let me keep going. Yeah, people are man, I mean, quiet as kept, some women are. Some women are stepping away. Slowly though, but they're doing it. But I realize that the black woman is slowly turning her back. Her back is turning really slow on black males. It's deep.
So I really hope all of you who voted for him, you get exactly what the
Ma'am, keep your vain threats to yourself, because men don't care. Men are willing to sit back and watch it all burn. They're willing to crash out over this. Men are dying every day, and men are being born every day. We all gotta go one day anyway. We're gonna take our chances.
Y'all, this is what they're playing at the Kamala Harris presidential rally.
This is what I'm saying too. And women, y'all gotta take a point too, because y'all had ratchet bitches for the vote. And that was Kamala's racism. She was giving y'all niggas what she felt y'all wanted. You know what I'm saying? She should have been serious. She should have been the one to be like, look, bitches, y'all need to understand what's going to happen if y'all don't vote for me. She should have really laid her fist down. But she played the games with y'all. You know what I'm saying? And why do all of y'all niggas that they all got that same kind of voice?
What? Y'all, this is a presidential rally, y'all.
This a PSA to every black woman that raised that fucking money for Kamala. You raised $40 million in one motherfucking night for a campaign for concerts and fucking speeches. You motherfuckers are dumb. You think I'm about to fucking vote with y'all? You spent $40 million on concerts. You stupid motherfuckers. I tried to say this without cussing you dumb motherfuckers out. It don't work. You raised $40 million in one night for this motherfucker. And you got a fucking concert and a fucking Beyonce speech. And you happy with that. These the same motherfuckers that paid $1,000 for a fucking picture with Chris Brown. You think I'm voting for you? You think I'm voting with you? You gotta be the dumbest motherfucker that ever walked this planet.
I mean, he got a point. This was not a time to play. This was a time to be serious. It was a time, but you gotta understand, Kamala's not a black woman. She doesn't have anything to do with black women. So she gave them what they wanted. Okay?
You just threw my motherfucking money away to people that's already fucking rich.
Not get a black woman. She went and got black itches that know how to shake their ass and pop their ass. She did not go get an upstanding black woman to speak to black people. I keep telling you, she did not go get upstanding black women to come talk to upstanding black people. She went and got Glorilla, talk about moose knuckles. She went to go get Cardi B, who cheat on her husband. She went to go get Megan Thee Stallion, who done slept with over. She went and got Megan Thee Stallion, the industry hoe who done slept with over. Oh, she went and got hoes and bitches to try to talk to black women. My mama wouldn't dare listen to no woman that come out talking about Bodak Yellow. This ain't blood issue.
Wade, and they did as he intended. Oh, you guys are at the wrong rally.
When they yelled out Jesus is Lord and she said you at the wrong rally, yeah.
Kamala Harris did not lose to Donald Trump. Kamala Harris lost to Jesus Christ himself because this woman really thought that she was going to rebuke his name in front of millions and become the leader of our nation.
This is why y'all are stupid. She knows that. Can I tell black women the truth? Everybody thinks that you're stupid. And this is the reality that y'all needed. I only voted for Kamala. I was not going to vote shit. Like I said, I was going to vote for Trump. And eventually I wasn't going to vote for nothing. And I said, let me put my vote in for Kamala. And I said, I'm going to put my vote in for Kamala because Kamala is going to help the women and children out here. Because if Trump gets this with Project 2025, man, it's going to be fucked up. It's going to be fucked up. I said that. The world sees black women as fucking dumb. I know this already. I've been talking about it.
I'm going to rebuke Jesus Christ, the King, and
well, it don't matter.
And become the leader of our nation. Are you serious? You thought you were gonna rebuke?
Bitch, you think Trump believe in some goddamn Jesus Christ? You think Trump believe in your God? You believe that?
The man who died and rose again.
He didn't even want to go to
and
church.
Become the leader of our nation. You were competing against Jesus Christ. She thought she was gonna win against the king.
Ma'am, that's your belief.
She thought she was gonna win against the king, y'all. That is crazy. Somebody pray over that woman. Somebody bring her a Bible. This is what she needs. She needs to. She thought she even
policy ideas and not just run on abortion, and also like realize they need action. Oh, damn! I hope that makes Democrats realize they need actual like policy ideas and not just run on abortion, and also like pick better candidates. I don't know.
Exactly. She never came out with a policy of what she would do. And that's one thing that Trump was stronger at, letting people know the things he's going to get done and do for them.
So Trump wins, and the first thing in the morning I see is $2.15 gas. Oh, baby, we did the right thing. I just put $20 in my tank and went and got change back.
So here's Donald Trump's new tax plan in less than 60 seconds. First, he wants overtime wages to be exempt from taxes completely, which will be a massive tax break for millions of employees logging overtime hours. He also wants tips to be exempt from taxes, which means restaurant and hospitality workers will pay zero taxes on their tip income. He also wants Social Security income to be exempt from taxes, which costs some retirees an extra 50 to 85% in taxes when withdrawing their benefits. And for businesses, he wants to decrease the corporate tax rate again from 21 to 20%, and even as low as 15% for certain corporations who produce goods in the U.S. Plus, some of the tax cuts he implemented in 2017 are set to expire, and his plan is to make those tax cuts permanent. Now, his administration plans to pay for these tax cuts by cutting spending and adding an additional 10 to 20% tax on imports, or in other words, a tax on foreign goods brought into our country.
I tried to tell y'all about that lady. Y'all ain't gonna never see that lady no more. And I doubt y'all gonna see her tomorrow. That lady was gonna use y'all to get in there, but God stepped in. And y'all can sit up and say whatever y'all want about Donald Trump. Y'all can say, oh, well, he about to really change the world. Y'all, he gonna put the blocks on these borders. He gonna do this, he gonna do that. But y'all gotta also remember that Donald Trump was our president in the pandemic. That a lot of y'all benefited from a lot of things that Donald Trump did. For example, some of y'all black people got $8,900 in unemployment. Y'all know y'all ain't never worked that much. A lot of y'all got pandemic money. Y'all got that PPP loans. Y'all remember all that? Y'all don't remember all that, do you? And y'all got the audacity to say that he is a racist. He may be a racist. But so if you vote based on race. That's all I got to say about it. But y'all ain't see her behind when Joe Biden was the president. Y'all ain't gonna see her now, and y'all ain't gonna never see her no more.
I wonder if McDonald's is hiring. Should I text Trump and be like, hi, how are you? Why don't people like me? I got a lot of free time now. I don't even know if I want to be president. Should I run again? Taylor Swift, Beyonce. And where are you guys now? Okay, because I'm in a basement drinking wine alone. Ella's gonna stop talking to me. I think I'll just become like an influencer. Like, what do you do after you lose the presidency?
I don't know how they are blaming men. Women voted for Trump too. And also these same men voted for Hillary in 2016. They should have pushed Michelle Obama out there. But we all know the Obamas are only about their money and power now. But that's who they needed because Kamala was just a bad candidate. She didn't relate to the people. She had a bad record of locking up these particular bid in California. And people just didn't know Harris enough. She didn't talk that well. When she did talk, it did not come off like she was keeping it real. It seemed like something was off or phony about her from the jump. She never told people any type of policy. She didn't tell people nothing she would.
Yeah, we know. We don't need him to tell us that. Here's the point. Let's get back to what the other ones talk about.
A better booming economy, lower gas prices, and the possibility of shutting down a lot of these wars. They're saying that this may bring an end to the war in Ukraine. These people just need to chill and just see what happens. Yeah, 4 years of peace. And
I always want to know what the motherfucking, what they got to say now that the Civil Rights Act has been cut. Hold on. They talking about the single moms furious of the new child support. Fake Brad Pitt scams women. The club is overrated, but never again. She used this man, then he found someone better. Black men are calling out the hypocrisy and black men what's that? In interracial dating? She perfectly summed up how toxic female nature is. Okay, hold on. Now, see, not one conversation. See, I'm noticing y'all that got conversations like this. Y'all ain't got nothing to say about that Civil Rights Act being revoked. This is the second nigger monkey that talks about this kind of topic. And y'all ain't say nothing about the civil rights. But y'all want to talk about that baby mama thing. That was going to happen regardless of Trump or not. That's something they've been talking about for years. That's a right. Men have been fighting for their rights and child support for a very long time. And I know one of them was, if I claim my child, if I do child support, can I claim my child on my taxes? That has been one for a very, very long fucking time. So that's not nothing impressive. What you need to be looking at, monkey, is the fact that he cut the 1964 Civil Rights Act. And how you're done. Okay, black men attacked because he said he don't want black women. Jobs are saying single successful women have terrible egos and personalities. Yes, this is where a lot of black women, this is where black women are going to get targeted in this under Trump's presidencies. Because the thing is, yeah, that's coming up a lot about black women and their attitudes in the job market. I think I need to do a guide for black women. Like, seriously, I've been thinking about, I think I need to do a guide for black women. And I think right now, black women need to go into complete silent mode. Black women need to go into complete silent mode. Just do your job, do what you need to do, and speak when necessary. Like, just do your job, do what you need to do, speak when necessary. You know what I'm saying? If it don't involve you directly, don't say nothing. Don't micromanage. Just make sure the job's getting done. Like, I feel like black women need to go into silence. What do you say about that, Hot Power Week? I think black women need to just be quiet. Don't motherfucking give nobody energy. Giving out money like that, trust and believe the people will pay for it. And it's not their kids will pay for it like how we're paying for it now. A lot of people got money taken from them with that PPP loan. And then we also found out in New York City that it was a whole operation of people stealing from people who were dead and in homeless shelters. Okay? This is the problem. But, like I said, I've been watching, I've been looking around, I've been quiet, and I've been noticing where I'm at. I can only speak from where I'm at. And even when I go out, since the last time I've gone out, and I haven't gone out in a while, and I need to get the fuck out, but I have noticed and I've been paying attention that black women are very quiet. Like, I mean, black women are like, I'm not even hearing a black woman be like, hey, everybody, da-da-da, chit-chat. The only, you know what women I'm hearing running their mouth? Funny as it is, white women. A bunch of white women. I'm hearing them run their mouths more. I'm not even seeing black women run their mouth like that. But see, this is the hate. Like, I don't have to get into it. The black male hates you, black woman. Okay? The black male hates you. And as you can clearly see, other people hate you too. And when you are a successful, beautiful, wonderful black woman, you're really hated. When you're smart, okay, you're hated. You don't want nothing to do with males, you're hated. Divested, hated. Not so much hated, you know, they still fuck with white dick and shit. So I guess, right? The thing is, you're gonna be hated. Yeah, they birthed the men who are in power. Yeah, exactly. You're hated. It doesn't matter if that white bitch got a monkey like this on her arms. He could be a whole conservative, voted for Trump himself, and she'll vote right with him. You are hated. I want black women to face that truth. The black male hates you. I know this already. I don't let that be something that I don't know. And I'll be continued because I don't have no problem with no other race of male who comes into my apartment to do maintenance. But as soon as that fucking heavy foot, big lip nigger comes in my motherfucking apartment, he got attitude. And he don't even do shit. And a lot of times they be calling Mr. Espanol to fucking come and fix shit that they can't fix, or the white guy. They got attitude. And this is what I'm trying to say. Let's go through this. This goddamn monkey don't got nothing but about you. Baby mamas are furious. Divorce husband gets his revenge. The club scene is dead. Men aren't simping anymore. They hate you. Even their jobs are sick of them. They hate you. Kendra G got her show. Kendra G ain't doing nothing but letting y'all talk. Y'all put a platform that, see, I know this is about black males, but I don't get too mad at them because black women, we're going to do a guide to black women next. I keep it fair. Okay? Conservative women are cooking feminists after Trump won. Oh, conservative women, don't get too goddamn happy. Don't get too goddamn happy. They just attacking y'all. Attacking y'all. All right? They are loving every moment. Hold on. They are loving every moment of your demise. They are loving every moment of calling you a 304 hoe. They're loving, just look at the title. They are loving every moment of laughing at you. Okay? And whose fault is that but your own?
Bosses, baby.
It's all of this shit. Man, I've been talking a long time. I've been talking a long time tonight. Man, I've been talking a long time. Jeez. I had a lot to say. This is 3 days of me having a lot to say. I don't think they're gonna be quiet. They like I said, they like attention. I didn't even realize what you said. I personally have seen black women who are not saying nothing. The work world is different, but I'm talking outside of the world. I'm not really seeing black women say too much. They just not saying nothing. And I noticed too that the point is this, okay, of the entire show. Black males need to understand the same women that you are doing this to are the same women who are your protection. And she has always been your protection. The mammy knows that. She'll go back and forth with you all day on TikTok because that's just the relationship that y'all have together, you and that mammy. The thing I need the black male to understand, because you don't want to talk about it, you don't want to mention it on your show, and if I put it in your comment section, you still won't talk about it. Civil Rights Act 1964 has been revoked. DEI has been revoked. Anybody at that workplace can lie and may say that you were a DEI hire and get rid of you, black male. Y'all are sitting in management supervisor positions in these jobs. That is a fact. Many of y'all are in those positions. Who do you think they're going to get rid of first? They already targeted them, by the way. I wanted to address this comment. The black male gets it too. Quiet as kept. He gets government assistance too. Quiet as kept. Nationwide calls out white women who voted for Trump. Now that was interesting that a lot of the black women called out the white women. Women are crashing out and blaming black men for Donald Trump win. This is Dee Dee. Let me see. Here's the thing. They are laughing at you. They are clowning you. Becky has always dressed the way that she dressed. Becky has always wore super tight mini skirts and shit like that since I've been in high school going to school with her. Since I was in fucking middle school going to school with her. Becky has always wore shit that you would deem inappropriate. But as soon as Shaquana and them put that outfit on, because see, I've always had privilege because I've always been a small woman. Shaquana wanted them put that on. She getting suspended, or she got to go home and change her clothes, or she got to put on longer shorts. We've been going through this for years now. Okay, this is a mammy. Okay, we got that clear.
Normally not the day that I go live, but I wanted to come on here and talk to you guys since I missed you on Tuesday. I hope all is well with all of you guys. I hope y'all are doing well. Thank y'all so much for being here. As you come in, make sure you are.
Let's go. I wonder what's going to happen with social media,
but I'm not going to start spewing hatred and wishing they die and all these kinds of things. It's just insane to me. It's the craziest.
Listen, y'all can keep playing this woman in orange. I love it because everything she says is going to manifest. And here's the thing. When it manifests, y'all going to be going back and saying that she said it. Okay? This is a mammy, so keep that in mind. Let's go.
Hit that subscribe button.
Detach yourself. Choose to not emotionally get caught up with it. We choose our feelings. We choose our emotions. Do not get caught up. Just
subscribe. Also share and like the videos that are posted on the channel, and hit that notification bell to be notified when I upload new content. All right. So let's get into this first one. I have the audio because for copyright reasons, I just want to play this audio for y'all. And just listen to this and tell me what you think.
Are y'all going to show this woman's fucking TikTok so I can go to her TikTok?
Some violations, and I may offend some people with what I'm going to say, and I don't give a to all you Latinos that voted for Trump, I hope he mass deports you and your entire family, whether you were here legally or not.
This is 2 months ago, y'all. So she must have just, after the election, she must have just went on a raid. She must have just went off. Okay. This is another 2 months
ago. You
got
to go. I hope he does that. To you Black men who your fragile ego couldn't take a Black woman in office, so you either voted for Trump or you didn't vote at all, the police will now have carte blanche to murder you right where you stand. And when they do that, there's not going to be no GoFundMes. Don't ask your family to ask us for shit. Just die. They can't afford to bury you. Dig a hole in their backyard. It is what it is. Don't expect sympathy. Don't expect protest in the streets. We're not doing that. Black women, we're done with. We're done. We did our due diligence for this century and the next. We've done enough. We're not doing anymore.
That's true.
Now, I would like to just ask this question: If women who think like this really think it's just going to be so bad for everybody else, what do they think it's going to be for them? And this is a real question. Like, do Black women think that they're immune from any of this stuff that they claim is going to break down and happen? Do they think that they are, us as Black women, do they think that Black women are immune to what's going to happen?
Why do you think they are expressing this? I'm pushing myself out of it. Why do you think that they're expressing it in anger? Because they know what's coming, you dummy. Yes, she knows what's coming. She said it. This is why I skip people's opinions, because y'all say dumb shit.
Calamity is going to happen to Black men and everybody else. What do you think is going to happen to you?
She knows that.
Do you think that you're
shut up, stupid?
It's like they've had. I feel like a lot of Black. It really is. It's mind boggling. I mean, it's one thing to have an opinion, and I think we all have them about what you believe and what you think. That's a difference. Why can't we? You don't think that that's going to affect Black women too?
She knows.
And these are the same women who turn around and are like, well, the Black woman is the least protected. But look how y'all talk about y'all own men. Look how y'all.
This is a mammy.
In divine folders for the super chat.
This DD bitch right here. She makes me happy that Trump is the president. She makes me very happy that Trump is the president. And I'm going to tell you why. Okay, because there was a comment that said that too, that they were very happy that Trump won. Okay, because I want to say this. Okay. I'm happy that Trump won in a case like this because all of this shit needs to happen. Don't you dare ever think that I care. Okay? Because it's women like you that's the problem. It's women like this. Everybody on the screen, she's a problem. A mammy is a problem. Because if you was to talk to her, because I'll go back in her channel and see if she said something about the Civil Rights Act being removed. Let's go look. Because I don't give a damn what she got to say moving forward. What you think this lady knew? You know why y'all playing her so much? And she don't give a damn because that's what she want. Because it's triggering y'all what this woman is saying because y'all don't want it to be true. This is a mammy. Okay? This is a mammy. Hold on. Mammy. Okay? This is a mammy. All of this shit. Single mothers beware. Men hate single mothers. Let me tell you something. At the end of it, not once. I find it so funny. Isn't it funny that none of them are talk about the Civil Rights Act being removed? Y'all quiet about that. Y'all all y'all dating show, all y'all dating people, relationship experts. Y'all talking about the child support thing. But not one of y'all talk about the Civil Rights Act being revoked. Not one of y'all talking about DEI being taken away. I wonder why. I wonder why. Ooh wee. Ooh wee. Y'all don't understand what's coming. That's what it is. Yeah. Y'all don't understand. Y'all don't want to face what's coming. They don't want to face what's coming. Haven't you gone to 3 channels already built up the same way? With the same outline and everything? The same template? Why are y'all not talking about that? Because this is 4 hours ago, 7 hours ago. You talking about all this stuff. Oh, I was dead ass about to invest into Elon Musk coin, bro. That Doge. I was about to take my Bitcoin that I invested into and put it all the way over there. Ooh. on. I'm intrigued by y'all little relationship people that love dragging black women to filth. I love to drag women to filth. All of this shit, but y'all not talking about how Trump. Y'all not talking about how Trump just took away the Civil Rights Act. Y'all not talking about this. Hold on. Yeah. And I want to tell you something. I want to tell you something too. Uh-oh. This is an hour ago. What Trump did now. Hold on. Let's see this. Hold on. I thought this was actual news. This is somebody else's channel. Oh, no. God, what the fuck was that? Sorry, trigger warning, y'all.
Mark, we have some breaking news in the past 12 hours here. Donald Trump has fired 17 attorneys general in what a lot of media folks are calling a Friday night massacre. So first of all, is this legal?
No, it's not legal. The fact is that federal law protects inspectors general from arbitrary firing. It says that they can only be fired by the president for cause, and that cause has to be submitted to Congress, and there has to be a 30-day period. So in other words, President Trump would have to do the firing himself, not one of his underlings, which appears to have been the case here. But more importantly, he'd have to present a reason to Congress in advance, and of course they haven't done that. But that shouldn't surprise you, because Donald Trump is a lawless president. And Donald Trump and his administration want to be lawless. In other words, they could do it the other way, and Lord knows Republicans in Congress wouldn't have the spine or backbone to stand up to him. But he wants to force illegal and compromised processes from the get-go, because he wants to set that precedent that he can show that he can get away with anything, and that Republicans won't back him down. And look, that's why I connect this very much so to what we saw with Pete Hegseth, right? Why did he lead with Pete Hegseth? Because he wants to show that he can make Republicans vote for anyone. He can make them vote for Pete Hegseth. Why did he fire this more than a dozen inspectors general? Because again, he wants to show that he's in charge, and that Republicans like Senator Grassley, who has, proclaimed.
Now he's firing people. Okay, I saw that already. That's not shocking news for me. I thought he did that hours ago. Fires more than a dozen inspectors general, including those. We don't care, Rihanna, because now maybe that is why ASAP is going through what he going through, because you clap back. Saw Trump's win coming from a mile away. Oh yeah, we know that. Republicans are blank, because he probably fucking voted for him for airplane problems. Okay, what Trump has said about TikTok. Okay, we don't care about that. Okay. We make TikTok giving advice. Here's what I will say. I'm going to go ahead and take it back to me talking here. Okay. What, girl, what? LOL, girl, what Civil Rights Act? They still think they fighting the Civil War. Well, let me say something. The Civil Rights Act still made it possible for black males to be protected when they get shot down, left and right in the street. The Civil Rights Act made it possible for some justice to be served against the people who have harmed black males live in the streets. Okay? Civil Rights Act, DI, all of this shit. DI came later, but all of it all came later. BLM made that possible, because not only do people get arrested for the crime that they commit, they also get arrested and charged as a hate crime towards black males. Okay? That's what that all was for. And these black males don't realize at the end of the day, white males gave you platforms to be podcast bros. You couldn't be a podcast bro without a white male or an Asian male or whatever. You couldn't even have the freedom of speech. Like, he don't realize that white males gave him the freedom to even talk about women the way he does. Because you can't go to certain platforms and you can't ever talk about someone who's Jewish, let alone a Jewish woman, without something happening to you and being accused of anti-Semitism. The black male has been the dame in distress for a long fucking time. He's the one who has been promoting and pushing racism and white supremacy. He's the one who's been promoting for black women to never be feminists or be women first. You're a black woman first. He's the one who did all this. He's the one for the cause of the behaviors and the ways of many black women, but he don't want to admit that. He don't want to admit that this is his fault. With the situation with a lot of these women out here. If he did his part as a man, no woman would have to put him on child support. If he did his part as a man, no woman would ever have to need to go to the white man for any kind of support or fucking help. If he did his part as a man. And it doesn't matter what position he holds, because he'll have a good ass job and never let the mother know and still won't give nothing to his child. He has done this to himself. So in return, oh, okay, nigga, so we gonna take away the Civil Rights Act and it's open season on that ass. The plan is so very beautifully done. What are they manipulating? What do they want done? They want the black male eliminated and his sons and his seeds to be eliminated. And what is the better way to get his elimination but through a black woman turning her back completely on this motherfucker? Because the more that she gets out the way, the more it's open season for them. Even that mother, who that was her son that voted for Trump, even if she gets out the fucking way, even if her son got beat down, shot by a cop, and she says, you know what, let me just get the funeral papers together and we just gonna bury him and we gonna leave it alone. I don't want Al Sharpton to come. I don't want nothing. Fuck it. Because he don't, the thing is, he don't realize is he don't want the hate. He thinks he's safe. He think Mr. White Man got his back. That's how stupid he is. He think Mr. White Man got his back. He think because he got a mammy, this light-skinned mammy, right, that got some kind of hate for her. More than likely, she has a black father, white mother situation. It feels like she does. She has all this hate for black women because of the black males that she fucked. This type of mammy, right, at the end of the day, her being on his side, that ain't really shit. But if he don't have a true black woman on his side, he's fucked. And that's what that woman was trying to say in her own very psychic, harsh way. That's why she said, y'all get shot, killed by these cops. So whoever killed you, I don't give a fuck. Go bury him in the backyard. He's not going to get it and GoFundMe. Y'all need to listen to that lady. Oh, why would you talk about the male like that? No, bitch. Why you not talking about the Civil Rights Act being removed? All the monkeys, all y'all monkeys. Why y'all didn't fucking talk about the Civil Rights Act being moved? I looked on y'all pages. I don't see shit about it. Let's see the recent news about the civil acts being removed. Y'all got angry as fuck because Kamala didn't give a fuck. Okay, 3 black males moved from the flight. We know about that because it was, huh? Yeah, January 2024. Oh, 3 black males were removed for a fight. Oh, they accused of a racial discrimination. Removed from flight. Is this the ones of the men that was stinking? Okay. And see, here's the thing. How the government destroy black families. Stop it. Government didn't destroy y'all. Policies that will be disastrous for black American lives. Okay. Revisiting the murder of Lewis Allen. Okay, hold on. Let's look at this one real quick.
Are you stuck in meetings all day? You've got to try Otter. Here's how it works. Whether you're in...
I'm sick of these.
Let me tell you something. Black men are not going to show up in droves and waves voting for Donald Trump. They're not. And it's because...
Oh, yeah? You see the game that they've been playing with y'all to your face?
They know who he is. This is the man who took out a full-page ad in the New York Times saying that the Central Park Five, these young men of color, should get the death penalty.
That was Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock this morning on NBC's Meet the Press. Senator Warnock directly addressing Trump's long history of racism. But in this election, it's not just Trump's history that's giving voters pause. It's the potential future of discrimination that he and Project 2025 would bring to this country. Now, take a look at what that means. Because if Donald Trump wins and if Project 2025 is implemented, it would eliminate safeguards that protect black workers, weaken the political influence of black communities by undercounting them, increase the use of racially discriminatory legal policies like the death penalty, jeopardize black families' access to affordable housing, and among a whole host of other things, threaten the reproductive rights of black people. All this, according to the Thurgood Marshall Institute. Now, with us now, it's my pleasure to introduce Janae Nelson. She's the president of the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund. So, Janae, one thing out the gate here, there's a lot of, hyperbole, right, around Project 2025, a lot of realities, a stark reality, but a lot of concern, right? I want to cut through all that and talk about what black voters especially should actually be fearful of. Not just this moment of we got to win the election, it's crazy, but the reality of how bad things could be if it's implemented.
Yeah, let me say first, it's not hyperbole. This is a disastrous manifesto that would take us back decades, if not centuries, in terms of the progress that we've made on civil rights, on constitutional rights. This is a threat to democracy, and it is a specific threat to black people. And the Thurgood Marshall Institute at the Legal Defense Fund issued a report that analyzed Project 2025 for its impact on black communities, because as much as people have been talking about it, they have not really focused on what it will mean for black communities specifically. And you talked about some of the key elements of it. There's an effort, first of all, to give unfettered power and discretion to the next president of the United States, whoever that might be. And in doing so, that upends our checks and balances in our country, the safeguards that we have to make sure that the executive branch does not have unlimited power and authority. It takes us to a state where, along with the Supreme Court's decision on immunity, we would have basically a dictator in charge of our country with no safeguards or guardrails to protect the governed. And for black communities in particular, there are issues around data collection that are deeply concerning because there's no way to really enforce civil rights laws. There's no way to demonstrate discrimination if you don't have the data to do so. We rely on data in all of our cases and all of our advocacy. So by not allowing data collection, that automatically puts people at a disadvantage in vindicating their rights.
Jenna, as you're talking, Charles Tremaine just had this very interesting interview with Phil Agnew, who has been on the ground in communities all across the country for years. And one of the things he said is we already live in the dystopian world that they say Donald Trump will bring. And it sounds to me like Project 2025 seems scary and like hyperbole to folks. And they're like, but our lived reality is already like very terrible. And I wonder what you think about that assertion.
We have not seen anything yet At all. And I want to be clear, Project 2025 is like a loaded weapon on a table, waiting for any elected official, not just the president, to pick it up and use it, right? So it is something that is a playbook for any state, local, or other official. And yes, we are in a dystopian moment, but it is nothing compared to what Project 2025 wants to deliver to the American people.
So I appreciated you calling out some of the overlooked aspects. And I looked at Project 2025 ad nauseum, and I hadn't really thought about the data collection. And that's a really important thing to reflect for the Black community. But I want to talk about the reproductive rights question. We've talked a lot about reproductive rights, about Black maternal morbidity. Project 2025 has a lot about menstrual and abortion surveillance, and this would exist within the backdrop of a health system that already has enormous inequities that are visited on communities.
That you bitches keep bringing that up. Now, I do have a daughter. I know that already, okay? It's more than one ways to skin a cat. It don't matter over here. The thing is, why is that the first thing that y'all always go after? Out of all the shit all that shit that Project 2025 said, why is that the one thing that I noticed that y'all talk about? This is the same thing that the married friend of mine was talking about. She was really scared. She was terrified at this reproductive right thing. She was terrified at the whole no fault, the no fault divorce. But mainly the reproductive right thing was the concern. And y'all women need to start maybe examining what the fuck, why is that the only thing you hone into? I'm honing into the education part. I'm honing into, the education part, but it's also what they're saying about education and college loans and students' loans and things like that. And what they're saying about what's being taught in the education system. I'm paying attention to stuff like that. Like I said, and I'm also paying attention to stuff like, what else was it saying? The environmental stuff. They sound a little crazy with the environmental stuff and the farmers and all this stuff. We need these people. But I noticed that's the first thing y'all broads is fucking getting into. It's that reproductive right thing. What the fuck is up with that?
Communities of color. What does that mean for the Black community? I know the LDF has already had a lot to say about this at the Supreme Court in an amicus brief filed in the Mifepristone case just last year.
That's right.
I'm going to tell you why y'all worried about it. I think something in y'all spirits think that is double talking. I think y'all feel like Black and brown children are going to become a target of death. I feel like that's what it is. And I know y'all keep home, just sitting here looking, just digging inside myself. Why? I think y'all know that. That's why that keeps coming up. Let's go.
So with respect to reproductive justice, if we think about Black maternal mortality and the fact that Black pregnant people are likely to die at a rate that is 3 times more than the rest of the population, if we think about the fact that 57% of women, Black women who are of reproductive age, live in states that either have an abortion ban or are likely to have an abortion ban, and we're talking about 6.7 million Black women who would be in places where they could not have access to abortion care, and there would be limits on their ability to travel to get it, and also limits under Project 2025 to receive mifepristone or any other abortion pills via the mail through the Comstock Act and other prohibitions. And remember, the Comstock Act is from the 1800s.
1873.
1873, precisely. And the idea that this is just going to be normal or it's not going to make the situation much worse is really just a foolish idea to anyone who's actually looked at the 900 plus page document, which we have.
All right, Janae.
Hold on. Before you pay for yet another app to manage your team, let me introduce you to Connect Team.
Here's the part that's the gag, right? Is the fact that these Black women are sitting amongst a table of the same men that
Civil rights
betrayed
attorney is a
them.
civil rights attorney. I'm taking off the glasses because I'm talking to a lawyer.
Oh, serious then.
Look, we know that as civil rights attorneys, strategy is everything. We did not get to Project 2025 without there being a long-term strategy in place. Regardless of what happens on Tuesday, there has to be a strategy, one way or the other. There has to be a strategy around organizing. If we see an opportunity to do so, there has to be a strategy around protection. If we see an opportunity to, or if the need arises to do so. One of the frustrations I've had has not been seeing a long-term plan come from the left around that. As a civil rights attorney, can you talk to me about what that actually looks like going forward under either outcome?
Absolutely. And I'm so glad you mentioned this because some people have the false idea that, you know, depending on the outcome of the election on Tuesday or thereafter, that this is going to go away.
Right.
As I said, Project 2025 was not written in invisible ink. It is not going to disappear. It is going to still be a pregnant threat to the American people and especially to Black people. In terms of a strategy, we need to look at how we got in this position in the first place. We need to understand how our democracy has frailties that have allowed us to be on the brink of disaster, and we need to plug those holes. We need a strategy to rethink so many pieces of our government that have failed us. A dysfunctional Congress, a compromised Supreme Court. There are so many particular ways in which we've allowed our democracy to run away from us, and we cannot afford to do that. And Black people have been sounding the alarm on this for, you know, since time immemorial. We lost a critical piece of the Voting Rights Act, which has led to gerrymandering and led to other incursions on the right to vote that make this a very anti-democratic moment. And if we wake up and recognize that this is not the America that we have been building for the past 250 years, and we need to seize this moment and take it back and continue the project of this multiracial democracy.
That's well put. I think that we all have to understand that either way, we've got work to do.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Well, Janae Nelson,
Listen to them
we
talk.
appreciate you.
Thank you very much. This is a,
Did you notice how much fear
it was
and
a pleasure
passion?
to speak with you. Thank you very much.
Hold on, y'all. Did y'all recognize how much fear and passion the Black woman had in that conversation? Did you notice the fear and passion in one?
A collection
To help
that are
everybody
deeply concerning because
understand how important it is. And these niggas ain't say shit. Talk about strategy. What the fuck is he even talking about? I thought he was going to lead me into thinking and say some shit like, oh, you know, we have to, you know, they have to have this. No, he didn't do that because these motherfuckers voted for Trump. Y'all, these two fucking monkeys voted for Trump. I'm trying to tell you. And once again, here we have a black women talking and talking and talking. And the first fucking thing y'all talking about is the reproductive fucking rights. Don't you get it? He doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't give a fuck about you, your suffering. He has told you he don't give a fuck about your fucking degree and your nice house and car. He never gave a fuck about you, black woman. He has shown you this. My last relationship ended because I was telling a woman who's supposed to be a lesbian. I said, black men don't give a fuck about you. He hates you. They can't handle it. A friend of mine told a friend of hers, very accomplished, successful black woman. Do you fucking hear me? She has a useful fucking business, very useful, lucrative business. She told her, black men hate women like you. You can't date black men. And she got upset and hurt over what was being said to her. They do. Those of us that see it, we see it. They laughing at y'all. They laughing in your face that Kamala didn't get it. And let me tell you, if there was another woman who was a better candidate than Kamala, they still would laugh in your face. Do you not understand? They cut their nose off just to spite their face. just to see you suffer. But honestly, I'm going to tell you now, black women, he's going to suffer more. And when he does, you need to stay the fuck out his way. It's not going to be enough mammies to help him. Trust me when I tell you, it's not going to be enough of them bitches around to help him. Garvey pardon helps undo the harms. Past honors. Okay. They said Marcus Garvey pardon. Ain't he dead? These civil rights era black men terrorized. Okay, sure they did. Looks like a comic book. Okay, hold on. Going back in time to stop the Key and Peele. I can't stand them. They be before their time. 10 million lawsuit over assault police officer. Okay, good. Nasty acts white women did with black male slaves in secret rooms. Yeah, this ain't nothing but a fucking fetish. Fetish. Okay, why y'all talking about that? Did the civil rights movement fail the black community? Very good question. Okay. I don't see anything else. Yeah, I don't see anything else. Fatal shooting of black male. See, this is 3 years ago. Police officer found guilty. Do you understand black males? Okay, do y'all not understand how much BLM has been saving your life? Do y'all not realize that? I'm gonna make it back to me. BLM has been saving y'all niggas' lives. For your mama to have a GoFundMe and to sue and have some kind of money in their pocket. BLM has been saving lives. And now what's happening? Y'all quiet on these dating sites. Y'all quiet about the Civil Act being removed. Y'all sitting here on Tramper in Mississippi are trying to legalize. What are they trying to legalize? Slavery again. Trumpers. Oh, how y'all divestors? When y'all divestors gonna start paying attention? I'm telling y'all. The divestors about to get they little feelings hurt too, baby. Let's go.
Oh.
These are fun.
Embarrassing. House Bill 1484 would be the enslavement of undocumented immigrants in Mississippi. This is from the 2025 session. This is happening right now. And you don't have to take my word for it. It's right there. It's in the bill.
Okay, today has been a lot of really hard news, and forgive me if my feelings are like right on the surface during this video. I said I was going to limit how much political content I chose to put on social media. I was going to pick and choose carefully, and believe me, the few videos that I've made, that is me picking and choosing because it is just a complete tidal wave. And I think any other videos I make today, I am going to talk about more hopeful subjects because I think we need balance, but we cannot turn a blind eye to what is happening. We cannot become complacent. I practice permaculture and my ethics are earth care, people care, and fair share. Choosing to bear witness to what is happening now, not to look away from it to protect our own feelings, that is people care. Refusing to let the inundation of horrible, horrible news be normalized for you, to let it numb you. Continuing to speak out, to speak truth to power, to remind everybody in our nation of what is real, what is true, what is just, despite the fact that horrible that horrible, awful violations are being normalized. We can't let these be unspeakable things. We need to speak on them. And this is one that I said it was coming. And I know many, many other folks have as well. We live in a capitalist system where greedy men who can make money off of concentration camps, who can exploit undocumented human beings for their labor in order to make a profit, they will do it. We already essentially have slave prison labor in almost every state in the country.
We're going down this road. Okay. See, this is clickbait, bitch. Because you know when you put slavery, you know niggas was gonna come on this page. Ain't nobody got time for your fuck shit. Okay, he's talking about illegal immigrants. You should have said illegal immigrants into slavery. You shouldn't have put that fuck shit that you put. Okay, we're gonna go ahead to the defiant lawyer, but hold on, real quick. Oh, damn, a meteorologist was fired for calling Elon a Nazi. That's crazy. All right. Like, listen.
Turn your
If you
selfie.
were in a work world, you a goddamn slave. I got a job that they told you can't even say no if they ask you to do something.
Before we get started, please go over to Amazon.com and grab a copy of my book, Education and Justice. If you have an African-American son in public school, you need this. Well, I certainly am, and I appreciate you tuning in and watching this video. I've been trying to think of what I wanted to say about this past week.
Yeah, bro, me too.
And a whole lot of thoughts came through my mind.
And I'm calling you bro as
But I
in bro as in
settled
bro.
on this one. Trump and MAGA made
It's been
systemic
crazy.
governmental racism much easier.
Yes, he did.
Let me say it again. Trump and MAGA made systemic governmental racism much easier.
That's right.
They released so many executive orders that impacted the federal government as it relates to African Americans in such rapid pace, I couldn't keep up with it all.
Yes.
I have so many things to say about what has been done this past week, but so much came out, and I'm sure so much more is about to come, that it's just going to take me a couple of days to get my head around it all, because I'm not the one who's trying to say the first things. I am trying to say what is thought out and what informs you the most. What really allows you to look inside legally from a Black civil rights perspective, what has occurred. All right, so with that said, let's go to another screen. I want to show you exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
So Trump and MAGA this past week made legalized systemic racism much easier.
Let's get into it.
What is systemic racism? And I have to ask that question because, look, too many people, African-American people, still don't understand that the real issue is systemic racism, not just individual racism, but systemic racism.
Mm-hmm.
So let's try to define it. Frederick Douglass described it this way. He said, quote, "In nearly every department of American life, Black Americans are confronted by this insidious influence. It fills the air." All right, it fills the air. So every breath you take, you're breathing in systemic racism.
Damn.
There's nowhere you can go where there's not systemic racism.
Yeah, Frederick Douglass has
It's
an
pervasive.
autobiography, a journal and shit. I read some of it.
It meets them at the workshop and factory. So it's on your job. When they apply for work, it's in the human resources office. It meets them at the church. Even at your church, you're dealing with systemic racism.
That's true.
At the hotel, when you want to book a room, you're dealing with systemic racism. At the ballot box, you're dealing with systemic racism. And worst of all, it meets them in the jury box. And he said worst of all because when there's systemic racism in the jury box, then the criminal justice system is just not going to be for us. The Black American has ceased to be a slave of an individual It's not about just the racism on the plantation. Mr. Douglas says, but has in some sense become the slave of society.
Okay, get to
Again,
it, boy. Get to it.
something that is really, really, really pervasive everywhere you go. Hello, everyone. I got great news.
Bro,
The
can
merch
you
is
just
finally
get to it?
here.
Goddamn, I
We've
don't need
been
a fucking
waiting
lecture.
and waiting, but we can finally begin branding our channel. But we need your help. And remember, as always, stay woke. To become all white. The institutions of America. Ocean itself that continues. In a nutshell, systemic racism is the pervasive discriminatory practices and procedures embedded in the institutions of America,
Not C-Town.
including the federal
C-Town
government.
in years.
So back to my initial statement. Trump made it easier for the institution of the federal government to become all white.
Yes, he did.
There are no efforts any longer
There's one black guy in the,
set aside
on the chair, on the cabinet.
to try to include, to try to create a diverse, racially diverse workforce in the federal government. And Trump hasn't stopped there, right? They formed an organization, they formed a law firm to pressure and to force private entities to also abandon their DEI measures.
Here's the problem with this. Here's the problem with this. And this is 2025. We just went through 2020. Okay? The job market, see, this is how you know they're not paying attention. The job market is very scarce right now. And a lot of jobs are keeping who they got as long as they're doing what they need to do and get the job done. Especially in these factories and stuff. A lot of people are not going to even give a fuck about DEI. Now, for those of you who work more corporate, those of you who work more federal jobs, I don't know what to tell you because I don't work that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just regular smuggler. Those of y'all who work that. And the thing is, this is where I say that, can jobs just be like, well, you were, you know, how are they going to put the letter to say you a DI hire and do the Trump? Like, how is that going to really happen in these times? Those of us regular smugglers in this world, we understand what the work world is like right now, right? We understand what's going on, right? But if you let you work for federal and all that kind of stuff, medical and all that kind of shit, I don't know what to tell y'all. Like, something in me
Target
just kind of
being the last one. Now, I have a separate video coming out talking about Target.
First of all, Target is, I'm going to have to tell y'all, Target is the baby mama job. A lot of baby mamas and baby daddies get hired at Target. And that's not going to change. What y'all trying to force Target to have old white people to fucking be behind the register like y'all did Walmart? Forcing us to have to check out ourselves because they too goddamn slow. They move like goddamn snails and shit. Anybody seen that movie with the animals and there was a whole animal world and the DMV had the damn slug that was like at the DMV, that motherfucker was taking forever just to stamp one fucking paper and everybody's waiting forever? That's exactly what Walmart is with those old people behind the register, yo. That shit's ridiculous.
Target and whether or not
Hold
losing
on, you're not paying attention because a lot of Targets have literally been shutting down since last year because who've been robbing it? And the people who have been robbing it, the people who work there, they don't want to fucking risk their life playing security too. So they gotta just just get out the way. Like, nobody's paying attention to the world. Target is hanging on a limb. Target's gonna say what they want to say, but that's the baby mama, baby daddy job. I don't know what they thinking Target's gonna do.
DEI hurt black people specifically because there are people out here who say losing DEI helps black people. I'm going to address that in an upcoming video.
I still don't. I still never
All right.
understood the DEI shit.
Let's
If
keep
we
looking
already
at
have
this.
civil rights.
So Trump made it easier for the federal government to become all white. There's no longer any incentive, any sort of rewards or awards for the federal government to include African American employees. And when you think about the fact that Trump is trying to gut the federal workforce and replace those workers with his political appointees and MAGA followers, then that's going to result in a whole lot of unemployed African American people and no incentive to replace those unemployed African American people with other African American people. The economic consequences for this, for African American communities, will be great. And we are talking about a community that already has so much less wealth than white Americans. I don't even see why they're so upset about DEI when they control nearly 99% of the wealth in this country. I don't get it. I mean, we control, last I read, from 3 to 5% of this nation's wealth. That means at least 95% of this nation's wealth, whites control. Yet they keep hammering, they keep hammering, they keep hammering. So how did Trump make systemic governmental racism easier? Well, largely by executive action. One, trying to eliminate birthright citizenship. I have another video coming out showing you that birthright citizenship, trying to eliminate birthright citizenship, does not just impact Hispanics. When you hear someone say that, you know off the bat that you are not talking about an attorney. That is not a person who has studied the law and knows the Constitution. What else? Trump has made systemic governmental racism easier also by planning to terminate employment for federal employees, like I just said, including many blacks, getting rid of what they call the deep state. Also by rescinding DEI initiatives within the federal government, as I just alluded to, by ordering all federal DEI officers to be placed on immediate leave pending elimination. So all those folks who look after the DEI programs, they're being fired basically and are right now on immediate leave. They no longer have jobs because there will no longer be any DEI programs for them to oversee. By rescinding a key civil rights rule ordered by Lyndon Johnson in 1965, a huge executive order that essentially put DEI in federal contracting, basically, which is very important. And I showed you in a previous video that blacks received in 2021 about $9 billion in federal contracting. It wasn't as much as the other groups, but it was still $9 billion. And we just needed to continue to fight for more. But losing $9 billion for the African American community is significant. It's significant. All right, let's go back. By suspending all civil rights investigations except for reverse discrimination cases. So if an African American person, and we deal with this as a civil rights firm, if someone walks into our doors and has a civil rights complaint, and a legitimate one, one that we believe is triable, viable, right now, what we will get from the local U.S. Attorney's Office is we're not doing that right now. We're not opening any new investigations. We're not filing any new civil rights cases. We're not opening any new civil rights investigations at all. Sorry.
And so any cases also
Elections have
even people who are in prison and you feel like they were wrongfully imprisoned and you're like, I need you to give me a list of these prisoners who was wrongfully. that they're not going to have no rights. Because there's people been advocating for that for a long time.
All right. So that's really, really, really serious, because when one of us is violated in some way, when our civil rights are violated, we have to go to the United States government, because they handle all civil rights investigations. Well, right now, Trump has it all shut down. I covered that in a video a couple of days ago. See, this is serious, folks. Suspending consent decrees. I talked about that also. Those are agreements between police departments and the federal government to stop their pattern and practices of violating the civil rights of African American people.
Oh.
Suspending PEPFAR, which is a very successful program that helps fight HIV in Africa. President Bush, the younger man, he put that in place, and it has saved over 20 million lives in Africa. Trump reportedly has rescinded that program.
Did y'all hear
Rescinding
that?
civil rights rules in the
Consent decrees. That's the government and the police force committing crimes against you. Did you hear what he just said? Black males. You didn't know how deep it went with how much you was getting fucked up left and right, huh? Damn.
Department of Education promulgated by Biden. Any civil rights rules that Biden put in place, be it in the Department of Education, be it in HUD, wherever it is, Trump will order them rescinded. You see, all of this is targeted toward us African Americans. Directing the Attorney General to seek reversals of U.S. Supreme Court precedents that limit application of the death penalty in state and federal jurisdictions. Huge. One of the celebrated and famed Black civil rights attorneys, Bryant Stevenson, of the Equal Justice Initiative, successfully argued against putting juveniles to death.
Wait.
Well, Trump here is directing the AG to seek.
Whoa. Did he say juveniles? Was my prediction right? Was I right? Okay, hold on. Was I right? I think I was right.
Is Trump will order them rescinded. You see, all of this is targeted toward us African Americans, which is a very successful program that helps fight HIV in Africa.
I know this is a long
President
show, but it's
Bush,
perfect.
the younger man, he put that in place, and it has saved over 20 million lives in Africa. Trump reportedly has rescinded that program. Rescinding civil rights rules in the Department of Education promulgated by Biden. Any civil rights rules that Biden put in place, be it in the Department of Education, be it in HUD, wherever it is, Trump will order them rescinded. You see, all of this is targeted toward us African Americans. Directing the Attorney General to seek reversals of U.S. Supreme Court precedents that limit application of the death penalty in state and federal jurisdictions. Huge. One of the celebrated and famed Black civil rights attorneys, Bryant Stevenson, of the Equal Justice Initiative, successfully argued against putting juveniles to death. Well, Trump here is directing the AG to seek reversals of U.S. Supreme Court cases. In other words, try to get SCOTUS to change its mind about putting people to death, for example, juveniles, or those who have mental issues. This is really something. And if you don't know, African Americans are on death row disproportionately. And much more is coming, folks. Much more. So these anti-black measures indicate dark and dangerous days are ahead for our community.
Yes.
Many blacks don't really even understand what happened. And a lot of them are diminishing or dismissing what Trump did this past week. And yes, some helped him do it by not voting or voting for him. All right. So, as I said in the opener, yes, Trump and MAGA have made it much easier for systemic governmental racism to abound. And this is just the first week of this man's administration. I am Reverend and Civil Rights Attorney Augustus Corbett. Thank you for watching this video. And as always, remain woke.
That's the W for woke. Well, that sums it all up right there. Yeah, I don't care. Y'all don't care. I want y'all to understand. Y'all don't get it. Y'all don't hear that lady that ran off. Y'all don't hear her. Y'all don't hear what the Civil Rights Act and all these things that he froze and took away is gonna mean for you, black male. Y'all don't hear it. But y'all get happy. Oh yeah, he's gonna take tax off tips. You know, I get more money for my tax return. I get, these little crumbs of money that he's giving me. I get that because he knows he got poor people, peasants that follow him as supporters, right? So he got to throw, I'm going to give you low gas and lower housing, affordable housing. I'm going to go ahead and try to put them groceries down for you. But then it comes with a real price. But that's what he's doing for the poor people who voted for him. But the thing is, there's a much higher price. It just means now that there is no racial profiling anymore. Do y'all not realize this? Karen, the one we call Karen, his mama. You can't fucking say that she's racially profiling you. His mama, Karen. You not realize this? You can't holler racism no more. Okay? And that's something that, it seems so small. Discrimination. I have to just be racism, just discrimination. You can't holler that anymore. He has snatched all that away. And boy, oh boy, I already said it. You women that are wise right now, I feel sorry for y'all. You women that are wise right now, I feel very sorry for y'all. Because it looks like y'all gonna have y'all rights snatched back to the 1950s. Y'all look like y'all ain't gonna be able to have any say-so in marriage. I mean, men. Y'all who Muslim, unfortunately, it looks like y'all gonna get it too. Cause see, now with civil rights being going, y'all can't be like, well, I got fired because I was Muslim. See, the eye is gone. Well, I'm Muslim and I have to wear my what's that called? My jihad, and I have to wrap myself up, and they're gonna say, no, you can't do that here. See how deep this shit go? If you're Muslim, now you can get harassed and nothing can be done if you're Muslim. Okay? All of this. Immigrant lawyers trying hard to help. Public education being threatened. American education system already is fucking fucked up. Already fucked up. But at the same time, now they're going to dismantle it and have it their way. All right? Oh my gosh, bro. See? This is at a big scale. They said American citizens were detained too. Hold on. Trump just got Buddha called out on the world stage. He did? By who? Okay, sure. In conclusion, what do I have to say? All right, I know I don't talk for hours now. Uh-oh, what's this? Cop shoots black man with his own gun in a traffic stop going wrong. I don't think nobody give a fuck that a black man getting shot. Hold on, let me see. Two months ago, 5 years ago. I'm trying to find something more recent. Today. Female officer fired after shooting driver with his own firearm during traffic stop. Okay, female officer got fired. Okay, 7-year-old boy fatally shot, man in critical condition after West Side shooting. Mother, okay, let me show y'all what I'm looking at, because I decided to look at something, because I'm going to give into my in conclusion of it all. Let me just see. Mother of 7-year-old boy fatally shot in Jacksonville, West Side speaks out. This is civil rights shit. Man survives attack from rabid black bear. God damn, you survived that. Okay. Whatever. ASAP Rocky assault. Yeah, ASAP is on a murder case. I'm so mad. Ah, man. Riri said that shit and it started happening to him. Because ASAP had a case years ago and, you know, he beat it. But now, damn, Pete confirming vote happening live now. Okay, we saw that. Hilarious movie reaction. New 3-shot AK-74 setup is taking over in what? BO6. Oh, this is a fucking game. Best of season 3, the Shah. Yes, she did. A black woman did write the Shah. I never even got a chance to watch it. Okay, let me go back up. So we got a 7-year-old that was fatally shot. Is this in Florida? Can y'all not show me Florida? Okay, Jacksonville. Yeah, that's fucking Florida. Okay, where's this at? This all looks like Florida. Let's hear what the mom got to say. Before I get to my
This was me, struggling to keep up with posting consistently on YouTube and getting
Okay, because I got a big conclusion. My
Helping
bad,
this
y'all. I
morning,
didn't mean
we're
to talk this
continuing to
long. I had a
follow
lot to
news
fucking
out of
say.
Jacksonville's west side, where police are still looking for the people responsible for killing a 7-year-old boy and injuring a 21-year-old man. His mother identified the young boy as Breon Allen.
And this deadly shooting happened just after 5 yesterday afternoon on Commonwealth Avenue in the Robinsons Addition neighborhood. News4Jax spoke with Breon's mother about her son and her message to the shooters.
He was a happy child, very happy child. He was a superstar. He played football, very well known through the city, because of his stats in football. I just need you to speak up. That's it. I just need you to speak up and come forth with some names, some information, whatever you know. Because he was a baby. He didn't ask for none of this.
And News4Jax obtained surveillance video showing a man and a little boy walking across the section of Commonwealth Avenue. As News4Jax reporter Eric Avane shows us, moments later, the shooter's vehicle is seen driving up, and then gun violence erupts.
After this section of Commonwealth Avenue became a major crime scene, a nearby neighbor who asked to remain anonymous told News4Jax what she saw.
There were two people that were coming out of a black vehicle, either a Scion or a Kia, passenger and driver. Passenger looked like to have a shotgun, and the driver looked
Shit fucking up and shit. My screen shit fucking up. Time to get this goddamn conclusion.
What was your reaction seeing that play out?
I lived here for almost a year, and I've never seen.
Okay. Here's my conclusion. In my absolute conclusion of this all, it's an executive order. But does that mean that the executive order is going to happen? From my understanding, no. But the mass deportation executive order definitely happened because someone, I guess, had to sign off on it. Now, we know he fired a great deal of people on his staff. So he has some goopers or some gophers that will go with what he wants them to do, which is terrifying. Here's the thing about that. I guess the abortion ban is happening. It doesn't look like no one's saying much about that. In conclusion, from the topic itself, the fact that black males, and hey, listen, I get it. Kamala was foolish. Kamala was being very foolish. Kamala was even being racist her own self because Kamala didn't care. Kamala didn't have no connection to black women. And so I can understand. I get it. But at the same time, y'all women hate, y'all anger, y'all all this stuff for women and all this stuff that y'all got. Feminism and all this shit. Y'all call shit feminism that ain't even feminism. At the same time, y'all are going to suffer in these executive orders. No tax money is going to be enough. No being able to claim your kids on your taxes is going to be enough. Cause trust me, there's going to be a little gag to that. There's going to be a little hook to that. When you black males is claiming your children on your taxes, and I hope that your fucking name is on the birth certificate. So when you got all of that, the thing is, there's always a hook when it comes to you black males. The thing is, y'all are criminals. Y'all are fuck ups. Y'all can just walk down the street and just be a black male and a cop can pull you over. Y'all can just exist and the cop can pull you over. So y'all ain't safe out here. No way, no how. No matter how much money you got, no matter how many suits you wear, no matter how you carry yourself, y'all ain't safe out here. So it's going to be open season on y'all. I'm not exempting the black woman because the black woman is next. I got something to say to the black woman too. But right now, I'm dragging y'all asses. And I'm not even dragging y'all. I'm just letting y'all know that y'all fucking stupid. And black males need to understand at the end of the day, and all you mammies that support them, at the end of the day, the Civil Rights Act being revoked is the worst thing that could fucking happen. Like I said, I don't know much about DEI. I don't talk about it, but it looks like DEI was important too, along with the Civil Rights Act. But the Civil Rights Act being revoked is the worst thing that can happen. And now you see the importance of immigrants coming to this country because that was a part of the Civil Rights Act as well. All of these things. Now your reproductive health and system and stuff like that, y'all walking around here terrified and all that. Okay, like I said, like, cause y'all know that y'all are reckless with y'all dicks. The black male knows that. He knows himself. He knows he's a fuck up. No matter how much this mammy done bust your head up and make you feel like kings and all of this type of shit, you know you a fuck up. And you betrayed the very women who was always there for you. You betrayed the very woman who stood there in front of the fucking fire for you. And she is slowly but surely turning her motherfucking back on you. And you deserve it. Okay? Project 2025 is in effect. Okay? It's in the facts. Oh, somebody sends a message to their white friends who voted for Trump.
Podbean's mobile podcast.
Okay, this the last one.
Record and publish your podcast.
It's the last one.
Anywhere. Easily record yourself, your friends, your coworkers, or your live stream from your phone. Edit your pod.
A brother on TikTok who goes by the name Demise just made a bold statement announcing that he's cutting ties with any white friends who voted for Trump, specifically in light of Trump's elimination of the Equal Employment Opportunity Act. First, let's hear what Demise had to say.
Donald Trump has officially revoked Executive Order 11246, which is the Equal Employment Opportunity Executive Order signed by LBJ in 1965. This was a bedrock policy that had ensured equal hiring practices in the federal government for decades. LBJ's order gave the Secretary of the Labor the authority to ensure equal opportunity for people of color and women in federal contractors' recruitment, hiring, training, and other employment practices. It required federal contractors to refrain from employment discrimination and take affirmative action to ensure equal opportunity.
How will you black males feel if that you got your job because the fact that you was the black male and they was trying to do some equal employment shit at your job? How will y'all feel if y'all found that out? Job you done invested into, money and all this stuff. If you think that you got the job because you were qualified, if you may have been qualified, but you really got it because you a nigga and they just needed to do some equal employment shit.
Based on race, color, religion, and national origin.
I'm going to be very short and very to the point. To the white people watching this, and especially to the white people that know me in the real world, my friends, okay? Today, Trump did away with the Equal Employment Opportunity Act. You know the history of that, and you know why it had to be implemented in the first place. So when you went in that booth, if you cast your vote for Donald Trump, we're done. If you didn't hear me the other times I've said it, I just want to reiterate it now. You cannot vote for somebody that takes away the Equal Employment Opportunity Act, knowing the history behind it and why it had to be put in place. You can't cast your vote for him and look at me and tell me that you love me. You're done. And I mean that for life. Unfucking believable. They try to paint it as this saving grace for civil rights when really they just want to fill the federal government with all of their selected employees that are loyalists no matter what. So even after the 4 years that Donald Trump is done, even if another MAGA loyalist or Republican takes the presidency, they still have to go through all of this bullshit because now you got only MAGA federal employees. No diversity, no inclusion. Talking about some fucking based off merit. We know what it has to be based off. Did you bend the knee to Donald Trump? Cool. You now have a job in the federal government. We fired everybody else. You knew what you were voting for. Donald Trump knows he cannot run again. If you think that you think they're doing all this shit just to disappear in 4 years, they're setting it up for the long game.
But Black Mel on the screen, you talk about your white friend, so I take it as you interracially date, okay? But what about your brother that voted for Trump? What you got to say to him?
They're setting it up for the fucking long game. So now if I go in and I want to get a loan for a home, if I want to get a business loan, I guarantee you it's going to be so much easier for the white man who they love and select to get a loan than it is for me to start my business. Fast forward into the next generation, my bloodline is now affected because I couldn't start my business as soon as this guy could because he's white and he got the loan. It's an example, but do you see how shit like this affects generation after generation after generation? We get robbed of opportunities because of your selfish ass vote. Did he sign an executive order for price gouging? Did he sign a fucking executive order for these grocery stores to stop looking at you with no fucking money and increasing the prices anyway? That's what he told y'all. Where's the executive order for that? Oh, well, it's a process and it's complicated. It can't, excuses. Like it always fucking is from y'all. Done, dude. Out my fucking face, man. Think about how big of a fucking pussy you have to be, man. You don't want anybody criticizing you or speaking out against your ideology, so you try to suppress the flow of information and social media because you're a strong leader, but you can't take fucking criticism. And then on top of that, when you lose or when your people lose, you blame it on fucking DEI and the corrupt government. Because the guy who you fucking lost to is not fucking white, but he's also more qualified than you. You can't fucking wrap your head around that. You have fucking terminal, incurable hatred in your heart.
Go on Blog Talk Radio. We ain't got to listen to him no more. And I remember woman named Debbie on the Black Conservative Show. And she was bitching about how black students got into the college over her white daughter because they were black. And I said, no, maybe this student is smart. Maybe they accomplished what they accomplished because they are smart, not because they're black. You have had a lot of conservative, or not just conservatives, but you have had a lot of Caucasians complaining in America about immigrants and black people, anything that is not Caucasian like them. They even complain about immigrants from other countries. They have always had a problem with that. They're fucking stupid. They're fucking stupid. And because of that, this is why we are where we are. And you know who else is fucking stupid? The black male is fucking stupid. And that's why when you and that Caucasian bitch Becky is together, y'all some two trifling motherfuckers, and y'all make the most trifling fucking children. Anybody who's a product of y'all are some trifling motherfuckers. They fucked up. They don't know who they are. They hate themselves. They hate everybody. They are mammy. They are racist. They all kind of shit. They all fucked up. Y'all get together in fucked up situations. And so now to spite the black woman, because that's what y'all come together for. Y'all come to just hate the black woman. It's open season on your black ass. So in conclusion, I'm going to sit back and watch. I'm not going to talk anymore. I might just come on the show and just play some videos so y'all can just watch them. And we just watch them together. At this point, I'm going to go silent. I'm still going to host a show, but I'm going to go silent on the civil rights topic. I done went for damn near 7 hours talking about this shit. And it's good content. I would suggest anybody to watch it. And I'm saying this to say, I'm going to sit back. What is it? February, March, April, May, June, July. June, July, May. That's about 4 to 6 months. And I want to watch every executive order this man is putting out there. And I want to watch what happens to black males as this executive orders get played out. Because, divestors, don't think that you're safe. Because I saw what it said in Project 25. It said the same race. It did. I know what the fuck I read. And don't worry, we're going to be reading that too. Because that's another thing that's happening. We're going to be reading Project 2025. And the thing is that I fucking see with you, black male, is y'all going to have your ass handed to you. See, that black male yelling at his white friends. And he's having a wake-up call with his white friends, right? But the thing is, he ain't never going to say nothing to his brother for voting for you. Because he's going to still defend you because that's what he do. He's going to defend you. But at the same time, black males, I'm just waiting for when one of y'all get shot. When one of y'all get racially profiled. Because it might not just be shot shooting. I might get shot in other ways, like racially profiled. Or y'all started getting fired by the boatload. I'm waiting to see how that's going to play out. So I'm watching. That's what I'm doing. I'm observing from the background. I don't give a damn what this other dude has to say. He done said enough. He's going off on his white friends for voting for Trump. But, he need to be going off on his brother for voting for Trump. Okay? Who is this lady? President Trump discusses no tax on tips in Las Vegas. Okay. Yeah, they should have been did that. But see, that's the thing. We're not getting into that. Okay, another moment in white history. Black family killed after refusing to leave white neighborhood. What? That's 1 month ago? With Lori, Black Professional and Working Class Edition. Okay. Okay. When did she do the civil rights one? Trump stirs fire press conference. Wars, no grocery price discipline. Okay, I just want to see who this lady is. Okay. This lady, okay, she's from Sirius XM. Her name is L'Oreal. Okay, I just want to see who this lady is. I'm not laughing, I'm not smiling. Nothing's a joke. It got real. It got real. It's been real. It's pretty much, it's over. Okay? It's over. I don't know what to tell y'all. It's I ain't even worried about no war. I don't think nobody even want to be bothered with fighting America or anything. America just, everybody sees. Everybody sees what America is. Oh, I just found one. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm so tired of seeing these booty scratchings.
Once again, in the news. Why? Because they accused a black male of trafficking his own wife. put it up full mast, I kid you not. An interracial
What did I just fucking say?
couple is now taking legal action against American Airlines after the husband was falsely accused by airline staff of trafficking his own wife. Anthony Williams on the right, a former police officer who happens to be Black, and his wife on the left, who is white. They were celebrating their recent nuptials. This was on a 2022 flight from Phoenix to Miami when a fellow passenger who believed William was trafficking his wife alerted the flight crew. I can't even imagine how that conversation goes. So he alerts the flight crew. I assume there's perhaps a protocol to this, but according to Business Insider, the couple's lawsuit says American Airlines falsely reported to law enforcement that plaintiff Anthony was human trafficking his own wife, end quote, without asking the couple any questions. When the flight landed in Miami, the couple was escorted off the plane, where they were then questioned by local police. The couple, who says they were left feeling, quote, confused and embarrassed, end quote, by the situation, they are now seeking $75,000 in damages. So according to Law and Crime, the couple's case is being handled by civil rights lawyer Jasmine Rand, who also represented the families of Trayvon Martin, George Floyd, and Michael Brown. This is a serious attorney. The attorney obtained the following statement from Mr. Williams, quote, I am a former law enforcement officer. I worked hard to fight crime, and to be accused of committing a heinous crime is unfathomable. I was accused of human trafficking my wife because of my race. I fought hard to uphold the law in this country, and I will fight hard now to uphold the laws that prohibit racial discrimination.
That don't exist no more. There is no racial discrimination if the civil rights law is done. That don't exist no more. There is no discrimination if you're Black or anything that's outside of being a Caucasian.
End quote. Civil rights attorney Ben Taylor, who is not associated with this case, says he understands why Williams and his wife, Shoshota, are uncomfortable. Quote, it's very stressful when you're trying to go to your honeymoon and enjoy a good time. And the next thing you know, you're being pulled over by police and flight attendants for something you didn't do anything wrong, he told Arizona's family. Mr. Williams is correct. And let me explain why I say he's correct. If he would have been a white male, or if his wife would have been Black, I don't think this happens. And if someone...
I was just about to go there, but I didn't want to go there. The Black woman with a white male, which is the divested ones, right? They're not going to have these kind of problems. And there's a reason for that, because they are that white male's concubine, his bitch, his slave, his little nigger. So she's going to be protected. I'm just saying.
One says something to a flight attendant and you don't have the interracial dynamic of a Black male and a white wife.
Pay attention, Black males.
Or one that is of interracial couple, you don't get the lack of protocol. See, the lawsuit or the threat of lawsuit is very distinctive. They're saying the airline concluded that this was in fact a crime and reported it as such. Now, if you remember, when we had the judge on the show, and the whole thing went national, and we had on the program, she said something very similar, that they basically reported that she had in fact committed a crime. When the police investigated after they landed, realized no crime was committed, but that's not the way it was reported to them, according to the officer who was responding. And all the officer is doing is responding to what's being said by the flight attendant or by those who are in charge of relaying the message. All right, Ben, very sad situation. In a way, no matter what happens, this story is connected to a guy who probably has no criminal record. He obviously wasn't trapped.
I love, excuse me for yelling. I love how he quickly went after the black woman. And see, the reason I had made that comment about the little nigger slave thing, because that's what he's thinking. Okay? That's what he's thinking. You know, the black woman is not going to get in trouble with a white male because that's his little slave, little concubine, his little nigger. That's what he's thinking. Because he quickly threw the black woman under the bus. Anyway, let me go. I done talked enough. Honey. Project 2025 reading is coming next. The female pimp thing is going to come up next. I know it only got pushed in the back burner because this topic and everything. But the Project 2025 read in its entirety, we're going to have a whole segment on that. And I'm just going to sit here. I'm probably not even going to be in the comment section and just sit down and read and comment fully on Project 2025. Anyway, guys, thank you for hanging in there with me. I had a lot of fucking fun. I'm out.